Chapter 826, Diamond God. In this moment, it appeared that the sect had regained control of the corpse god. It woke up before suddenly turning around and reaching out with its evil hand. Its palm came and crushed all in its path. Shrill screams resounded as several thousand disciples of the Alliance were immediately crushed to death while spurting blood. The corpse god opened its mouth to suck in all of the blood like a siphon. This scene was completely terrifying to all the spectators, causing them to run as far away from the battlefield as possible. "What are you doing?" At this time, the sacred demon leader shouted furiously. All of the elders and experts from the coalition were glaring at the Tombskull sect. The corpse god needs to have its fill in order to become strong enough to break Li Qia's control. Sacrifices are necessary for victory. The Tombskull sect uttered coldly. The corpse god turned around with its bloody eyes and focused on Li Qia like a devil eyeing its prey. However, Li Qia only smirked. The death chapter rotated and, with a clanking sound, the laws inside the corpse's body lit up. The corpse god was immediately affected once more and its mind slowed down. "Kill him." The Tombskull sect's group knew that something wasn't right. They didn't hold anything back and offered more longevity blood to the corpse so that it could kill Li Qia. They didn't want to give Li Qia the chance to control it. The corpse god came with killing intent that could shatter the world. Its evil energy swept across the land and turned everything dark. It was as if this cruel devil was the ruler of this area. Li Qia didn't even bat an eye in the face of the upcoming onslaught. The death chapter shifted once more. All of the skeletons under his control immediately rushed towards the corpse god. Several thousand of them formed a skeletal wall in an attempt to stop it. Boom! However, this bone wall could not impede the corpse god. In a brief moment, the skeletons were all crushed, causing their fragmented bones to fly everywhere. Such a scene left the Tombskull experts in great pain because these skeletons were groomed with great effort, but now they were destroyed because of Li Qia. The corpse god maintained its sky-destroying momentum and rushed towards Li Qia. Li Qia raised his brow and the chapter moved one more time like a mirror shining down on the monster. Zzz, in an instant, the death energy from the chapter engulfed the corpse god, causing it to immediately stop. Next, waves of energy entered its body, generating even more sizzling sounds. The bloody light of the corpse god was instantly absorbed by the death energy. Li Qia was controlling the chapter while the corpse god obediently stood at his side. It was completely under his control. No. The elders of the Tombskull sect cried out after losing control. Such a blow was too much for them to take. Li Qia insipidly said, "I can even control a dead phoenix, let alone this corpse." Although the Tombskull sect's undead manipulation skill was great, when compared to the death chapter from the scripture, it was only an insignificant trick. After gaining control of the corpse god, Li Qia no longer wanted to personally make a move, so he dismissively said, "They are all yours." Jian Wushuang's eyes flared up like arrows. The bow in her hand lit up and shot out, formation arrows. Once again, a rain of arrows covered the sky, causing screams to emanate everywhere. "Xing Fei, where is your hidden card? Where are the ancestors from the crystallized sea sect?" Among the pitiful cries, the sacred demon leader angrily yelled at Xing Fei. Xing Fei was also quite nervous. The crystallized sea sect had promised to help him, but they still had yet to appear. At this time, he couldn't be patient any longer and also growled, "Elder Su, your crystallized sea sect cannot forget your promise to us. What's the rush, are we not here now?" A cold voice came in response. With an explosion, one could see jade pillars descending from the sky and anchoring themselves in the ground. The gigantic pillars sealed the space around Li Qia in an instant. Endless sacred lights emerged, they were white and divine as they shrouded the entire location, giving the feeling that it was a kingdom of heaven. 5 figures appeared inside this great formation. All of them appeared to be quite holy and untouchable, capable of expelling all evil. Exorcism formation, the crystallized C5 ancestors. Someone in the distance recognized the formation along with the 5 figures inside. Crystallized C sect. Li Qie smirked after seeing this. At this point, the spectators finally knew why the Feather Countries group dared to make a move on Li Qie. So it turned out that they had the crystallized C sect as their backing. "Help us," screams could be heard from left and right. Under the arrow formations of Jian Wushuang, blood continued to run like rivers. The army had lost a large portion of its troops and Xing Fei was crying for help. However, the 5 ancestors simply didn't care for Xing Fei. Their only goal was Li Qie, so the well-being of these other people was not worth considering. Run! Some were aghast within the formation. They tried to run but couldn't make it very far before being killed by the chaotic arrows. In a short period of time, the coalition army was utterly routed by Jian Wushuang. They had forgotten about the creed of not running on the battlefield. Under the threat of death, no one was willing to stay to fight. All of them tried to escape from this hellhole. Exorcism formation. Li Qie leisurely smiled at this space-sealing formation. "Do all of you really think that all undead manipulation laws are evil? You can try and find out." An imposing voice like the ringing of a bell appeared. A 6th figure emerged from within the endless holy light of the formation. This was an extremely dashing old man. He stood there like a divine statue. His body emitted a golden light like a golden armor. Diamond God. This was an existence in the crystallized C sect rumored to be unkillable by even god kings. A demon king watching in the distance yelled after seeing the old man. Experts from the previous generation were astounded to hear this name. One of them murmured, "What kind of deep hatred is this?" The crystallized C sect actually invited their second guardian ancestor. They really are going all out. This is an unkillable existence. A grand character took a deep breath since he knew about the Diamond God's identity. For many generations, very few in the sect were able to cultivate the heavens will crystal physique successfully, and the Diamond God was one of them. He was a piece of gold ingot enlightened in the Tao and eventually became a virtuous paragon. Despite being one of the few users of this physique, he was far weaker than young noble Pei Yu. This was because Pei Yu's original form was a focused steel gem. This was very close to immortal Emperor Jing Yu's true form, thus the young noble had a matchless innate advantage. Because of this, the gold ingot form of the Diamond God couldn't compare to the young noble in this regard. However, the Diamond God's talents were supreme. During his youth, despite the skepticism of many, he actually managed to successfully cultivate the crystal physique. Of course, the young noble could last for 6 days and 6 nights while the Diamond God could only last for 1 hour. Nevertheless, the Diamond God still remained invincible. During his generation, he was once ambushed by 3 god kings but easily escaped from their ambush due to his physique. Moreover, he came out completely unscathed. From then on, he was praised as someone unkillable by even god kings. So it is that lump of gold with the crystal physique. Li Qie couldn't help but smile at the god's appearance. He knew the reason for his arrival. "Junior, hand over your secret weapon and perhaps I will spare you from death." The Diamond God's voice was quite sonorous. He leered at Li Qie with his body as mighty as a mountain. Anyone who stood before him would feel tremendous pressure. After the news of Li Qie breaking the young noble's crystal physique spread to the crystallized C sect, none of them dared to believe it because this had remained an impossibility for eons. Their physique could be suppressed by an extremely powerful existence, but a full nullification was impossible. Thus, the elders assumed that Li Qie must have used an evil weapon capable of piercing or subduing their physique. Because of this, the sect mobilized 5 elders to use the exorcism formation. They aimed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. First, they could suppress the evil weapon capable of defeating their physique. Second, it would also suppress Li Qie's evil art that allowed him to control the undead. At the same time, they invited their second guardian ancestor, the Diamond God. Secret weapon. There is no such thing. Li Qie smiled and looked at the Diamond God. Also, do you really think the crystal physique can protect your life? Junior, even if you have your extremely evil weapon, the only fate that awaits you today is death. It doesn't matter if you are capable of killing god monarchs, you are nothing before me. The Diamond God coldly declared. At this point, the god emitted a powerful imperial aura that caused people to shiver uncontrollably. So you didn't only bring the exorcism formation to stop me, you also brought an imperial weapon. Li Qie felt the aura and smiled. The crystallized sea sect came prepared this time. They aimed to stop all of Li Qie's methods, and they brought an imperial weapon along for the cause. Even if Li Qie could break the crystal physique, the Diamond God was confident that the weapon left behind by their emperor would be able to stop Li Qie's evil weapon. Chapter 827, Transformation of the Corpse God. An existence like the Diamond God with a boundless imperial aura from his weapon would be scary to anyone outside of God Kings. Even legendary masters and eternal existences would be wary of him. Li Qie glanced over the exorcism formation, then back at the Diamond God. He was still smiling and as carefree as ever. Since you are so confident, then let us begin. Show me what you got. Attack. The Diamond God commanded with a cold glint in his eyes. The five ancestors immediately activated the exorcism formation. The endless sacred light condensed into a ball of radiance that flew straight towards Li Qie's death chapter. The Diamond God wanted to capture Li Qie alive to find out the secrets behind his ability to break their crystal physique. Li Qie's powerful undead manipulation was known to everyone, thus the sect wanted to stop this evil art first. Without it, Li Qie would be nothing before the Diamond God. This exorcism formation from the crystallized sea sect was very famous. It was created by immortal Emperor Jingyu and capable of repelling all evil. Even a devil from hell would be blown into smithereens within this formation. However, no matter how bright and holy the light inside the formation was or that it was strengthened by an immortal emperor, there was no effect as it shone on Li Qie's death chapter. What? Impossible. The five ancestors were astounded with disbelief. Everyone knew that undead manipulation arts were definitely evil by nature. Even if it wasn't evil, it would still be suppressed by the exorcism formation. However, Li Qie's chapter was unperturbed. If this art of mine is evil, then your immortal emperor's laws are unorthodox and unrighteous. Li Qie's chapter withstood the baptism of the holy light. It essentially had no effect on him. At this second, the chapter began to rotate. The corpse god took one step forward, causing the space beneath his feet to shatter. The entire exorcism formation shook, causing a majority of the holy light to sway. Suppress it. The Diamond God's expression sank after seeing the corpse god moving. He commanded the five ancestors. The corpse god was the ultimate treasure of the Tombskull sect, a terrifying monster with frightful power. Even an existence like the Diamond God was quite wary of this creature. The five ancestors strengthened the exorcism formation. In the blink of an eye, the holy light engulfed the corpse god like a surging river. One could hear sizzling sounds at the moment of contact. Green smoke rose from its body. Under the suppression of the holy light, the corpse couldn't move and even growled from time to time. This growl seemed to come from a devil of hell, instilling chills in everyone. As the light from the formation was purifying the corpse god, the devil seemed to have turned into a vampire. Smoke rose from its body wherever the light touched. Its dense evil energy was being cleansed by the light. The Diamond God snorted after seeing the successful containment of the corpse god. His sharp eyes glared at Li Qie. Without the corpse god and other undead under his control, Li Qie was only an ant in his eyes. However, Li Qie didn't care at all about the well-being of the corpse. He ignored the corpse god being suppressed by the formation. Many experts from afar were startled by this scene. Li Qiye's powerful evil art was finally suppressed. This exorcism formation was indeed unfathomable. Worthy of being an imperial lineage. This great formation can contain all evil so easily. One person murmured. On the other side, Jian Wushuang was carrying out a massacre. The alliance was in complete disarray as they were being hunted by her. With the 9 words true Bao in her hand, it would be simple for her to kill even from 1,000 miles away. Ah! Amidst the sea of screams, Sheng Fei, who started this storm, couldn't escape death. He was eventually killed by Jian Wushuang's arrows. His body fell down from high above, causing blood to splash everywhere. Jian Wushuang now resembled a death goddess. Her state had reached its peak, she could meet God, slay God, meet devil, slay devil. Anyone would take the long route around her at this moment, for they were full of dread. Roar! The corpse god screamed under the baptism of holy light as if it was in great pain. The diamond god saw this and glared at Li Qiye before laughing. This is your ace. Surrender now and reveal your secrets, then our sect might spare you. Li Qiye smiled and pointed with his chin while slowly stating, isn't it a bit too early to be excited? Look again. Boom! There was a sudden turn of events. The corpse god suddenly erupted with a blinding light. An endless sacred light soared all the way up into the sky. What, after the sudden development, the cultivators outside, the 5 ancestors, and the diamond god were all shocked. The corpse god was an evil monster, so how could it emit such a powerful sacred light? At this moment, something incredible happened. The sacred light up high in the sky turned into a gigantic vortex. With a series of loud explosions, this vortex became an all-devouring black hole and sucked in all the holy light within the formation. The 5 ancestors were aghast. The formation was no longer under their control as its holy light was absorbed by the corpse god. Boom! The divine pillars shouldering the exorcism formation were shattered. The formation soon followed suit after its holy light was stolen. At this time, the sacred light dispersed along with the evil energy. The corpse god revealed its true appearance. This was a scholarly middle-aged man with an elegant and noble appearance. No one would be able to connect him and the corpse god that was emitting evil energy earlier. Most people would imagine the corpse having yellow fangs and green skin. Who would have thought that it had such a gentlemanly appearance? However, this man had no trace of life. It was still a corpse after all. Many people, including the 5 ancestors, were stunned after seeing the true appearance of the corpse god. The diamond god recognized the corpse's identity and exclaimed in shock, Isn't that the son of the Tombskull progenitor? The crowd was astounded by this revelation. The corpse was the Tombskull progenitor's son. No one would believe such news, not even the Tombskull sect itself. Its progenitor actually turned his own son into the corpse god. Just how terrifying was this matter? As for the reason why, maybe no one knew. The Tombskull sect embarked on an evil path. Such a good corpse was ruined by the gestation of blood. Li Qiye was very pleased with this result as he smiled leisurely. Just in time though, your exorcism formation carried a powerful holy power. This kind of force is perfect for expelling the evil blood energy from its body. I should be thanking all of you. Without the formation, I would have had to spend a lot of effort to rid it of its evil. These words left the diamond god and the 5 ancestors with extremely unsightly expressions. So it turned out that Li Qiye was only using them. This brat is too devilish. Many people were astonished after hearing this. At first, people thought that the exorcism formation was suppressing the corpse god. Who would have thought that Li Qiye was taking advantage of the formation? This was the same as giving up one's wife and losing an army as well. My turn. Li Qiye smiled at the 5 ancestors. His chapter rotated once more as death energy filled his body. Boom! With a loud explosion, the corpse god attacked. His body turned into a ray of light and in the next moment, screams accompanied the splattering of blood. The 5 ancestors were instantly killed with their blood spurting like springs. "Little animal, you want to die." A junior killing his descendants right in front of his nose made the diamond god livid. He went straight for Wuxia. However, before he could reach his goal, the corpse god appeared before Wuxia and easily stopped his attack. Wuxia stood right there and leisurely commented, "You are so far from being a god monarch that you can't compare to this corpse god at all." Good, let me check out this peerless genius of the past then." The diamond god had a twisted expression. He couldn't catch Wuxia without killing the corpse that protected him. "Without an imperial weapon or the crystal physique, you are no match for it." Wuxia chuckled and channeled his death chapter, letting its energy surge once more. Boom! The tyrannical corpse god stomped at the diamond god. The god was furious from being looked down upon like this and rushed to meet it head-on. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the diamond god and the corpse god had exchanged 5 blows in the sky, causing widespread destruction. Boom! The diamond god was blown away by the corpse while spewing out a mouthful of blood. Die! The maddened diamond god finally attacked with his imperial weapon. It crossed the sky and suppressed the heavens. On the other hand, the corpse god soared in patterns as if it was dancing, like a flood dragon against the oncoming imperial weapon. Bang! In an instant, the battle waged on, causing the sun and the moon to lose their brilliance. Countless people were tense from fear due to this terrifying battle. The diamond god indeed became a lot more powerful with an imperial weapon in hand. Even a god monarch might have to retreat in the face of this combination. However, the corpse god's power was far beyond imagination, especially after being purified by the exorcism formation. It became even mightier, as if this was its true power. Chapter 828, Jian Wushuang breaking the crystal physique. It kept on altering its flying pattern, sometimes it resembled a phoenix while at others, a dragon. With this, it was able to contest the diamond god with his imperial weapon. Each of its moves had an indescribable profundity and unspeakable brilliance, a flawless style. Amazing! Anyone would be stunned to see the corpse god moving so freely under the barrage of the diamond god's imperial weapon. A demon king from the previous generation had heard legends about the corpse god and exclaimed in admiration, "This is a supreme genius from the legends, how incredible." The corpse god was the Tombskull progenitor's son. The tales told that when he was younger, he was a brilliant prodigy with no peers. Some held him in high regard to the point where they thought that he would become an immortal emperor. Later on, he suddenly disappeared and no one knew the reason why. Who would have thought that he was refined into a corpse by his own father? This secret wasn't even known to the future generations of the Tombskull sect. Rumble! The world shattered and the stars fell under the imperial shockwaves. Although the corpse god was quite extraordinary, it couldn't harm the diamond god. Nevertheless, the diamond god was also being driven insane. Although his weapon was mighty and he managed to injure the corpse god several times, he couldn't manage to kill the corpse. If it was a living being, then it would have died to the same injuries. However, the corpse god was an undead after all. Even if his body was blown into tiny pieces, he still wouldn't feel anything. Moreover, after each injury, Wuxia would use his massive amount of death energy to channel the laws and repair the battered corpse at an astonishing rate. At the same time, the corpse also had self-healing capabilities due to the holy energy it absorbed from the exorcism formation. A grievous wound would result in a surge of holy energy from within the corpse's body closing the wound. The diamond god was exasperated by this situation. With the imperial weapon, he was strong enough to kill even god monarchs. But at this moment, he couldn't do anything against this undead. The screams slowly stopped. After Jian Wushuang's continuous onslaught, the coalition from the sacred demon tribe and Tombskull sect were finally annihilated. Not many were able to escape the battlefield alive. The entire Heavenly Flame County was stained red after this massacre. The stench of blood filled the air and wouldn't disperse due to the corpses piling up into mountains underneath. The coalition came ready for victory. They didn't expect to be completely destroyed without even managing to touch Li Qia's sleeve. Jian Wushuang didn't bother chasing after the lucky survivors. She flew back with her always aggressive and arrogant atmosphere. Open. At last, in the midst of this stalemate, the furious diamond god emitted a blinding light. His body that was seemingly cast from gold turned crystal clear. Boom! At the same time, the corpse god unleashed an earth-shattering attack. The diamond god chose not to evade since the attack was completely ineffective on his body. Heavens will crystal physique. A cultivator in the distant horizon murmured in astonishment after seeing this scene. Time to end this. The diamond god cried out. He no longer cared for the attacks from the corpse god and channeled his energy into his imperial weapon. A powerful blast was unleashed that blew away the corpse god and tore apart its body. However, the death energy and the laws from the chapter rebuilt the broken body instantly. Die. While relying on the crystal physique, the diamond god launched a series of heavy blows onto the corpse god, which was finally at a disadvantage. The crystal physique could ignore all harm, so the diamond god could act recklessly. The corpse god's attacks were all nullified, thus it became open to the onslaught of the imperial weapon. In just a moment, the corpse god was torn into little pieces. Even though the chapter could heal its body, the healing process grew increasingly slower after being crushed over and over again. This crystal physique, one cannot lose with it active. Anyone would lament after seeing the corpse god being destroyed. The crystal physique was an unbreakable defense, the strongest in this world. Immortal Emperor Jingyu was not too spectacular compared to his peers. However, after creating this crystal physique, he became very well known. Some people even stated that due to the crystal physique, Immortal Emperor Jingyu could be ranked among the top 10 emperors of all time. The Diamond God, right now, wanted to win as fast as possible by destroying the corpse god because he only had 1 hour. After this time period was over, his physique would disappear. Throughout the history of the crystallized sea sect, the other geniuses who could use this physique couldn't last 1 hour like the Diamond King, with the exception of young noble Peiyu. Of course, an existence like Peiyu who could last 6 days and 6 nights was a miraculous wonder. Only 2 other people outside of Immortal Emperor Jingyu were capable of accomplishing this. This was the weakness of the crystal physique. One couldn't use it continuously, and it required a long time to recharge. Of course, there were also legends of Immortal Emperor Jingyu being able to use it perpetually back at his peak, so he was forever unbeatable. Alas, this was only a legend, something only Immortal Emperor Jingyu could do. No other geniuses of the sect could reach this level. After some in-depth research, the sect believed that the reason why the emperor could use it forever was due to his heaven's will. Although the Diamond God became renowned in the world due to this physique as an existence unkillable by even god kings, he wouldn't use it unless there was no other choice. If he couldn't kill his enemy, then he would use the physique to find a chance to flee. Back then when he was ambushed by 3 god kings, he had no other choice but to use his crystal physique. He couldn't kill the god kings and could only escape. After seeing the corpse god being destroyed over and over again by the imperial weapon, Li Qia commanded Jian Wushuang, "Go, kill him." She was stunned after hearing this. She had always been confident, but she couldn't do anything against the crystal physique. This was an unbreakable emperor law. "I'm not telling you to break the crystal physique." Li Qia continued, "I'm telling you to kill him. Yes, you cannot break the crystal physique with your current abilities, but you can suppress it, understand? The 9 words true Bao is in your hands. As for how to kill him, think about it." He nodded after stating this. Jian Wushuang was slightly dazed, but she was still a genius after all. She eventually composed herself and took a deep breath. With a buzzing sound, her life will appeared. Under its empowerment, her blood energy surged like a tidal wave all the way to the sky. She opened her fate palace and her newly refined true fate weapon emerged from within. This weapon resembled a moon. It lit up upon activation as if time itself was sucked inside. Temporal Bright Moon was the name given to this new true fate weapon. Another buzz resounded. Jian Wushuang wielded the bow in her hand as it radiated a blinding light. The word "arrange" was pulled back on the bowstring. At the same time, her temporal bright moon poured down a clear, temporal light that blessed this arrow. Whoosh! This arrow was just too fast and went beyond visual perception. The word "arrange" was not usually this fast, but due to the temporal brightman's blessing, time quickly passed by at the moment the string was released, allowing the arrow to reach a supreme speed. This was the reason why Li Qie wanted her to change her true fate weapon. After Jian Wushuang reached the peak, she could fire the fastest arrows capable of surpassing time itself due to this treasure, allowing her to kill any existence. Whoosh! This arrow struck the diamond god. Right when everyone thought that this arrow would be ineffective, another buzzing sound rang. The diamond god immediately disappeared without a trace. What happened just now? The sudden disappearance of the diamond god left many spectators confused and lost about the current situation. A knowledgeable demon king saw through the clues and murmured, "This is an exile, a temporal exile." This arranged arrow was about expulsion. The arrow opened up a temporal distortion. This wouldn't harm anyone, but they would be banished to this new space-time. If one couldn't make their way back from this space, then they would die inside. Jian Wushuang's life wheel was very bright at this moment. All of her blood energy was fueling the temporal bright moon, causing it to light up and indirectly increasing the temporal flow to the extreme. Jian Wushuang pulled her bowstring all the way back again with another arranged arrow and the true fate weapon empowering it. Time passed by and eventually, the diamond god with his incredible imperial weapon made his way back from the temporal distortion. The void was shattered as he emerged. Pop! He couldn't escape after making his way back. The arranged arrow instantly struck him once more. He tried to evade it but the passage of time was too quick, making this arrow undodgeable, especially after his recent emergence from the other space. He was once again exiled and disappeared before everyone's sight. Although there is no way to break the crystal physique, one can still suppress or banish it. There are stories about an invincible existence dealing with the crystal physique in this manner. A spectator understood Jian Wushuang's intention after seeing this. Pop! The diamond god made his way back again. He was truly powerful with the crystal physique and the imperial weapon. The temporal distortion couldn't trap him. However, he could only be struck again and exiled once more when he made it back to this space. After being exiled 5 times, Li Qie slowly uttered when it was about time for the 6th, "It is time for you to kill him." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. She withdrew her temporal bright moon and gathered all of her blood energy in the 9 words true bow. Once she pulled the string back, the bow became as bright as 9 slowly rising suns. No one could see its appearance or the arrow that was about to be unleashed. Pop! Eventually, the diamond god once again ripped open the void and came back. This time, he was bloodied and tattered. His crystal physique finally disappeared since the hour was over. At this moment, time seemed to stagnate, the world growing still as Jian Wushuang released her arrow. It kept on altering its flying pattern, sometimes it resembled a phoenix while at others, a dragon. With this, it was able to contest the diamond god with his imperial weapon. Each of its moves had an indescribable profundity and unspeakable brilliance, a flawless style. Amazing. Anyone would be stunned to see the corpse god moving so freely under the barrage of the diamond god's imperial weapon. A demon king from the previous generation had heard of the legends about the corpse god and exclaimed in admiration, "This is a supreme genius in the legends, how incredible." The corpse god was the tombskull progenitor's son. The tales told that when he was younger, he was a brilliant prodigy with no peers. Some held him in high regard to the point where they thought that he would become an immortal emperor. Later on, he suddenly disappeared and no one knew the reason why. Who would have thought that eventually, he was refined into a corpse by his own father? This secret wasn't known to the future generations of the Tombskull sect either. Rumble. The world shattered and the stars fell under the imperial shockwaves. Although the corpse god was quite extraordinary, it couldn't harm the diamond god. Chapter 829, Destroying the Three Sects. This arrow was invincible. All eons returned to the primal source due to this arrow. It seemed that space and time disappeared and only this single arrow existed in all eternity. Everything stopped with this arrow, causing everyone's minds to be lost. By the time their thoughts returned, they could only hear a piercing sound. A stream of blood jetted upward. This arrow pierced the diamond god's head. His eyes were still wide open despite not being able to see what kind of arrow this was. It was much faster than his perception. His stalwart figure fell down from up high and heavily slammed into the ground. Soldiers and fighters, descend and arrange yourselves in front of me. All 9 words in one arrow. This was the ultimate arrow from the 9 words true bow, an arrow that consisted of its entire mantra. This arrow had supreme speed, lethality, and destruction. If Jian Wushuang shot out a soldier or fighter arrow against someone as strong as the diamond god, then it would be difficult to kill him. However, he had just escaped from the temporal distortion and wasn't given the chance to dodge this full mantra arrow. It could be said that he didn't even have the chance to look at it. By taking speed, lethality, and power to the extreme, it was not difficult for this arrow to kill virtuous paragons. In just an instant, the entire scene was eerily quiet. Everyone felt their bodies shivering. Although the diamond god was not a god monarch, he was at least a legendary master or even an eternal existence. Such a paragon with the unbreakable crystal physique and immortal Emperor Jing Yu's weapon was still killed by a heavenly king Jr. This was quite an astonishing event. Anyone would quiver after seeing the impossible happen. The diamond god, who was deemed unkillable even by god kings, had died miserably to Jian Wushuang. At this time, his weapon was floating in the air. Jian Wushuang snorted and wanted to seize it. However, she was not a disciple from the Sea sect. The weapon buzzed then instantly escaped without a trace. She could only sigh. Of course, she understood that it wasn't so easy to seize an imperial weapon from a lineage. It required both luck and skill. Extraordinary, this is the perfect Tao of archery. Eventually, someone calmed down and murmured in astonishment. A big shot from the previous generation commented with emotion, "The limit of the bow and arrow, I'm afraid she will be able to compete against Yi Qingqing in the future." Just as the saying goes, it is better to be perfect at one art than to know 100 techniques. The Jian Princess archery is at the limit and she will be the strongest emperor candidate in the near future. Jian Wushuang had always been in the spotlight as the main descendant of the Jian clan. However, there was still a certain gap between her and existences like Yi Qingqing. But today, she showed her brilliance with action, so many had a new opinion of her. Her basic archery mastery was already great. Now, she had the true bow as well as Li Qiye's tutelage and refinement, making her even more unfathomable. In fact, the moment she obtained the true bow was when she decided to fully specialize in the Tao of archery. She even made herself forget about the other merit laws and only left archery in her heart. From then on, she had a major breakthrough as well as a deeper understanding of cultivation. The carnage was finally over, but the stench of blood remained. The distant spectators had yet to leave. They watched over the messy battlefield and continued to get chills. "Since everyone is still here, all of you can pass on a message for me." After seeing the lingering crowd, Li Qiye smiled and leisurely said, "Some people at the beast realm think that they can challenge my prestige. Very well, let them witness my might. Let the world know that I, Li Qiye, have a myriad life medicine. Even a god king, no matter how many longevity medicines or immortal roots they had previously consumed, would definitely gain 3 to 5 years of life after using my batch, Li Chia continued, no matter the sect or existence, as long as they destroy the sacred demon tribe, the Tombskull sect, and the Feather Country, I shall give this batch of myriad life medicine to them. What, myriad life medicine? Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Someone gasped then murmured, 3 to 5 years even for a god king. Is he already an alchemy emperor? Even an experienced alchemist was horrified after hearing this. However, no one questioned Li Chia's alchemy ability. He had already competed against the white-hair alchemist back at the alchemy realm. This had already proved that he was the #1 alchemist among the younger generation in the stone medicine world. Even Jian Wushuang was moved after hearing this. 3 to 5 years. Even god kings from their Jian clan would be willing to take action for this type of medicine. After taking this medicine and sealing themselves again, they would be able to live for much longer. 3.5 years of life meant that they could withstand the erosion of time for more than 100,000 years underground, maybe even longer. For the young cultivators, 3.5 years might not mean anything. However, for a near-death god king, this was an invaluable amount of time. This news erupted across the entire world in almost no time at all, like a storm. The world was astonished after hearing this. Some powerful existences buried in the depths of the earth opened their eyes. Rumble. Not half a day after Li Chia released this message, the sacred demon tribe in the southern region suffered a calamity. An invincible existence accompanied by several hundred masters descended from the sky. They entered the tribe and in just a moment, screams and blood filled the atmosphere. Boom! Boom! In a short time, this invincible existence swept through the Tombskull sect and the Feather Country. The sacred demon tribe, the Tombskull sect, and the Feather Country were all annihilated. There are very few survivors. This event shocked the entire beast realm and the stone medicine world in just one day. 3 great powers were destroyed overnight. Their ancestral grounds were assaulted and their elders, high elders, and even guardian protectors were killed. The most astonishing part was that no one knew who took action. The people from start to finish never showed themselves and hid in a mist as they swept through these 3 southern powers like a tornado. They came quickly but also left just as quickly. The leader was a god king with an imperial aura. Someone saw the scene of destruction at the sacred demon tribe with their own eyes and discussed it with other people. It was definitely an imperial lineage taking action. Some talked about this matter in private. Numerous people quivered after finding out that it was a god king from an imperial lineage who did this. Although the 3 great powers were strong first-rate sects, it wasn't difficult for a god king, especially one that came from an imperial lineage, to destroy all 3 sections. No one dared to bring this matter up in public. However, in their secret chambers, there were those who thought that it was the Heavenhoof Ravine. Others said that it was the Beastmaster Citadel since they were the most powerful imperial lineage in the beast realm with 2 emperors. Some also argued that it was not an imperial lineage from the beast realm. It could have been the alchemy realm's Jian clan or the stone realm's Jianlong clan. All in all, one thing was certain, the culprit was an imperial lineage. But as for which one, this remained a mystery and a taboo subject. Li Chia also didn't reveal the assailants. Later on, news came out that the group had received the myriad life medicine from Li Chia, fulfilling his end of the bargain. A few sects and god monarchs with sufficient strength bitterly exclaimed after hearing this, "My myriad life medicine. Damn it, one step too late." In fact, after Li Chia released his intentions, some god monarchs came out immediately. There was even a god king from an imperial lineage who crawled out of the ground. Unfortunately, they were one step too late compared to the mysterious god king. Many sects and cultivators turned completely silent overnight. No one dared to mess with Li Chia. They needed to gauge their own abilities before even considering it. Even if Li Qie didn't take action personally, his supreme Tao of alchemy was enough for not just paragons but even god kings to work for him and massacre those who stood in his path. After an alchemist reaches this level, he can do as he pleases. To call for storms and rains across the world, isn't this the style of an alchemy emperor? Many alchemists were both envious and full of admiration after Li Qie destroyed 3 sects by just opening his mouth. This was their dream and aspiration, to become an alchemy emperor one day. At that time, they would even be considered esteemed guests by immortal emperors. After hearing about the extermination of the 3 sects, Ox King Su Mingchen was scared silly. His legs turned weak as he dropped straight to the ground while drenched in cold sweat. Keep in mind that Li Qie was staying at his country. If Li Qie wished to destroy it, he only needed to say one word and countless ravenous virtuous paragons would come running to tear the ox herder country into pieces. So lucky that I didn't offend this ancestor. The Ox King was too scared to stand back up. He wiped away his cold sweat and praised his own good fortune. Chapter 830, Mysterious Girl. After the slaughter and destruction of 3 sects with one phrase, the Heavenly Flame County turned even quieter than before. It could even be said that no cultivators dared to set foot inside this county. Many couldn't help but shiver after thinking about how fierce Li Qie was. The one who was most excited after the battle was the old turtle. In the past few days, he always had a beaming expression. The reason was very simple: Li Qie ordered him to bury the corpses in the county. For a vagrant cultivator like him, the wealth of the dead was not to be given up. He received a lot of items while burying the dead. Some were not bad at all. It was no wonder why he was smiling the entire time. Li Qie didn't have time to care for this garbage collecting matter, and the same went for Jian Wushuang. The 4-eyed basilisk came from the basilisk tribe, so he also wasn't interested in such trivial treasures. Only someone like the old turtle was willing to pick up the trash. Such items were very lucrative in his eyes. Li Qie continued to chant to the Tai clan's stone tablet. Such a tedious chore was relished by Li Qie. The initially arrogant Tai Lan became even quieter after the battle. No one knew what she was thinking. She knew very well just how powerful Li Qie was, but she didn't ask him for cultivation advice. Li Qie didn't pay her too much attention either. If Tai Lan wanted to reach the Tao and humbly ask him for help, then he would help her out of consideration for the heavenly flame goddess. He would even teach her 1 or 2 merit laws. However, she didn't want to ask. On this day, Li Qie continued to chant in front of the tablet. After a long time, he finally finished with a long and complicated scripture. "Hey, what are you trying to do by preaching to that rock?" A pleasant voice rang next to Li Qie. Unknowingly, a supreme beauty could be found standing next to Li Qie. This lady had golden hair as smooth as a waterfall and basked in the sunlight. Her beautiful, slender, and tall figure could captivate others, while her plentiful breasts, thin waist, and flawless features were all extraordinary. Kingdom toppling was not a mere figure of speech but a reality when it came to this girl. Li Qie chuckled and looked at her. "Since you are so smart, can you guess what I am doing?" This supreme beauty was the mysterious girl that Li Qie met back at Alpine Mountain. She took a careful look at the tablet and then back at Li Qie to answer, "There must be something hidden here, but I can't tell what it is." "You are indeed capable." Li Qie nodded and smiled. "You're quite amazing to already figure out that much." "Humph, you should stop looking down on people." The mysterious girl was also a prideful person. She snorted and said, "I'll try as well." With that, she sat down in a meditative pose just like Li Qie and began to preach. This girl was indeed unfathomable. Her incantation was exactly the same as Li Qie's. Jian Wushuang had exceedingly high aptitudes, but even she had no way to duplicate the incantation after just listening to it once. A little interesting. Such talents can be called peerless throughout the eras. Li Qiye had to praise after witnessing this feat. However, after the girl finished reciting her scripture, she couldn't help but look at Li Qiye. This makes no sense. Your incantation created a fluctuation within the tablet, but I didn't receive the slightest response. Not bad at all to be able to detect that. Worthy of the old heaven's adoration for you. Li Qiye praised. The mysterious girl scowled, then looked at Li Qiye. What is so special about this? The girl was very straightforward and stated in a proud and candid manner, "Hey, tell me the secret about this tablet. There are very few things that I can't see through in this world, and this is one of them." Li Qiye leisurely smiled and answered, "My name is not Hey, it is Li Qiye. If you call me young master or boss, then maybe I will think about telling you the secrets of this matter." I know that your name is Li Qiye." The girl glared at Li Qiye with an indescribable charm. She scowled, "What's the big deal? I don't care anyway. Don't even think about getting me to call you young master. But you can call me young lady though." Li Qiye only smiled and didn't say anything else. He stood up to walk inside the mansion. The mysterious girl also stood up and followed right behind him. "Oh wow, boss, where did you go to find such a hot lady?" The four-eyed basilisk exclaimed after seeing the girl behind Li Qiye. "Bah, where did this four-eyed basilisk come from?" The girl glanced over towards the basilisk and snorted. The basilisk wasn't happy with the girl's attitude. He arched his chest and assumed a heroic pose as he shouted, "Don't look down on me, I am the most handsome and unique four-eyed basilisk in all the ages. Ha, you can brag for half a day, but in the end, you are still only a chicken demon." The mysterious girl didn't give him any face and burst out in laughter as her chest swayed back and forth. The basilisk had to take several steps back as he looked at the girl in horror. Though many cultivators had stolen others' merit laws in this world, most of them only managed to steal the outer layer. However, their basilisk tribe's petrification was completely different since it was an innate ability, something that others couldn't steal. But this girl ahead managed to do so after just 3 moves. This was too terrifying. In this world, was there something secret to her? The girl narcissistically replied, "Are there any devils as pretty as I am in this world?" At this time, Jian Wushuang came out from inside. Her gaze focused on the mysterious girl the moment she arrived. The room turned a lot brighter when the two were together. Tai Lan gently sighed. No matter how pretty a girl might be, they would feel insecure when standing before Jian Wushuang and this mysterious girl. Both were like jewels illuminating the entire room like a beautiful painting. Each of them had their own unique style. Jian Wushuang was also a supreme beauty. In terms of looks, she was not any less than the mysterious girl and could even be considered a bit superior. However, her figure was not the mysterious girl's match. This girl's figure was fatally charming and exuded boundless temptation. Among the women at Li Qiye's side, only Chen Baojiao could compete with this mysterious girl. The mysterious girl laughed after seeing Jian Wushuang and said, "Haha, Jian Wushuang, you are also here. Just in time, I want to have an archery contest with you." Jian Wushuang's arrogance did not falter in the face of this girl who was comparable to her in all aspects. She coldly glared at her and snorted, "Long Jingxian, who wants to compete with you? Shouldn't you be stuck in your house studying to be more feminine? How did you sneak outside?" Who says I have to learn how to be feminine? I am always gentle and caring." The mysterious girl's attitude seemed to change after saying this. It was as if she had become a completely different person. "Jian Wushuang, you are mistaken about me escaping from home. I only came out for a break." The girl was no longer hot-headed. Her overbearing attitude suddenly became gentle as if she was an entirely different person. She was now elegant and demure like a noble princess. This elegance was beyond words. Her bright eyes became even more enchanting and were capable of stealing the souls of spectators. Anyone would be melted by her eyes without exception. Chapter 831, Long Jingxian. Both the basilisk and Tai Lon were dumbfounded after seeing this. The girl ahead, Long Jingxian, transformed too quickly. This was simply a different person. Jian Wushuang was a bit speechless after seeing Long Jingxian's appearance as well. She coldly gazed at her. Long Jingxian, who doesn't know that you have a bad temper? Stop pretending to be gentle in front of me. Humph, Jian Wushuang, that's none of your business. Plus, even if I have a bad temper, it is still better than you pretending to be a phoenix. Long Jingxian, at this time, had reverted back to her feisty demeanor from earlier. This shift in character and acting were astonishing. Pretending? Jian Wushuang snorted, come try me then. Let's see whether I am a real phoenix or just pretending to be one. Without an alchemy emperor, you wouldn't have survived until now. How do you know this? Did you spy on my Beastmaster citadel? Long Jingxian was startled and glared at Li Qie. Few people in this world knew about her immortal fate, including the inhabitants of her citadel. Although she was the citadel's golden daughter, her existence wasn't well known in the stone medicine world. Just as Li Qie had said, her immortal fate was a miracle even for the citadel, since this was something that should have been predestined for death. The citadel utilized countless treasures to keep her alive. They even used immortal emperor longevity blood and bought all the immortal medicines that were available in the stone medicine world. Ultimately, due to their utmost effort and paying a great price to invite the 100-life alchemy emperor, they were able to save Long Jingxian's life with the help of many ancestors. Their success in this regard was nothing short of an extraordinary miracle. This was contending for fate against the high heavens. If Long Jingxian didn't come from the citadel and if the citadel didn't try its best, there would be no way for her to have survived. The citadel believed that this was worth it. After surviving with an immortal fate, Long Jingxian was able to learn any merit law after seeing it once, including emperor's laws from the other lineages. Although she couldn't steal the core essence of these imperial laws quickly, she could grasp 60% of their profundities. This was her most remarkable trait. As Li Qie said before, no one could match her in the entire stone medicine world regarding talent. Li Qie smiled and replied to her allegation, it is no big deal, why would I need to spy on your citadel? I can just calculate it with my fingers. Please, Master Li, no need to act all mysterious in front of me. Long Jingxian angrily glared at him, if you already know I have an immortal fate, you should also know that very few things can elude my eyes. Li Qie laughed and shook his head after seeing her confidence, little girl, these words are too presumptuous. Talents aren't everything on the long path towards the Tao. For ages now, there had been many brilliant geniuses. Even you might not be able to surpass your citadel's immortal emperors in the future despite having an immortal fate. To reach invincibility is not reliant on talents, but rather the Tao heart. Talent-wise, Empress Hong Tian was far weaker than the other geniuses during that generation, but what was the outcome? She eventually suppressed everyone. Those geniuses only became corpses that paved her path towards immortal emperor. Li Qie smilingly shook his head and went on, little girl, your immortal fate is indeed extraordinary, but in my eyes, it is nothing more than a lucky innate disposition. If you don't keep trying, you will only become a useless person and waste your extraordinary immortal fate. Humph, no need to lecture me. Long Jingxian snapped, who says I want to become invincible? I don't need to become an immortal emperor to have an interesting life. I will do whatever I want. These words make some sense. Li Qie smiled, well, it's not my business. I am not from your citadel, so there is no need for me to worry. Both the basilisk and Tai Lon were dumbfounded after seeing this. The girl ahead, or Long Jingxian, transformed too quickly. This was simply a different person. Jian Wushuang was a bit speechless after seeing Long Jingxian's appearance as well. She coldly gazed at her, Long Jingxian, who doesn't know that you have a bad temper? Stop pretending to be gentle before me. Humph, Jian Wushuang, that's none of your business. Plus, even if I have a bad temper, it is still better than you pretending to be a phoenix. Long Jingxian, at this time, had reverted back to her feisty demeanor from earlier. This shift in character and acting were astonishing. Pretending? Jian Wushuang snorted, "Come try me then. Let's see whether I am a real phoenix or just pretending to be one." "Humph, what's the big deal? Come then, it is not like I haven't seen your archery before." Long Jingxian immediately retorted with haste. Chapter 832, Dragon Tiger Monarch. After arriving at the Tai clan, Long Jingxian continued to stay on the site. The mansion was large, so it wasn't a problem to accommodate her. The issue was that she and Jian Wushuang didn't get along. They were just like fire and water. They would argue whenever they met, causing the deserted Tai clan to become much livelier. Li Qiye didn't think much of their quarrel. As for the basilisk and the old turtle, they quickly ran away. The two girls weren't people they could afford to mess with. It hadn't been 2 days since her arrival before a big character came to visit the Tai clan. The moment he set foot inside the Heavenly Flame County, others could feel the air changing. Someone is here. The basilisk also felt this presence and looked towards the horizon. Long Jingxian's expression changed the moment this aura appeared. She tried to flee, but she didn't even manage to make it out of the door as someone was already standing there, blocking the way. A middle-aged man blocked her escape. He wore a robe decorated with dragons and tigers. Although his clothing was simple, no one would dare to hold him in disdain. He emitted a grand noble aura as if he was a tyrant up high above. Moreover, faint roars of dragons and tigers quietly came from within his body as if there was a true dragon coiling around him as well as an accompanying white tiger. Anyone would become nervous in his presence due to the auras of these beasts. Dragon Tiger Monarch. The basilisk exclaimed in shock after seeing the middle-aged man by the door. Beastmaster Lord. The old turtle quivered in fear while hiding in his shell after hearing the name, Dragon Tiger Monarch. Xieni, where are you running off to? The middle-aged man stopped Long Jingxian and smiled with a doting expression. Long Jingxian's attitude changed very quickly. Her previously lively countenance turned pitiful in the blink of an eye. This has nothing to do with me. At this time, Li Qiye raised both of his hands and cheerfully smiled, I am only a passerby, don't drag me into this. Damn you, Li Qiye, you dare to ruin my plan? Long Jingxian immediately glared at him and exploded, is there something wrong with me? Regarding both talents and beauty, who in this world is better than me? Her fiery eyes gazed at Li Qiye then fell on Jian Wushuang for a bit before she commented, hey, you're not really together with the Jian brat, are you? Stop, how can the Jian brat be better than me? Are you looking for a beating? Jian Wushuang snorted and harshly said, you can go crazy all you want, but don't bring me into it. Humph, then let's fight. Long Jingxian snorted as well, your archery is no big deal either. If you are so amazing, then make a bet with me. If you lose, Li Qiye will belong to me. The group of the old turtle nearby was left breathless by Long Jingxian's boldness. This girl was too scary. Okay, Xieni, stop causing trouble. The monarch told his daughter, it's not like I don't know your little tricks. The monarch then looked at Li Qiye and cupped his hands together, you must be the illustrious young noble Li. I have heard of your great prestige. Li Qiye smiled and nodded his head towards the monarch. Before he could speak, the cheerful Long Jingxian immediately interjected, Father, your daughter's eyes aren't bad, right? He is absolutely worthy of being the son-in-law of the Beastmaster Citadel. The monarch didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his daughter. He shook his head instead, little brat, stop acting crazy. Even if you like someone, they might not necessarily like you back. Long Jingxian immediately erupted after hearing this and let go of her gentle pretense. She posed with both hands on her waist right in front of Li Qiye and glared at him, you dare to not like me? I am someone who is adored by all, flowers would bloom in my presence. Look at my amazing figure. Tell me, what is so bad about me? Li Qiye nonchalantly responded to her angry comment, I like gentle and caring girls. As for tigerish and forceful girls, zero interest. Her pretty eyes that were fixated on Li Qiye suddenly turned dark as if she wanted to give him a good beating. However, she rolled her eyes and smiled gently, as the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, then follow the dog. If husband likes someone who is gentle and considerate, then I will become more gentle in the future. With that, she hugged his arm again like a little pet playing with its master. Li Qiye almost vomited blood after hearing this. This little girl was too difficult to deal with. Li Qiye looked at the monarch and smiled, Monarch, I think you better take your baby girl back, I don't want any more trouble from her. Long Jingxian looked up after hearing this and was about to explode. However, she quickly cast her gaze downward and pitifully said, Husband's words are very hurtful to me. Chapter 833, Crazy Girl. The monarch looked at the two of them and smiled mysteriously, since my daughter is so in love, what else can I do? Xieni, you can stay here. Just know that you can't run away, you have to follow young Noble Li wherever he goes. I don't want to be your Beastmaster Citadel's babysitter. Li Qiye immediately rejected this idea. The monarch smiled mysteriously in response, my daughter isn't bad at all. If you keep her around, she will be a lot of help in the future. Okay, young Noble Li, I'll be leaving my daughter in your care. Having said that, the monarch immediately left while Long Jingxian stayed behind. His actions left the basilisk's group astounded. This was quite unthinkable. Not to mention Long Jingxian was the citadel's golden daughter, just her looks and unique talents alone won her many suitors across the stone medicine world. They could form a line from the south all the way to the north of the beast realm. But at this moment, the monarch left his beloved daughter to Li Qiye. This was the same as having a beautiful bride falling out of the sky. It was even more unbelievable than a free meal. Is he really leaving and not just hiding somewhere to ambush me when I am careless to take me back to the citadel? Even Long Jingxian was doubtful. She looked around discreetly just like a thief. After assuring herself that her father really was gone, she became thrilled and jumped up to say, Hooray! I'm finally free. I can go wherever I want now. Jian Wushuang stared at her and quipped, Crazy girl. Long Jingxian immediately turned around to look at her and countered, Oh, are you unhappy? You must be afraid that I will steal your thunder, so you want me to leave, right? Jian Wushuang met her glare and harshly said, Afraid of a crazy girl like you? I don't have time for that. Just like before, the basilisk's group quickly fled in order to avoid the crossfire. Humph, I'm the one who doesn't care to compete with you. Long Jingxian raised her head higher in order to look down on Jian Wushuang. Okay, you can stop acting so outrageously from now on. Li Qiye said, You have to listen to me if you want to stay, or else I'll throw you back to the citadel. Humph, who says I have to listen to you? Long Jingxian snorted, I'm not going with you. I would rather travel around the world instead. Little girl, I don't have time for your nonsense. Li Qiye looked at her and dismissively said, If you keep on disobeying me, I really will tie you up and take you back home. This is my area of expertise. Jian Wushuang immediately backed up Li Qiye and posed for battle. Jian Wushuang, you alone won't be able to do anything to me. Long Jingxian wasn't afraid of Jian Wushuang and provoked her. Li Qiye interrupted her with a wave of his sleeve, Wushuang might not be able to capture you, but I won't be so polite. Your two options are to either obediently follow me or get thrown back to the citadel. Long Jingxian looked at Li Qiye and revealed an amorous smile that would drive people crazy. She pulled on Li Qiye's arm once more and cheerfully said, I am a cute and meek girl, I'll just listen to husband then. She continued on while looking at Jian Wushuang, Husband, Jian Wushuang must be working for you. I will help you in the future, so let me be in charge of her, okay? Jian Wushuang arrogantly stared at her and coldly stated, "Are you dreaming?" Li Qiye looked at Long Jingxian with one eye, "Little girl, there's no need to play around with me as you won't be able to bear defeat. First, I don't want to marry you. Second, even if I do take you as my wife, it still wouldn't be your turn to control those on my side. Also, Wushuang came before you, so in terms of status, you have to call Wushuang big sister." "Bah, I won't call her big sister, she shouldn't even think about it." Long Jingxian immediately rejected this idea. Come, call me big sister and maybe I'll treat you well in the future." Jian Wushuang put on a big sister act. "Nice try." Long Jingxian coldly responded, "Come fight me then. The loser will have to call the winner big sister." "You think I'm afraid of you? I don't put someone who has a disorganized mess of unrefined merit laws in my eyes at all." Jian Wushuang sneered. The two of them would instantly argue after a few verbal exchanges as if they were born to fight each other. "There's no need to waste time here." Li Qiye interrupted their fight and commanded, "Wushuang, you have other things to tend to such as training. As for you, if you want to be the big sister, then it won't be difficult at all. Listen to me well and train right now so as to not waste your talents." "Who says I want to train?" Long Jingxian angrily glared at Li Qiye. Cultivation was her least favorite activity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have escaped from the citadel. "Oh." Li Qiye gave her a look, "You don't want to run around everywhere and broaden your horizons at the Bayan Beast World?" Bayan Beast World. Her eyes lit up in excitement after hearing this. Li Qiye nonchalantly said, "If you want to go, then you have to listen to me. Look at your current cultivation right now. A natural immortal fate with such a cultivation. Your level is simply an affront to your gift. If I had an immortal fate, I would have already become an immortal emperor by now. I'm not a half-hearted person like you. Who says my level isn't good enough?" Long Jingxian wasn't convinced, "Even if Yi Qingqing was here, I can still compete against him." Li Qiye coldly glared at her, "Don't be unconvinced. Although you have many emperor laws, they aren't refined so you can't unleash their ultimate power. At your level, I just need to show my immortal physique to completely suppress you. As for Yi Qingqing, he isn't worthy of consideration." Li Qiye continued with harsh words, "You have an immortal fate, so do not compare yourself to nobodies. If you want to compare yourself to someone, then it has to be people like Empress Hong Tian or immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Their talents were much worse than yours, but at your age, they were already looking down on the world after experiencing many bloody battles." Long Jingxian was arrogant, but that arrogance melted away after Empress Hong Tian was brought up. In fact, even other emperors couldn't act arrogant when an existence like Empress Hong Tian was the topic of discussion. "Practice your most basic merit law to not waste your immortal fate." Li Qiye commanded, "Even Wushuang has now surpassed you. She has her own Tao of archery, what about you? I know that you are proud, but if you didn't have an immortal fate, you would have nothing. Not to mention competing with Wushuang, even ordinary cultivators would easily defeat you given your mentality." Li Qiye scolded her like a strict teacher. She was the jewel princess at the citadel. From top to bottom, everyone there pampered her to no end. Plus, due to her heaven-shattering talents and ability to learn from just a single glance, even if the elders wanted to yell at her, they didn't know where to start. Thus, she enjoyed nothing but adoration. Now, the proud Long Jingxian had no response to Li Qiye's criticism. She grew quiet and didn't say anything for a long time. Li Qiye looked at her and continued on, "From now on, you will begin your training. You can play around with the other emperor laws, but the focus will be on your basic foundation law." Li Qiye dismissively said, "Why do you think your father casually left you here? He had a good reason for doing so. If it wasn't for him showing some respect, I would have been too lazy to keep you here. Stay here and practice well. When it is time to play, I will take you along." After a while, Long Jingxian raised her head to look at Li Qiye. She didn't seem to be angry as she intimately pulled on his arm again and smiled. Okay, I'll practice just as you want then. However, if I am to try hard, you will have to make Jian Wushuang call me big sister. Li Qiye looked at her in response. If you want to bargain, wait until you can surpass Wushuang, then ask again. Humph, what's the big deal? I can definitely surpass her. Long Jingxian was full of confidence as she provoked Jian Wushuang. I'm going to go train now. Get ready to call me big sister. She smirked before leaving. After she left, Jian Wushuang glared at Li Qiye. Who says I want to call her big sister? Li Qiye smiled. Is our proud Wushuang not confident? Are you afraid of losing to her? Although that brat's immortal fate is incredible, it is a shame that she likes to play around so much and has forfeited the best opportunities. If she had opened 12 palaces prior to this, then it would truly be difficult for you to catch up to her. Alas, she lost the chance. Now, you just need to wholeheartedly embark on your Tao of archery, then she might not be able to surpass you even in the future. Who says I'm afraid of her surpassing me? Jian Wushuang proudly declared, this lady is not afraid of anyone. I like your style. Li Qiye nodded with a smile. Your goal is not this brat. You just need to keep following your own path, the extreme with the bow and a mind aiming for the Tao. Just like that, you shall be you, just like your name. A peerless Tao of archery unique across all the eons, got it? The achievements of others are not important. The only thing that matters is that you shall be unique. Jian Wushuang paused for a moment before gently nodding. Chapter 834, Miao Chan's Wisdom. Meanwhile, in a palace in the Heaven Hoof Ravine, the presence of all the elders created a tense atmosphere. An elder slammed the table and angrily shouted, this Li Qiye is pushing us too far. Sheng Fei's master also added with hatred, this Li Qiye is too arrogant. He's killing our disciples and doing as he pleases within our territory as if we aren't here. We cannot sit idly by and do nothing. Elders, don't be impatient. Miao Chan calmly spoke amidst the furious elders, this might not necessarily be a bad thing for our ravine. But Li Qiye killed our disciples. Sheng Fei's master had to bring up this fact. Miao Chan nodded in response, I can understand elders' frustration. But remember that we have 100,000 disciples and countless outer sect members. If we have to maneuver each time a disciple is killed, then how will we ever have time for growth? Just the wars alone would drag us down. Moreover, Jian Wushuang didn't assassinate or use a despicable method to kill Sheng Fei. It was on the battlefield, so his death could only be attributed to his lack of skill. Miao Chan said. Then is his death meaningless? Sheng Fei's master was a bit unhappy and stated his question. Miao Chan solemnly said, Elder, no, you aren't happy, but I am only stating my take on this matter. All the elders are here, and I trust that all of us know the right course of action. Take you, for example, you have 10 disciples under you. Our ravine has more than 10 elders, not to mention the high elders and protectors. If we have to take revenge each time, then what else will we have time to do outside of exacting one vengeance after another? I understand backing our own people. This is necessary for a great power so that others will know that our ravine isn't easily bullied. She spoke while looking at the elders, then raised her voice. However, this also depends on the situation. If Sheng Fei died while carrying out a task from the sect, then we should carry out retribution. However, elders should know that Sheng Fei's actions were encouraged by someone else. Without permission from the sect, he gathered the great powers of his own accord for his own gain. He should be held accountable for these actions. Another elder gravely responded, my niece, Li Qiye is currently looming over our heads, so we can't sit back and do nothing. I am not saying that we will let Li Qiye off. Miao Chan gently shook her head, our feud with him will eventually be settled. However, now is not the right time. She glanced at the elders, he is not someone easy to deal with. As an imperial lineage, many sects and masters are afraid of our prestige, but this does not include everyone. Right now, a single word from Wuxia will rally many dying paragons and god monarchs. Every elder here has weathered many storms and should be aware that although our prestige is great right now, our situation is not that optimistic. Behemoths like the Alchemy Kingdom chose to hide, so we have become the biggest target in the stone medicine world. Miao Chan explained. Even so, our ravine has never been afraid of anyone. We are still left standing strong after the countless trials throughout millions of years. Xing Fei's master added. These words are too prideful. Miao Chao shook her head gently. In fact, we have been too conspicuous for the last few generations. We should be hiding instead. It is not a bad thing at all. Many imperial lineages have fallen in the past few millions of years. Even the matchless divine beast realm collapsed and was completely destroyed. Aren't we nothing compared to the beast realm? The elders turned quiet after the beast realm was brought up. Their sect hadn't even been established back when this realm existed. Thus, its destruction was also a warning to many imperial lineages. This generation of ours can be described as a time of turmoil, and our situation is not optimistic either. We all know that our hope of having an immortal emperor is just a forlorn wish. The Alchemy Kingdom's Ming Yeshue, the Jianlong clan's Maonan, and the Stony Edge's Yi Qingqing are all at the peak in the current generation. Miao Chan said. One elder was about to say something, but he managed to hold it in. The Golden Prince indeed was talented with very few peers, but some elders here also understood that he was a bit lacking compared to Yi Qingqing. They valued Miao Chan more, but she didn't want to replace the prince. Moreover, the Golden Crow tribe was very important in the ravine. Getting Miao Chan to replace the prince would result in chaos within the ravine. We are not afraid of others. Miao Chan told the elders, however, we should still keep a low profile. Although many elders here have disciples that get along with Yi Qingqing, I still need to say something. He is not our friend. At the very least while I'm still in charge, I do not hope for our ravine to have too many ties with him. He wishes to become the immortal emperor, thus he needs scapegoats along with stepping stones. If he wants to rule the 9 worlds, dealing with our ravine would be his best option. If we fall, who else would dare to oppose his path? Miao Chan spoke gravely. My niece, don't forget that nephew Golden Crow is a sworn brother of Yi Qingqing. An elder reminded Miao Chan in a quiet tone. I know. Miao Chan spoke solemnly, that is why I specifically brought this up. Even if junior brother and Yi Qingqing are brothers, I hope that our ravine will not be friends with Yi Qingqing. She secretly sighed at this point. In fact, she had brought this up more than just once with the Golden Crow Prince. However, he didn't listen to her at all. In her opinion, the prince was not Yi Qingqing's match regarding schemes and wits, so he would only be used as a weapon in the end. The elders didn't say anything. In fact, a lot of their disciples had good ties with Yi Qingqing. Some of them thought that Miao Chan was overthinking things. After all, the ravine and the Stony Edge Kingdom had a good relationship. The two of them even formed an alliance in the past. We should be discussing something else today. Miao Chan returned from her thoughts and looked at the elders. Although Li Qie destroyed the Feather Country and the others, from another perspective, this is not a bad thing to us. At the moment, there is chaos in the territories of the destroyed countries. For the peace of the southern region, Elder Shi will take over the Sacred Demon Tribe's territory, Elder Wang will take over the Tombskull sect's land, and Elder Sun will rule over the Feather Country's region, Miao Chan commanded. This was good for the ravine because they could use this chance to recall these territories without losing a single soldier. Although many elders didn't agree with the topic about Yi Qingqing, many of them were in accordance with Miao Chan's decision. Thus, this next course of action was unanimously agreed upon. Nephew is about to leave his training, should we avoid letting him know that Jian Wushuang is at the beast realm right now? An elder voiced a reminder. Many elders glanced at each other after hearing this. They were not willing to touch on this subject. For the elders and ancestors of the ravine, they would be happy to see Miao Chan and the prince together. However, the prince had always been distant towards Miao Chan since he liked Jian Wushuang. The prince had wasted a lot of time in the alchemy realm in order to court Jian Wushuang back then. Alas, Jian Wushuang was very arrogant and had no interest in the prince. There's no need to hide this since we can't keep it hidden forever. He'll find out eventually, so just tell him outright. Miao Chan secretly lamented while carrying a sense of loss. The elders didn't say anything either. They all knew that Miao Chan had given up a lot for the prince. She backed out of the descendant position and chose to hide behind the curtains, so the world thought that the prince was the best in the ravine. Otherwise, Miao Chan would have been terrorizing the world with great fame. She might even have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mei Aonan and Yi Qingcheng. Back in the heavenly flame county, Li Qiye continued to chant to the stone tablet each day. Under his persistence, there was finally some results. After finishing his last chant of the day, the tablet finally lit up with a buzzing sound. Is there actually a treasure? The group gathered around. Even Tai Lon, who had always been apathetic, came over. Runes emerged on top of the tablet as Li Qiye resumed his chanting. This time, the contents of his incantation were different from before. These runes combined with intersecting lines. In the blink of an eye, these magical runes finally turned into a book. Incredible, such a method must be at the level of a mortal emperor. Long Jingxian emotionally commented after seeing the book formed from the runes. Li Qiye slowly flipped through the book before eventually stopping on a particular page. His mind opened up, revealing various runes. They flew out and fell onto this page. At the moment of contact, these runes turned into a blinding mantra. The book suddenly disappeared as a small portal emerged on the stone tablet. This little portal looked just like a window. Chapter 835, Treasure from the Rock Open. A universal law in the form of a key flew out from Li Qiye's sea of memories. It instantly disappeared the moment it touched the portal on the stone tablet. Buzz. The portal opened, allowing a brilliance to shine on the grounds as if a treasure was about to appear. This is the treasury. Tai Lon couldn't believe her own eyes because she assumed that their Tai clan truly had nothing precious left, let alone a treasure trove. Everyone at this time finally saw the two items floating inside the light. One of them looked like a rod, but wasn't. It was made from an unknown material and had an indescribable divine light coursing through it. The other item was a box. This box was quite large and had an archaic style as if it had been passed down from a distant era. Li Qiye took out the two items. He didn't look twice at the old box, but he carefully stroked the rod-like item while nodding his head and murmuring, "Good, good, there is no problem after all." What is this indiscernible item? It is neither a weapon nor a treasure. Long Jingxian had an immortal fate, so very few things could fool her eyes. However, she still couldn't see through this rod-like item. If you could see through it, then I wouldn't have needed to spend so much time. Li Qiye chuckled and signaled with his finger at Tai Lon, "Come here." Tai Lon slowly walked over in front of Li Qiye. He handed her the old box and insipidly said, "This is the item left behind by your clan's ancestor. Treat it well. If you want to revive the clan, then use the things inside." Tai Lon was startled after hearing this. She held the box while standing there looking silly. Li Qiye didn't say anything else. He pointed with his finger and different waves of laws appeared. These laws came together to form a book. Next, his finger touched Tai Lan's forehead to engrave this book in her mind. "I have refined the corpse god one more time. From now on, he will be your Tao protector." Li Qiye commanded, "Starting tomorrow, you will leave the Tai clan, and the corpse will take you to a different place. If you wish to revive the clan, then cultivate at that place. Once you have some achievements in the future, you can come back." Tai Lon was stunned on the spot and couldn't calm down. Such a thing was too sudden for her. The old turtle was very envious of Li Qiye's treatment towards Tai Lan. This was indeed an extraordinary fortune. Li Qiye didn't say anything else after his comment. Back then, he left an item at the Tai clan while the goddess also stored her treasures in the same place. She hoped that if Li Qiye ever came back for that item and if her clan had fallen, then he would be able to help at once. The stubborn and unsocial Tai Lan didn't ask Li Qiye for help, and Li Qiye didn't bother teaching her either. However, because of the goddess, he left the corpse god behind. This was more than considerate enough for Tai Lan. "We will leave tomorrow," Li Qiye told the group. Long Jingxian was the most excited upon hearing this. She clapped and said, "Yes. I'm so bored of this place, this is long overdue." Where does boss want to go?" "I will go with you to see the world." The four-eyed basilisk echoed the sentiment. Li Qiye glanced at him. "You're sneaking out of your tribe?" "Boss, no, no." The basilisk flatly denied. He patted his chest with a bullish appearance and said, "This handsome one is the basilisk tribe's master. The tribe is under my command, so why do I need to sneak outside?" "Really now?" Jian Wushuang sneered, "I heard your sister, the venerable basilisk, is the current master of the tribe." The basilisk coughed as his four eyes rolled around and said, "My sister is not in the tribe. Without her, I am in charge." Li Qiye ignored the boasting basilisk and asked the old turtle, "Are you going back to Quicksand River, or are you coming with me?" The old turtle hesitated for a moment. He rarely left his river. In his opinion, hiding in the river was the safest choice. He had been gone for so long, so he really wanted to go back. However, somewhere in his heart was a desire to go out and see the world, especially with Li Qiye. He knew there were great benefits in this. Even though Li Qiye hadn't yet taught him any merit laws, just a simple instruction or pointer would be more than enough. This lowly one is willing to go see the world with great immortal. After a moment of hesitation, the old turtle finally made his decision. "Very well, prepare for the departure tomorrow." Li Qiye gently nodded after hearing the turtle's answer. The jubilant Long Jingxian excitedly asked, "Where are we going?" "It is best to go somewhere dangerous to play around." Li Qiye smiled, "You will find out then. It is definitely a fun place." Two people were sitting on a towering peak with pine trees as majestic as dragons and lofty waterfalls inhabited by rare birds and happy auspicious beasts among the quiet scenery. Both of them were young. Their radiance caused the world to lose its colors and also overshadowed the celestials. All things became insignificant under their supreme grace. They were two famous geniuses of this world, and all eyes were on them. Their momentum while just sitting there was enough to shake the entire world. The Golden Crow Prince and Yi Qingqing met on this beautiful landmark and happily raised their cups in laughter. The prince's body was glittering with a golden glow as if there was a sun rising within him. No one could look straight at him. His hair was blonde and exuded radiant rays as if cast from gold. He had a pair of sharp eyes that could lock onto any prey without fail. There was a proud temperament like a sun god, giving off the sensation that he was the master of all. Yi Qingqing was also unfathomable. He emitted a divine ray. It seemed that wherever he went, the sages and deities were there to bless him. Even in his moment of tranquility, myriad realms would still change. He would forever be the focus of all gazes due to his impressive nature. He was the embodiment of balance. Others would feel that each of his actions were one with the heaven and earth as he resonated with the Tao. He had a pair of spirited and wise eyes as if he could see through all things, nothing could elude his gaze. The prince poured fine wine into Yi Qingqing's goblet and smilingly said, "Brother Yi came to celebrate with me right after my reclusive cultivation session. I appreciate this gesture very much." When Yi Qingqing smiled back, it seemed that a new spring was coming. A transcendent and carefree aura was encompassed in his response. "Brother, when you put it that way, you make it sound like I am an outsider." I came to the beast realm this time to see you. It seems that your cultivation has allowed you to overcome the lackings of immortal Emperor Jin Shi's law as well as your Golden Crow tribe's defining art. This is a brilliant achievement, no different than embarking on a new supreme grand Dao. I am very happy for your incomparable achievements among the younger generation. Yi Qingqing raised his goblet and smiled, here, to you. In terms of achievements, I can't compare to Brother Yi. The prince laughed and drank it all in one gulp. The two looked at each other and happily laughed freely. The two of them were peerless geniuses in this generation, so many people would be very envious of their relationship. To be honest, I am very envious of you. Yi Qingqing spoke, you are not only famous in this world with complete support from your sect, you also have the support of a genius like Fairy Miao Chan. This is the perfect combination. The prince's expression froze a bit after hearing this, but he still laughed in response, Brother Yi, please don't tease me. Who could compare to you right now? Your camp has so many talents. The prince always felt uncomfortable whenever Miao Chan was brought up. He himself didn't want to talk about her. Outsiders knew him as the number one in the ravine. Just think about it, how illustrious was it to be the main descendant of a lineage with two emperors? He garnered a lot of attention and envy. However, the truth was that the real genius of the ravine was not him, Miao Chan was the true talent. They were childhood sweethearts and got along very well. When he was younger, he respected her as a senior sister. However, their current situation was very strange. Although Miao Chan showed complete support for him, he had always felt conflicted about this. He knew better than anyone else that his fame of being number one was just in name. Although Miao Chan was happy to hide behind the curtains, he actually didn't want to compete with her for the top position. To sum it up, this had always been an annoyance in his mind. Furthermore, back at the main descendant selection, Miao Chan made a sacrifice. Although his Golden Crow tribe had a pivotal position in the ravine and could be said to have the power to control the sect, Miao Chan's influence back then was simply incredible. Outside of the ancestors from his tribe, all the other elders valued Miao Chan. She was both powerful and smart, impeccable in all features and completely eclipsed the prince. In the end, she conceded to him so he easily became the main descendant. From then on, he always had an unspeakable feeling as if he owed her. This was especially true in the minds of the elders. Although Miao Chan never stated that she wanted to marry the prince, all the elders knew what was on her mind. The issue arose from this. If the prince didn't marry her after such a big sacrifice, it would seem as if he had wronged her. This matter made the prince very uncomfortable even though he knew that Miao Chan had done many things for him, such as watching over the ravine and strategizing for him. Thus, he really didn't want to talk about Miao Chan and even purposely avoided her. Open. A universal law in the form of a key flew out from Li Qi's sea of memories. It instantly disappeared the moment it touched the portal on the stone tablet. Buzz. The portal opened, allowing a brilliance to shine on the grounds as if a treasure was about to appear. This is the treasury. Tai Lon couldn't believe her own eyes because she assumed that their Tai clan truly had nothing precious left, let alone a treasure trove. Everyone at this time finally saw the two items floating inside the light. One of them looked like a rod, but it wasn't one in actuality. It was made from an unknown material and had an indescribable divine light coursing through it. The other item was a box. This box was quite large and had an archaic style as if it had been passed down from a distant era. Li Qie took out the two items. He didn't look twice at the old box, but he carefully stroked the rod-like item while nodding his head and murmuring, "Good, good, there is no problem after all." What is this indiscernible item? It is neither a weapon nor a treasure. Long Jingxian had an immortal fate so very few things could fool her eyes. However, she still couldn't see through this rod-like item. Chapter 836, Ruins of the Celestial Realm. So at this moment when Yi Qingqing brought up Miao Chan, although the prince was still laughing and drinking, his mind felt somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yi Qingqing didn't bring her up again. The two of them continued to feast and talk about many things. After having his fill of wine, Yi Qingqing smiled and said, "I heard the golden daughter of the Jian clan also came to the beast realm. I have heard some rumors that she is together with Li Qie." The prince's eyes turned cold after stating this. Although Miao Chan was head over heels for him, he wanted to run away from her since he liked Jian Wushuang, who was as proud as a phoenix. Yi Qingqing shook his head and smiled. Jian Wushuang can be a bit immature and cannot see through people. She has only temporarily been charmed by Li Qie. Brother Golden Crow, there's no need to worry. With enough time, she will find out that someone like Li Qie is not worthy of her. Only a genius like you can be her real home. Although Yi Qingqing was trying to console him, the prince was very displeased after hearing this. Jian Wushuang had always been very arrogant. He stayed at the alchemy realm for a very long time to court her. In order to please her, he tried everything within his power, but she remained distant towards him. But now, how could he feel at ease when she was together with Li Qie? Because of this, Yi Qingqing's words made him even more uncomfortable. It sounded as if their pairing had become a fact. Humph, an ignorant brat like him dares to call himself fierce. He doesn't know his own worth. The prince was unhappy due to Miao Chan being brought up earlier, and now he was even angrier after hearing about Jian Wushuang. Since he had a few cups already, he couldn't suppress his anger any longer. The noble blood of the demon god flows in your body, Li Qie is just a nobody. Yi Qingqing smiled, so there is no need to pay any mind to this matter. A girl can be confused at times. Wait until she realizes it, she'll know where her home truly is. Just be patient. Someone as brilliant as you will be able to step into the heavenly Tao in the future to threaten the 9 worlds. Li Qie will be eclipsed while Jian Wushuang will swoon over your invincible presence and fall into your embrace. Yi Qingqing comforted the prince. Due to the influence of the wine, the prince's pride came out as he sneered, "Brother Yi, you think too highly of Li Qie. Why the need to wait for the future against someone like him? I can teach him a lesson right now." Yi Qingqing gently shook his head in response, "Brother Golden Crow, it is not that I am lacking confidence in you. You are versed in 2 different styles, so you are peerless in the contemporary times, but this Li Qie is full of wily schemes. I'm afraid you will fall into his trap. Don't worry, I will only go see him. It is not like I will go there to fight and kill. There's no need to be so cautious about a trap or anything." The prince responded with a smile. "Not true." Yi Qingqing tried to persuade him, "It is best to always be cautious of people. In my opinion, you should let Fairy Miao Chan go with you. With her around, Li Qie will only be displaying his slight skill before an expert with his schemes. Brother Ye's words are too much." The prince waved his sleeve and smiled, "If I truly wanted to defeat Li Qie, there wouldn't be a need for junior sister's help. I can do it by myself. In that case, we don't have to talk about this anymore. Come, come, drink more." They raised their cups and drank more. Eventually, the prince left while feeling a bit drunk. Yi Qingqing smirked after watching the prince walking away. He told a nearby confidant, "Tell the cloud-soaring venerable to watch the ravine's moves. When the prince goes to find Li Qie, tell the venerable to fan the flames if possible." The confidant passed on this command, then curiously asked, "Young noble, the Golden Crow Prince has Miao Chan as his strategist. I'm afraid he will not go to Li Qie to cause trouble so carelessly." "No need to worry. If he wants to go find Li Qie, he absolutely won't talk it over with Miao Chan." Yi Qingqing chuckled, "How can I not know what he is thinking? The more I bring up Miao Chan, the less he wants to talk it over with her." Yi Qingqing aimed to drive a wolf to attack a tiger. To him, the prince was a possible option. He also knew that Miao Chan was wise, and with her planning, both the ravine and the prince wouldn't become his pawns. Thus, he purposely made the prince steer away from Miao Chan. The more distant the two became, the better it was for him. There were some particular ruins in the beast realm. They were even more massive than a great country. Its vastness made it seem like it was an independent world. Not only were there broken walls and bricks, there were also countless shattered mountains. There were rivers boiled dry with the land torn asunder. The void was crushed into pieces, leaving behind eternal black holes. This was also a very dangerous location due to the scattered land. One misstep would result in dying instantly from being torn apart by the residual forces. Any cultivator would know at first glance that an unbelievable war took place here. The void shattered into pieces, the realms were torn asunder, and all the laws molded. These are the ruins of the heavenly realm. The four-eyed basilisk exclaimed after Li Qie took them to these vast ruins. Yes, we are going to the heavenly ruins. Li Qie smiled and looked at this vast ruins ahead. He gently sighed in his mind. In the past, blood stained this entire place. I know about these heavenly ruins. Long Jingxian spoke with a tinge of surprise. I heard that these ruins used to be the territory of the divine beast realm. Later on, they provoked Empress Hong Tian, so the Empress brought her invincible army to massacre them. Rumor has it that the beast realm used to be a drifting continent in the sky. It was eventually dragged down from the sky by the Empress. Long Jingxian recalled the war in the past. Recalling this tale filled her with excitement. There's far more than just that. That war was one where blood ran like rivers and corpses were piled as high as mountains. The divine beast realm that had ruled over the stone medicine world for many years was annihilated overnight. The entire world drowned in fear when that happened, and no one dared to come out. The basilisk quivered after bringing this up. He had heard his elders talk about it when he was a child. Your basilisk tribe was smart, so it was able to avoid the calamity. Li Qie smilingly said. The basilisk felt a chill when he thought about this topic. He coughed and said, "Boss, please stop joking around. In fact, before the start of this war, our tribe had already drawn a line with the divine beast realm. Although it is said that we came from the beast realm, our relationship was as distant as could be." Jian Wushuang coldly stared at the basilisk and said, "Nevertheless, your ancestors indeed came from the basilisk tribe. The beast realm is known as the dwelling place of divine beasts like true dragons and divine phoenixes. Your basilisk tribe has the bloodline of true dragons." No, Miss Jian, you cannot make such a statement." The basilisk was frightened and exclaimed, "That was a matter of a very distant past. Although our ancestors came from the beast realm, that was back in the desolate era. At that time, the divine beast realm didn't recognize a side branch like our basilisk tribe. It is all in the past, just old memories, nothing more." Li Qie smiled after seeing the alarmed basilisk. The basilisk quickly added, "Boss is right. This was all in the past, the divine beast realm has already become history." Long Jingxian glanced over at the basilisk and inquired, "Oh. Aren't you always very arrogant and untethered? What are you afraid of? My little ancestor, you cannot just blather on." The basilisk jumped from fear. He looked around with a shocked expression and whispered, "We cannot talk about this matter carelessly. It involves an earth-shattering secret hidden behind the dark curtains, so it is very taboo." Dark curtains? The least knowledgeable in this crowd was the old turtle. He asked with surprise after seeing the bullish basilisk being so nervous. "I actually have heard about this before." Long Jingxian, on the other hand, wasn't afraid at all compared to the frightened basilisk. The legend states that it wasn't only Empress Hong Tian who was involved in the destruction of the beast realm back then. There was a dark hand that massacred them all. The rumor even goes further to say that this dark hand had always been controlling the state of the 9 worlds for millions of years. Shoo! My little ancestor, this is a forbidden topic. You cannot talk about it carelessly or it will attract a calamity. Even a lineage or existence more powerful than the current powers will still be annihilated. The frightened basilisk hurriedly whispered. Bah, coward. Long Jingxian looked at the basilisk in response. I don't believe this taboo matter. There is no one else here, even if we talk about this forbidden topic, no one will know. This has nothing to do with me. The basilisk's neck shrunk a bit and told Li Qie, boss, the little ancestor is the one who said it, I didn't say anything, right? Li Qie couldn't help but smile. The four-eyed basilisk didn't know the real story and had only speculated some of it. Chapter 837, Legend of the Dark Hand Behind the Curtain. As for the old turtle, even though he had lived for a very long time, he spent the majority of his time hiding at the base of Quicksand River, so he was unaware of many rumors. He curiously asked after seeing the scared basilisk, is the legendary dark hand behind the curtains that powerful? How is the person compared to an immortal emperor? Difficult to say. The always arrogant Jian Wushuang turned serious when they mentioned the legendary taboo existence. This dark hand behind the curtains has been a mystery for millions of years. Some say that it is a person while others claim that it is a demon. Maybe it's neither. No one in this world knows just how powerful this existence is. Humph, I don't believe that he is really that strong. Long Jingxian snorted in defiance. Jian Wushuang glanced at her and sneered, if he isn't powerful, then would your Beastmaster citadel hide for so long after the destruction of the divine beast realm? To be frank, isn't this because of fear? Oh. You are speaking as if your Jian clan isn't afraid of this dark hand either. If your clan is so mighty, why don't you go challenge this existence then? Long Jingxian immediately countered. Jian Wushuang coldly responded, what do we have to be afraid of? The destructive war in the past had nothing to do with our clan. Even if this dark hand is still alive, we have no feud with him. Please, all of this talk can be boiled down to your clan being afraid of him, afraid that he will start killing in the stone medicine world again just like in the past. Long Jingxian snorted. The two of them always started fighting when they were together. The truth is that this dark hand behind the curtains didn't only massacre the stone medicine world once. Rumor has it that it happened at least twice. Outside of the divine beast realm, I heard that he once massacred the entire alchemy realm, and it even spread to the beast and stone realms. I think the massacre that time had something to do with a dark race. The basilisk couldn't keep himself from contributing. How many people could imagine how cruel and grand the battle was back then just by looking at the current ruins? The divine beast realm had an unbelievable origin. Although they called themselves the dwelling of divine beasts, they were not true divine beasts. However, their bloodlines proved that they were indeed the descendants of these beasts. In that era, they were considered the most powerful lineage of the demon race and dominated the stone medicine world for a long time. In later generations, some people considered this sect to have 4 emperors, but this was not the case. It had 3 immortal emperors as well as 4 alchemy emperors. The last descendant of the realm was recognized by the heavens will and became one of the most powerful emperor candidates in his time. However, he still lost to Empress Hong Tian and couldn't become an emperor. Even the alchemy kingdom back then was wary of the beast realm due to their powerful bloodline. Without that battle, perhaps the beast realm would still be ruling the stone medicine world today. The beast realm wasn't convinced back when their descendant lost to the empress. They encouraged all the sects in the stone medicine world to ambush the empress who had yet to ascend. All the most powerful lineages in this world were involved in this terrible ambush, including the alchemy kingdom, the Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster citadel as well as other imperial sections. Before the attack, the 100-life alchemy emperor strongly opposed the kingdom's participation. Alas, there were many powerful ancestors in the kingdom back then, so his opinion was dismissed. This ambush enraged Li Qie, who was still the Dark Crow. In his wrath, he sent his army of millions to enter the stone medicine world. The empress took the vanguard to attack the divine beast realm. The entire stone medicine world was full of howls during that battle as the land was drowned by darkness and a downpour of blood. Li Qiye's invincible cavalry swept through the Stone Medicine World's alliance and laid siege to the Beast Realm. Eventually, this realm that flew in the sky was forcefully dragged to the earth by the Empress and completely collapsed. Right afterward, the 100-life alchemy emperor brought the elders of the kingdom to surrender. Under the emperor's pleas, Li Qiye forgave the kingdom due to their past friendship. These great powers made a blood oath to Li Qiye to never show themselves in the world again. Later on, Empress Hong Tian formally ascended and laid her suppressions on these powers' ancestral lands. From then on, these behemoths laid low in reclusion. As for the old turtle, even though he had lived for a very long time, he spent the majority of the time hiding at the base of Quicksand River, so he was unaware of many anecdotes. He curiously asked after seeing the scared basilisk, "Is the legendary dark hand behind the curtains that powerful? How is the person compared to an immortal emperor?" Difficult to say. The always arrogant Jian Wushuang turned serious when they mentioned the taboo existence in the legends. This dark hand behind the curtains had always been a mystery for millions of years. Some say that it is a person while others claim that it is a demon. Maybe it's neither. No one in this world knows just how powerful this existence is. I don't believe that he is really that strong. Long Jingxian snorted in defiance. Jian Wushuang glanced at her and sneered, "If he isn't powerful, then would your Beastmaster Citadel hide for so long after the destruction of the divine beast realm? To be frank, isn't this because of fear?" "Oh. You are speaking as if your Jian clan isn't afraid of this dark hand either. If your clan is so mighty, why don't you go challenge this existence then?" Long Jingxian countered immediately. Chapter 838, Flirtatious Banter. After stepping inside the ruins, Long Jingxian strutted around like an extremely excited mad woman. The old turtle felt that there was something strange about the ruins and anxiously stated, There is a very strong murderous air here." Li Qiye chuckled, "Blood ran like rivers back then. Countless experts of the stone medicine world lost their lives in this place, more than 1,000 ancestors in fact. These ruins were stained by blood, so of course the air here would be like this." The old turtle felt chills after hearing this. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could already imagine just how thrilling and devastating that battle was. "I heard the beast realm had the biggest treasury in the stone medicine world. I'm sure every inch of this land is full of treasures. Should we excavate it?" Long Jingxian happily ran back and laughed. Jian Wushuang snorted, "The beast realm was destroyed millions of years ago. This land has been dug by people in its entirety. It is too late for your turn. Forget it, what do you know?" Long Jingxian glared at Jian Wushuang in response. If a treasure could be found so easily, then it would no longer be a treasure. "I am supreme in this world. The treasures not found by others shall be revealed by me alone." She raised her head in an arrogant pose after declaring this. However, her arrogant aura was not as strong as Jian Wushuang's. She had a lively and noble aura, but her aggressiveness was truly lacking. "Immortal emperors have been here before, do you think you can compare to them?" Jian Wushuang snorted. Long Jingxian wasn't convinced and proudly said, "So what if they are immortal emperors?" As long as I try a bit more, I can become one as well. Are emperors more brilliant than me? Plus, even if they have been here before, there is a rumor about a secret treasury in the beast realm that has yet to be found. This clearly shows that even immortal emperors couldn't find it. But I am here now, and I'll definitely figure it out." These words were quite arrogant and exuded boundless confidence. However, she indeed had the ability to declare this. A natural-born immortal fate was destined for greatness. Alas, she liked to play around too much and didn't train in earnest. Otherwise, she would have reigned over the world and the title of number one wouldn't belong to Yi Qingcheng. Li Qiye gently shook his head. "Wushuang is right about this. These ruins have been completely rummaged through by others. It's not just limited to this world, many paragons from the 9 worlds have come here before, and a few immortal emperors were among them as well. If there is a secret treasury, then people would have found it long ago. Long Jingxian stared at Li Qie and stated, "Haha, don't try to trick me. Our Beastmaster Citadel has a deep understanding of the beast realm. I have read many ancient scrolls about it, and there is definitely a secret treasure trove." Li Qie laughed in response, "Oh. Then those records must be erroneous." Naturally, he clearly knew whether there was a secret treasury here or not. Nevertheless, Long Jingxian was right about a few things. The Beastmaster Citadel indeed knew the beast realm very well due to their deep past ties. "I know that you are aware of this secret." Her natural-born immortal fate made her very keen. She stared at him for a long time and began to act coquettishly. Li Qie only smiled. He naturally wouldn't reveal this secret to an outsider so easily. "Husband, everyone says that there are no secrets between husband and wife, right?" Long Jingxian immediately pulled on his arm in a playful manner. Her chest was very plump, so its gentle touch was a fatal temptation. Li Qie lazily looked at her and said, "Little girl, don't try to tempt me or it won't end well for you." "What do you mean by tempt? Isn't this type of thing normal for us as husband and wife?" The little demoness had a gentle and loving touch as if she was a virtuous wife. The others grew wary. They quickly backed off to not bother this flirtatious pair. Li Qie chuckled in response, "Little girl, you might want to marry me, but the feeling is not mutual." She glared at him in annoyance, but just a second later, she turned gentle again and lovingly held his arm like a little wife while softly saying, "Even if husband doesn't want to marry me, I'll still follow you forever." How shameless. Jian Wushuang looked down on her and sneered. Long Jingxian immediately glared at her, "Jian Wushuang, just admit that you are jealous of me." This girl changed her attitude faster than the flipping of a page. Earlier, she was coyly leaning on Li Qie, but now she turned cheeky in the blink of an eye. "You are only a crazy girl, what is there to be jealous of?" Jian Wushuang said with disdain. Long Jingxian looked at her then back at Li Qie and laughed, "Haha, I understand. Little Jian girl, I know that you like Li Qie. You want to steal my husband. Who would want to be involved with a crazy girl like you?" Jian Wushuang leered at her and coldly responded, "Only someone insane like you would keep calling him husband. Oh, stop trying to deny it. I can smell your jealousy from here." Long Jingxian was happy to see Jian Wushuang riled up and revealed a kingdom-toppling smile. Li Qie wryly smiled and shook his head in response to this crazy girl. He glared at her with a fiery stare, "Little girl, stop using me for your argument. If you really want to marry me, then I'll take you in tonight." His hot glare and direct words flustered the normally bold Long Jingxian. "Oh. Is it all a lie, you don't want to admit it?" Jian Wushuang used this chance to add insult to injury. Long Jingxian arched her chest. Her already towering breasts started to sway in a wavy motion when she purposely posed in this manner, resulting in an even more breathtaking and fatal temptation. "Who says I wouldn't do it?" Long Jingxian glared at Jian Wushuang then back at Li Qie and declared, "I will give you a test. If you can pass, then I'll marry you. It will be an aptitude test, right?" Li Qie smiled and gently shook his head, "Although you are really beautiful, wanting me to take a test for you. Sorry, not interested. This young master does not lack for women, understand?" Smelly Qie, she became furious and started to pinch his arm without mercy. "Are you a man or not? To be afraid of accepting a challenging like this? What are you afraid of? Take her on." Jian Wushuang also urged him, "How can this girl be better than you? Just take her on." "Humph, Jian Wushuang, stop fanning the flames so jovially. If I actually marry Li Qie, then you have to call me young mistress," Long Jingxian declared. Jian Wushuang looked down on her in response, "Wait until you have the ability to become his wife first, then you can boast." "Hey, do you dare or not?" Long Jingxian immediately asked Li Qie again. Her fiery temperament was truly enchanting. Li Qie shook his head. Girl, I have never been afraid of a challenge. Marrying you is no big deal either, but to be frank, the position of young mistress does not belong to you. I can reconsider if you want to be a concubine, though. Bah, those are some strong words. Long Jianxian had both hands on her hips. With a fierce look, she boldly said, You want me to be a concubine? Don't even think about it. I don't believe that there is a better woman in this world than I. I'm confident that even the so-called number one beauty in the stone medicine world, Ming Yeshue, is not better than me. Humph, as for talents, I can claim to be number one. Yi Qingqing or whatever can step aside. This girl was truly domineering. However, her words were true. In terms of looks alone, she was not necessarily worse than Ming Yeshue. It was just that they were two entirely different people. Little girl, you don't get it. Li Qie gently shook his head. To me, looks are just superficial, and I don't care for your talents either. There are those who are even more brilliant than you. Humph. Even if you are right, so what? Long Jingxian gritted her teeth and scowled. You are nothing special either. Humph, as if anyone would want to marry you. Li Qie laughed and shook his head. Good, you said it yourself, not me. Plus, if I want to marry, I can have my choice of fairies and goddesses. I know that you are very proud, but I am even more arrogant than you. Long Jingxian angrily spoke. What's the use of just speaking? It is only boasting with mere words, prove it. Chapter 839, Opening the Bayan Beast World. Li Qie didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her response. He smiled and said, Girl, you will find out in the future that your final pursuit is only a mortal emperor, but for me, that is only the beginning. The heavens above is where my journey starts. Humph, now you're just bragging. She snorted. Although she was unhappy, she found some clues from Li Qie's words about something different. As a natural immortal fate, she was more perceptive than others. See? You want to become the young mistress? Out of the question. Jian Wushuang snorted, still as beautiful as ever. Long Jingxian gave her a mean look, then pulled on Li Qie's arm with a gentle look. Fine, concubine then. Love is boundless after all. However, I have a request. In the future, assign that girl to me. I will order her around as my maid. Li Qie wasn't expecting this request. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, glared at her. Stop daydreaming. Their dialogue was quite lively, causing the basilisk and the old turtle in the distance to click their tongues. The basilisk was amazed and said, So domineering, one really cannot mess with a girl like that. The group smiled while the two girls continued to argue boisterously. Like this, they made their way deeper into the ruins. At this location, broken tiles were everywhere. It was clear that there used to be a huge temple here, but only remnants could be found. Li Qie went in a circle around the site before stopping at a certain corner. He ordered the old turtle and the basilisk, dig right here. The two didn't know what he wanted to do, but they still instantly started digging. Long Jingxian looked around and curiously asked, Why are we here? Li Qie lightly replied, Didn't you want to take a look at the Bayan Beast World? Wait for it, this is only the beginning. You can actually open a path to the Beast World. Jian Wushuang was startled. No one has seen it since the destruction of the divine beast realm. I heard even immortal emperors tried to open the beast world to no avail. Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you? Li Qie smiled. While the group was talking, the old turtle and the basilisk had dug up the corner of this part of the ruins. After reaching a certain depth, they met a layer of hard rocks. They were very coarse looking and not too special at all. This type of rock seemed to be the common lava rock of the stone medicine world, something that could be found anywhere in the ground. If there was something special about this rocky layer, then it would be the particular dent in that layer, but even that was very inconspicuous. Li Qie took out an item. It was the rod-like object from the Tai clan. He then inserted it into the dent on the rocky layer. Click. The moment this item went inside the layer, a sudden change occurred. The item broke apart into little bronze pieces that instantly pierced the rocky layer. Everyone then noticed mysterious runic outlines on top of the rocky layer that were quite difficult to notice before. Li Qiye's right hand formed a fist that he slowly placed on the rocky layer. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The unexpected happened. The little pieces seemed to have come to life and instantly latched onto his fist, turning into a glove. This bronze glove made it so that Li Qiye's fist and the rocky layer merged together. Clank, clank, clank. Li Qiye turned the rock around with his hand. It made everyone feel as if the ruins were turning in their entirety as well. It was as if Li Qiye was capable of altering the entire location. Buzz. The impossible occurred. An endless divine light soared from a remote depth of the ruins. It pierced the sky and continued all the way to the farthest reaches of the firmament. After doing so, the rays of light intertwined as if it was about to turn into a gigantic portal, about to drag something out. In an instant, very powerful dragon hymns rang as if something was being dragged down from the sky by this mighty force. Clank, clank, some changes occurred on Li Qiye's glove. It turned back to its original form, but it had a newfound radiance as if it was full of life. This thing, Jian Wushuang was moved while looking at this rod-like item in Li Qiye's hand. Long Jingxian was startled as well. I know this object. This is the key to allow the beast world to appear. Legends say that the Bayan beast world had something to do with the divine beast realm. So it turns out that this item has always been in of the divine beast realm. Li Qiye smiled and quipped, "You're not too stupid." The basilisk was horrified as he murmured to himself, but, this item was hidden in the Tai clan. If that is the case, then, at this point, he stared at Li Qiye in shock. There are some things best kept to oneself. Li Qiye glanced at the basilisk dismissively. The basilisk quivered at the magnitude of the idea forming in his mind. Just the thought alone made him feel a chill. Of course, Li Qiye would not easily reveal this secret about the beast world. It was a place without a master, but in order to enter it, the item in Li Qiye's hand was crucial. A very long time ago, this item did not belong to the divine beast realm, but the realm obtained it later on. The beast realm had always wanted to monopolize the beast world but was met with failure. During the great battle, the realm wanted to borrow the vast power of the beast world for one last-ditch effort. In the end, it wasn't successful and they were still massacred by the invincible cavalry. Afterward, this rod-like item fell into Li Qiye's hands. It had expended all of its power, so Li Qiye left it with the heavenly flame goddess so that she could hide it in the stone medicine world in order to borrow the worldly energy to nourish it. After millions of years, this item finally recovered, and Li Qiye wanted to use it to make the beast world appear again. We can stay here for now. There is still some time before the true emergence of the beast world. Li Qiye told everyone. Jian Wushuang directly summoned a building for them to stay in. The divine light up high in the sky seemed to be opening a new world or perhaps dragging one into the stone medicine world. How could such a big commotion not attract the attention of others? On this day, many saw this scene. Quite a few ancestors and even some eternal existences from the imperial lineages were alarmed. These ancestor-level characters took deep breaths while murmuring, "This is." A few archaic existences sleeping underground woke up after being reported to by their descendants. They opened their heavenly eyes to look straight at the firmament and saw the amazing scene before uncontrollably murmuring, "The Bayan beast world is actually appearing. Incredible, who has the power to actually open it?" The entire world was shaken overnight. The news of the Bayan beast world's appearance swept across the plains like a storm. Many didn't dare to believe this news after hearing it because the beast world had never appeared after the destruction of the divine beast realm. Even immortal emperors had tried to search for it and failed. So it's finally reappearing after tens of millions of years. Many big shots came out one after another, shaken by this news. The lineages began to mobilize their troops and made preparations to enter the beast world. The Bayan beast world was one of the 6 great ancestral Earths that belonged to immortals. Its origins were unclear, and it had been this way since an ancient age. No one knew where exactly it came from. However, there were many speculations. Some believed that it was the dwelling of the divine beast, Bayan. Some also believed that it was a land left behind by immortals from the ancient eras. Another bold statement claimed that it had something to do with the origin of the golem race. The last speculation was not without reason, because the stones in the beast world had indescribable magical properties to them. They seemed to be closely linked to the golems. The most significant example was Immortal Emperor Baishur. This emperor was the second emperor of the Alchemy Kingdom. His true origin was a stone that fell from the beast world. Because of this, future generations believed that the golem race was closely related to the beast world. Chapter 840, Yi Qingqing's plan. The beast world had no master. Every time it appeared was due to luck. Later on, the divine beast realm emerged and dominated the stone medicine world for several generations. During this period, they had a firm grasp on the beast world whenever it appeared. Due to this reason, other lineages required the realm's permission before they could enter the beast world. For a very long time, the beast realm wanted to enter the beast world to build a new foundation so that the land would truly become their possession. However, their repeated attempts were all met with failure. After the destruction of the beast realm, the beast world no longer appeared. Many people later on tried to find it to no avail. Thus, its sudden appearance caused quite a stir throughout the world. This was a rare opportunity to many sects, so they quickly prepared to march. On top of a mountain, Yi Qingqing was sitting in a meditative pose with divine light pulsing around him. He was blessed by saints and protected by gods as if he was their ruler. He had a sacrosanct and awe-inspiring air around him. He was startled the moment he saw the divine light that soared to the sky. What has happened? At this time, his forehead became clear and his skull resembled a mirror. Time seemed to be passing inside this mirror. He channeled a merit law while making many hand seals to derive one supreme law after another. These mysterious laws turned into an ancient scroll. He was looking into the past and calculating the future with visions. This Li Qie. His expression greatly shifted after making the calculation as he murmured, "Just who is this person? Why can't I divine him?" At this moment, even his peerless self became absent-minded. He was able to calculate the entire world and could predict many things, but not Li Qie. Unfathomable, Li Qie. You can actually make the beast world appear again. I cannot see through your origin. He spoke with a darkened expression. At this point, he stood up and started to fly away with a solemn look. This was a remote location of the beast realm devoid of beasts and men. There was nothing special about this desolate place. However, there was a certain valley. No one could see through the entire valley because it was shrouded in mist, as if it was hiding an earth-shattering secret. There was only one entrance to this mysterious valley. It was a narrow corridor. The feeling that there was no returning from it would loom over any trespasser. Divine Valley was the name of this place, but very few knew why it had such a name. In fact, its existence was a secret as well. Those who knew about it were all amazing characters, such as ancestors or incomparable big shots. Few knew who was inside the Divine Valley, let alone its origin. However, those who did were terrified of it, including imperial lineages. No one wanted to delve into the exact reasons for this apprehension. In the past, emperors had visited this place before, including Immortal Emperor Qilin and Immortal Emperor Jinshi, but no one knew the reason why. At this time, Yi Qingqing, shrouded in an extraordinary divine light, could be found outside of the Divine Valley. Just like his name, he was kingdom-toppling and perfect. Quite bold, to trespass in the Divine Valley alone. A cold and ancient voice appeared after he entered the valley. My actions this time cannot be considered trespassing. After all, I am not an outsider to the ancestors here. Yi Qingqing was still very confident despite entering the Divine Valley alone. But despite this, no one would dare to look down on her since they would be overwhelmed with fear of the myriad realms floating behind her as if she had an entire world as her backing. She radiated a fear-inspiring aura as if she was a demon god. Her eyes were full of power and seemed as if they could suck out the souls of others. This woman with a hen's head was from the same race as the four-eyed basilisk. However, she only had 2 eyes while he had 4. Venerable Basilisk. Jian Wushuang was surprised to see this woman. The Venerable was a famous genius in the stone medicine world. She, along with the Dragon Tiger Monarch, was regarded as the greatest geniuses of the last generation. The petrification technique of her tribe had been honed to perfection. Even ancestors from the previous generation were quite wary in her presence. With her illustrious fame, she was working for Maonan of the Imperial Edge as a powerful general and had contributed greatly. Li Qie, hand over my little brother. The Venerable's eyes turned cold like 2 sharp blades the moment she saw Li Qie. Though her appearance was not beautiful, her voice was very pleasant and enchanting. Anyone who only listened to her voice would think that she was a great beauty. Your little brother. Li Qie looked at her and smiled. Are you talking about that basilisk with 4 eyes? That's right. The Venerable raised her voice. I can sense his aura at your place, so there is no need for sophistry. Be smart and let him go to avoid trouble. Chapter 841, Venerable Basilisk. Li Qie smiled in response and teasingly gestured with his hands. Sorry, but you are a step too late. I have already dealt with that basilisk. I plucked his feathers and am ready to cook him. As a basilisk yourself, do you think it is better to boil or fry your kind? If you are interested, I can throw you a leg since I have always been hospitable. He chuckled sardonically afterward. The Venerable's expression quickly changed after hearing this. She grew furious as the hair on her head, no, the feathers on her head flared up. Her enraged voice rang out, You want to die? With that, she immediately lunged straight at Li Qie. Take this arrow. Jian Wushuang shot out an astonishingly fast arrow to stop the Venerable. The Venerable snorted and unleashed a ray of light from one eye. Her glare immediately petrified the arrow. Meanwhile, the other eye shot out another ray towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's bow lit up and shot out a forward arrow that turned into myriad realms for protection. The Venerable's glare fell on these realms and began to petrify them as well, resulting in a strange sound. Watch this. Long Jingxian also rushed forward after seeing just how powerful the Venerable's glare was. She immediately unleashed her wide array of Emperor's laws. Her left hand used a technique from immortal Emperor Qing He and her right a technique from immortal Emperor Yusho. The Venerable snorted, then threw him outside. Once he landed, he coughed dryly and said in a serious tone, Sis, I am not out here to play, I'm following an order from the ancestors. The Venerable didn't believe him and questioned him dryly, What order? How come I haven't heard of this? The basilisk quickly stood up and whispered a few words to the Venerable. The Venerable couldn't help but glance at Li Qie, then she stared at the basilisk with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Are you telling the truth? Sis, why would I lie to you? The basilisk swore with a solemn demeanor, If I am lying, then you can ground me for 100 years, no, 500 years. Well, I'll believe you for now. After this is over, go back immediately. The Venerable glared at him for a bit before scowling. Yes, there's no need for you to tell me, I'll go back by myself. The basilisk cheerfully smiled after obtaining his sister's permission. The Venerable ignored the basilisk and continued to look at Li Qie for a long time before speaking. Because of my brother, I'll tell you some news. Yi Qingqing wants your head. This is nothing surprising. Li Qie chuckled. Besides, those who want my head in present day are innumerable. One more person doesn't matter. Humph, you're quite confident. The Venerable coldly stated, I'll kindly remind you that Yi Qingqing isn't as easy to mess with as you think. I'll let you know something else as well. He went to the Divine Valley. The Divine Valley? Li Qiye's eyes narrowed after hearing this. The basilisk jumped from shock and exclaimed, he must be insane if he went to meet those old geezers. Is he not afraid of getting burned while playing with fire? You underestimate Yi Qingqing too much. The Venerable drily said, he wouldn't go there without complete certainty. Our young noble Mei believes that he has managed to convince the valley. The young noble Mei mentioned by the Venerable was Mei Aonan. She was working under Mei Aonan at the moment. Damn, this Yi Qingqing guy is quite a badass. The basilisk had a certain understanding of the Divine Valley. He took a deep breath and muttered, he actually dares to move those old geezers with 1 foot in the grave, quite domineering. Many experts would tremble before even entering, let alone be courageous enough to persuade them. Thank you for the message. Li Qiye chuckled in a carefree manner. I can point you on the right path. The Venerable coldly said, cooperate with our young noble Mei. Our young noble definitely has the ability to fight Yi Qingqing. If you work with us, then both of us will benefit. I appreciate your goodwill. Li Qiye gently shook his head with a smile, however, I still have confidence in myself. It doesn't matter if Yi Qingqing or the Divine Valley dares to come, I'll slaughter them all the same. The Venerable only snorted at this response and didn't add anything else. She turned around to leave. Long Jingxian smiled naughtily and told the departing Venerable, I'll tell you some good news. My father is currently cultivating at the Flower Crossing Peak. The Venerable turned stiff after hearing this. The words clearly shocked her motionless, but she quickly left right afterward. Li Qiye smiled in response and teasingly gestured with his hands, sorry, but you are a step too late. I have already dealt with that basilisk, I plucked his feathers and am ready to cook him. As a basilisk yourself, do you think it is better to boil or fry your kind? If you are interested, I can throw you a leg since I have always been hospitable. He chuckled sardonically afterward. The Venerable's expression quickly changed after hearing this. She grew furious as the hair on her head, no, the feathers on her head flared up. Her enraged voice rang out, you want to die. With that, she immediately lunged straight for Li Qiye. Take this arrow. Jian Wushuang shot out an astonishingly fast arrow to stop the Venerable. The Venerable snorted and unleashed a ray of light from one eye. Her glare immediately petrified the arrow. Meanwhile, the other eye shot out another ray towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's bow lit up and shot out a forward arrow that turned into myriad realms for protection. The Venerable's glare fell on these realms and began to petrify them as well, resulting in a strange sound. Watch this. Long Jingxian also rushed forward after seeing just how powerful the Venerable's glare was. She immediately unleashed her wide array of Emperor's laws. Her left hand used a technique from Immortal Emperor Qin He and her right a technique from Immortal Emperor Yusho. The Venerable slightly shifted her gaze and shot out another ray. With a buzzing sound, it instantly petrified the 2 Emperor laws from Long Jingxian. Chapter 846, Origin of the Divine Beast Realm, the True Blood of Divine Beasts. Long Jingxian was caught off guard. I've used 1 drop of true blood before. I heard that my forefather, Immortal Emperor Yusho, only left 1 drop behind. You are very lucky that he left behind something so great for your citadel. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive right now. Li Qiye gently nodded. Someone with an immortal fate shouldn't have been able to live. Luckily, the Beastmaster Citadel had a frightening treasury. They used a drop of true blood, something that was unimaginable to others, in order to save Long Jingxian. Li Qiye said, the ancestors of the beast realm refined all of these bones with residual divinity and true blood. They even mixed the true blood into their own longevity blood. This was why they announced to the world that they had the bloodline of divine beasts. Their future descendants also inherited this divine bloodline. Without a doubt, these ancestors were amazing as they were able to change their offspring's bloodline. Jian Wushuang asked, the divine beast realm was built on top of the space that their ancestors found? Li Qiye nodded gently, yes, they established their sect and ancestral ground here. Moreover, they buried the corpses of these divine beasts and worshipped them as their ancestors. Because of this, this location was later called the ancestral tomb. Bah, just a bunch of pretenders. Long Jingxian spoke with disdain, what is this about ancestors? They just want to raise their own value. Do they really think that they are the descendants of divine beasts just because they came across a bunch of corpses? Li Qiye smiled and said, of course they would do such things, they want to advertise their pure bloodline. Otherwise, how could demons like the Basilisk tribe that actually has the real bloodline of a true dragon join them? Because of their prestige back then, many powerful demon races joined them. Now what? Long Jingxian's gaze shifted towards the huge tombs before them. Are we about to unearth all the divine bones here? Don't be so rude. Li Qiye pinched her nose and said, we are not here to rob the graves, we're here to refine them. You want to use these bones to deal with Yi Qingqing and the Divine Valley? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but glance at him after hearing this. Everyone in the entire stone medicine world knew about how Li Qiye used a phoenix's corpse to slay god monarchs. This was something that shocked the entire world. Stop, Jian Wushuang, your words speak too highly of our enemies, they'll only lower our morale. Long Jingxian looked at her with one eye and proudly stated, who the hell is Yi Qingqing? Why the need to go through so much trouble? Humph, just leave Yi Qingqing to me, I'll beat him until his own parents won't recognize him anymore. Yi Qingqing doesn't have parents. Jian Wushuang also looked back at her with disdain and said, he came from a stone. Long Jingxian loftily retorted, humph. Doesn't matter, I meant what I said. Li Qiye smiled helplessly to their argument and said, the little girl is right about that, Yi Qingqing cannot force me to do this. Since the beast world is about to emerge, there will be lineages coming blinded by greed. At that time, without slaughtering a group of god monarchs and god kings, they will start thinking that I'm easily bullied. Jian Wushuang immediately understood that he wasn't aiming for Yi Qingqing but the behemoths behind the scenes. Slaughtering god monarchs and god kings was an impossible matter for the younger generation. However, Jian Wushuang knew very well that if blind god kings came to this event, then their fates would be sealed and their blood would stain the earth. Li Qiye told the two, okay, just stand to the side and watch. I'm going to begin. Hey, smelly Qiye, let me have a few divine corpses. It would be best if it is a complete corpse. Long Jingxian had a great idea and quickly latched onto Li Qiye. What's fun about that? This isn't something to joke about. Li Qiye angrily pinched her nose. Never mind then, what a miser. Long Jingxian pulled on his arm again and acted like a spoiled child, it's just a few corpses, you even gave the corpse god to Tai Lan who didn't like you at all. Why won't you give me a few divine corpses for fun? Just think about it, how majestic would it be to ride a golden dragon? These corpses are different from the corpse god. Li Qiye gently shook his head and said, although the corpse god is dead as well, it was incubated by the Tombskull sect for millions of years. Plus, after the purification of the exorcism formation, it is now full of endless holy power. Thus, even though it is already even if those things come out from the ground, I wouldn't care at all. Then why are you suddenly making preparations right now? Long Jingxian blinked with her pure yet enchanting eyes. Because I have a few things that I don't want to use since it would be too wasteful. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, plus, it is not certain that I will deal with the Divine Valley. What other items or schemes do you have? Let me have a look. Long Jingxian stared at Li Qiye in a very cute manner. Little girl, don't get any ideas. Li Qiye glanced back and knew exactly what she wanted. Long Jingxian didn't seem to mind at all. She intimately hugged his arm and lovingly said, "Don't be so stingy. What's yours is mine, right? Haha, I'm not asking for much, only your chapter from earlier. This chapter is really too amazing. I have looked at it for so long yet I still can't grasp it." She blinked cutely while saying this. Her immortal fate talents were beyond words since she could even copy an emperor law to 60 to 70% potential with a single glance despite not being able to grasp their true profundities. However, she had looked at Li Qiye's death chapter for a very long time and couldn't fathom the least bit from it. Of course, it was part of the death scripture, one of the 9 grand scriptures. If she could grasp it after just 1 or 2 glances, then it wouldn't deserve to be part of the 9. Not even an immortal fate could accomplish this feat. Nice try. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled. He then looked over at her and jokingly said, "Since you said what's yours is mine, then very well, your Beastmaster Citadel has several treasures that I like a lot, why don't you give them to me?" "Okay, no problem." Long Jingxian agreed right away and kept on hugging his arm. "Husband and wife need to have solidarity, so all I have is yours. If you want something, I'll definitely help you get it. Which ones do you want?" "Wow, already taking stuff from your clan even before marriage." Jian Wushuang looked at her and quipped, "There is a great saying, one cannot hold on to a daughter forever. So what? This is how I like it, what are you going to do?" Long Jingxian gloatingly glared at her, "Don't even think about marrying my husband." Jian Wushuang turned livid from this and angrily glared back at her. Li Qiye had grown used to them arguing at least 3 times a day. He gently shook his head towards Long Jingxian and said, "This is a big if. And even if you really do marry me, I will not pass this chapter down to you." Chapter 843, Temptation. "Never mind, you're too stingy. Isn't it only a merit law? If you want, I can give you 8 to 10 emperor laws, it's nothing special." Long Jingxian was upset and angrily pouted after Li Qiye refused to give her the death chapter. Li Qiye smiled and pinched her jade-white nose. "Little girl, too much greed is bad. How many merit laws have you learned so far?" "Not that many." Long Jingxian lifted her head and answered, 1 to 200 emperor laws, such as the Qilin art from the Heavenhoof Ravine, the Alchemy Kingdom's Flame Mastery, the Jian clan's archery. As for the other random ones, there should be 1 to 2,000 ancient and arcane techniques or holy incantations. Jian Wushuang snorted after hearing this and stated with disdain, "Humph, what is this about the Jian clan's archery? You only managed to steal the outer layer." Long Jingxian proudly looked at Jian Wushuang in response, "Please, your archery isn't special at all. I learned it with just a glance. Even though I couldn't learn all of it, I definitely understood 50 to 60% of it. This is countless times better than some geniuses in your clan that specializes in archery. If I really wanted to learn it, then give me 1 month and I'll be able to replicate your art to its full potential." She held her head high after declaring this. Jian Wushuang only scowled without commenting since she knew about Long Jingxian's abilities. She had no choice but to admit that her talents were peerless. She was able to steal laws from just seeing them once in action. What could anyone else do? Who was to blame for her having an immortal fate? "Little girl, this isn't a good thing." Li Qiye gently shook his head, "You are wasting your talents. It is not necessarily desirable to know many arts in cultivation. You have an extremely rare gift so you don't need to cultivate so many laws. Just focusing on one will be enough in your situation." Having said that, he looked at her and added, "Your talents are able to bring 1 merit law to the limit in a short amount of time and then push it to another pinnacle. Others might not be able to reach the state of 1 law deriving myriad Tao, but for you, this would be the best type of cultivation." "Of course I understand that rationale." Long Jingxian didn't seem to care at all. "Many old geezers at my place always tell me this boring theory." "No, this is not just a boring theory." Li Qiye solemnly shook his head, you do possess a lot of different arts, but compared to the immortal emperors, do you have something of your own? Do you possess something unique across all the eons? No. For example, Empress Hong Tian, she has the Emperor Suppression art. Or Immortal Emperor Fei, he has the invincible soaring immortal physique. This time, Jian Wushuang didn't try to argue with her and only smiled faintly. It was rare for this proud beauty to reveal even a tiny smile. She was truly a noble and elegant phoenix that caused her admirers to palpitate with adoration. Okay, Smelly Chia, I'm listening, how should I cultivate? Long Jingxian leaned close to him and smiled, I want to cultivate the most profound and difficult technique in this world. Otherwise, I'll be done with an ordinary merit law in 3 months and I won't have anything else to do. But cultivating one thing can be boring as well. She cheerfully looked straight at his face and continued, do you have the most difficult merit laws in this world to comprehend? Give me one of them, will you? She was purposely making it hard for Li Chia. Jian Wushuang was very curious as well because making someone as talented as Long Jingxian cultivate one merit law was impossible. It wouldn't be able to tie her down and retain her focus because just mastering one was a simple matter. She wanted to know what kind of merit law Li Chia could have to keep her interested. You have to promise me to concentrate, then I'll show you the way. Li Chia spoke earnestly. Yes, I promise. Long Jingxian also had a rare moment of acting solemnly as she responded. Li Chia said, practice the cultivator's primary principles. Cultivator's primary principles. Long Jingxian raised her voice after hearing this and glared at him, Smelly Chia, you're purposely messing with me, right? Who says I'm messing with you? I'm being very serious. Li Chia angrily glared back at her in response. Can one train with the primary principles? Jian Wushuang was not trying to undermine him, but she was confused as well. The primary principles are only a basic outline for new cultivators. That depends on the person. Li Chia gently shook his head, others would be unable to do so, but she can. The primary principles are unwanted even by the vagrant cultivators at the very bottom. It only contains the most common knowledge that even these vagabonds don't want to read, let alone me. Long Jingxian snapped. It is true that the primary principles are very ordinary and even those at the bottom don't want to read it. Li Chia denied her claim, but there is a reason why I want you to train in the cultivator's primary principles. Chapter 844, Cultivator's Primary Principles. You better explain the reason well or I'll strangle you to death. Long Jingxian bared her fangs as if strangling Li Chia to death was an interesting thing to do. Li Chia glanced at her and asked, do you know the real origin of these principles? She was a bit stunned and looked over at Jian Wushuang, do you know? I don't. Jian Wushuang responded coldly. Although they were enemies, she still responded to the inquiry. The primary principles had been passed down countless times to the cultivators in the world, but no one could clearly explain its origin. It was a very ordinary manual with the elementary basics of cultivation. Although there were breathing techniques, the incantations and formulas were so common that it couldn't be used for cultivation. Despite it being passed down for a very long time, any cultivator with some money or who was part of a sect wouldn't want to read it. However, for millions of years now, countless mortals wanted to enter the path of cultivation, so countless copies of this manual continued to spread in the world. No one can be sure about its true origin since it was already very popular during the Desolate Era. Li Chia explained, one theory states that it comes from even before the Desolate Era. He paused for a moment at this point. In fact, many wise sages during the Desolate Era had studied these principles. But today, there are too many merit laws and emperor laws in this world, so no one wants to read the primary principles. However, I'll tell you too a heaven-shattering secret. Li Chia put on a mysterious appearance in an attempt to bait the two. What heaven-shattering secret? Just say it already. Long Jingxian liked this type of stuff the most, so she immediately fell for his bait. After piquing her interest, Li Qie calmly spoke. At a young age, immortal Emperor Jiao Heng studied the primary principles and obtained great enlightenment from it. No way, the feuding pair exclaimed in unison after hearing this. Nothing is impossible in this world. This is indeed the truth. Li Qie flatly stated. Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian looked at each other. Who was immortal Emperor Jiao Heng? This was an emperor undefeated throughout his entire life, some even called him the greatest among all the emperors. When it came down to it, many believed that he cultivated a supreme merit law. How could he have gained some enlightenment from the primary principles? What proof do you have on this claim? Long Jingxian was skeptical. My words are the most convincing evidence. Li Qie smiled. This would be nonsense coming from someone else, but when they came from Li Qie, they held an entirely different meaning. Li Qie gently shook his head. The two of you shouldn't look down on the cultivator's primary principles. Yes, the majority of the contents are common knowledge, but it is due to this most basic knowledge that we have a cultivation system. Without these basics, what would you two cultivate? Would you have a life wheel? A fate palace? A physique? You would have nothing at all. The two of them were intrigued by this explanation as Li Qie continued in a serious manner. The most basic incantations and knowledge contain the most essential elements of longevity laws and fate techniques. You need to read one part but understand 10 from it to be able to create all of these laws along with offensive and defensive techniques. This is called understanding one law to reach the myriad Tao. So to say, if I cultivate the cultivator's primary principles, I will be able to create the longevity laws and fate techniques that I desire. Long Jingxian was tempted after hearing this. That's one way to put it. The myriad laws have a single origin, so you must understand one law to reach the myriad Tao. Others might not be able to, but you can with your immortal fate. Li Qie solemnly nodded. Good, I'll cultivate it. Long Jingxian replied immediately. Li Qie added, it is not something you can do on a whim. If you truly want to reach the level of one law to reach the myriad Tao, then you have to start all over again. It is best to cripple your Tao foundation so that everything will be back to the beginning. From then on, your grand Tao will truly be the purest. Starting from scratch? Long Jingxian repeated with a tinge of surprise. This was not a small challenge to someone who always wants to play around like her. How pitiable was it to completely abolish all the training of the past? Li Qie asked, this is no big deal with your talent. If you focus completely, how long do you think it will take for you to reach the Heavenly King realm? It was simply torturous for others to remove their merit laws and start all over again, but for Long Jingxian, this was not necessarily the case. It was simple, cultivation for her was like a game due to her innate talents. I have to discuss this with my ancestors. She hesitantly said. Li Qie nodded, I'm not forcing you to do it right now. It is better to have your ancestors watch over you during the process. If you really want to proceed, then I will refine a couple alchemy batches for you to take back. Nothing would be better. Despite her laziness, she still knew about Li Qie's supreme Tao of alchemy. His medicine was absolutely priceless. You have to pay attention when picking a manual for the cultivator's primary principles. Li Qie told her, pick an edition from Immortal Emperor Bing Yu's generation, it will be best if you can find a copy from the Icy Feather Palace. Jian Wushuang was curious, why pick one from the Icy Feather Palace of that generation? Li Qie smiled, the edition of that period can be said to be the best. It contains countless efforts from wise sages. This edition was even changed by Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. I trust that this little task won't be difficult for your Beastmaster Citadel. Of course, Li Qie left out some key information. Outside of the wise sages and Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, the edition of that generation also had fixes from him and several other emperors. It was definitely the best edition. Okay, my Citadel can definitely find that particular copy of the primary principles. Long Jingxian's curiosity was piqued, she was itching to give it a shot. The divine light engulfing the sky along with the news of the beast world's emergence spread across the entire stone medicine world. In just a short period of time, many cultivators entered these heavenly ruins. These sects were shaken from the pulsing divine light after stepping inside. From the very start, many people had speculated that the beast world's entrance would appear in these ruins. This was very understandable since back when the divine beast realm stood strong, the entrance had appeared here many times. Due to this speculation, many sects and cultivators rushed to this place, including the armed forces of great powers from the distant alchemy and stone realms. Among the group was one that garnered the most attention. Moreover, they were also the fastest to reach the ruins. This sect was the Celestial Array School. They brought many experts with the majority of them being formation masters. This time, the Celestial Array Young King was the leader of this group. The Young King immediately ordered for the search of the entrance. At the same time, he released a certain piece of news: we, the imperial lineages from the Stone Realm, are willing to re-establish the Bayan Agreement and propose that young Noble Yi be the director. Many people shivered after hearing this, they thought about Yi Qingqing instantly. The young king and Yi Qingqing were sworn brothers and even had a blood ceremony. This meant that his words were the same as Yi Qingqing's. The weaker sects that were hoping to enter the beast world were even more shaken after hearing this news. The Bayan Agreement took effect back when the divine beast realm controlled the Bayan beast world. Back then, the contents of the agreement were written by the beast realm along with several imperial lineages who were qualified to control the stone medicine world. The main point of the agreement was that the divine beast realm and these sects were the ones to decide who could enter the beast world. The key to the beast world's emergence was the bronze rod in Li Qi's hand. Although it was capable of doing so, it required a great amount of power. Thus, even back during the beast realm's era, the beast world only appeared once every 1 or 2 generations. Because of this, the descent of the beast world was without a doubt an amazing and rare fortune. But now, the young king immediately brought up the old agreement from the start: how could other people not be uncomfortable? Keep in mind that the lineages who were qualified to preside over this agreement, such as the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan, no longer showed themselves. This meant that the Bayan Agreement this time would be regulated by imperial lineages such as the Celestial Array School, the Stony Edge Kingdom, and the Heavenhoof Ravine. All of these sects also had great relations with Yi Qingqing. If Yi Qingqing were to be the director of the agreement, then the beast world would become their possession. Chapter 845, Ancestral Tomb. After the Celestial Array Young King's declaration, many cultivators and sects quickly ran around the ruins in order to try to find the entrance before others. They wished to enter the beast world before the agreement came into effect. At the same time, a big shot made his entrance into the ruins. A golden light swept through the sky. It was extremely domineering and caused explosions throughout the entire area. A huge figure in the shape of a huge golden crow appeared above the ruins, blotting out the sun. Multiple suns rose from its wings and started to float as if they were about to burn the ruins to a crisp. The Golden Crow Prince is also here. Many people took deep breaths after seeing this golden crow flying in the sky. Everyone in the beast realm was aware of his power. He was not only the descendant of the ravine but also the new master of the Golden Crow tribe. Just the Golden Crow tribe alone was frightening enough, not to mention the ravine that had 2 emperors. Their tribe considered themselves to be the descendants of the sun god with a divine bloodline. This blood allowed their members to have several innate advantages unavailable to the other demon tribes. First, they had supreme speed. Second, they had powerful bodies. One rumor stated that their bodies could measure up to saint physiques. Third, their sharp claws could tear anything into pieces. They had been praised as one of the most powerful demon tribes of the stone medicine world. The Golden Crow Prince entered the ruins and circled the area as if he was looking for someone. In just a few short days, the abandoned ruins turned lively. Many lineages established camps to become the first to enter the beast world. Meanwhile, Li Qie had walked all around the area as he imprinted his Death Chapter's laws into the ground. The ruins were 10 million miles wide, so Li Qie along with Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian seemed to be on a vacation as they traversed the plains. In fact, each of his steps was meant to imprint death laws that would come to form an inescapable net. Eventually, he finished his preparations and entered a narrow valley leading to an abandoned shrine. This shrine was tattered and old with collapsed walls. However, the main pillars of this shrine remained standing strong. Li Qie walked around these pillars and moved them. When they were repositioned to a certain angle, one could hear a clacking sound. The wall at the front of the temple cracked. A stone stairway emerged, leading all the way down into the ground, into darkness as if it was the entrance to hell. Interesting. Long Jingxian saw these steps and her playful self was ready to rush down. However, Li Qie dragged her back. Li Qie gently shook his head and said, "Be careful, this is not a place to mess around." He pulled her back further and ordered, "Follow behind me, no funny business." With that, he walked down the stone steps. The two attentively followed right behind him down the steps. They walked down this path for an unknown amount of time before finally reaching the end. At the end was a vast space with many towering stone pillars as if they were shouldering the weight of the earth. These pillars were different from the ones above. The ones here were carved into different shapes. One had a hawk's head on a human body while another had a snake's body with a human head. It was more accurate to call these pillars statues. Once the group arrived, these pillars lit up and figures emerged from each of the pillars that corresponded to the carving's characteristics. Each figure was like a demon god stepping out from the stones. All of them were also full of death energy. "Human, you shouldn't have come to this place." A deep voice rang out from beneath them and reverberated in the area. "Interesting, I'm eager for a fight." Long Jingxian immediately wiped her hands and prepared to fight against the imposing figures. Li Qie immediately pulled her back and glanced over the figures approaching them. He didn't even bat an eye as he declared, "Scram or I'll excavate this entire place." "Human, do you know where this is?" "This is the death god's domain." The deep voice lingered in this space. "Don't try to consider yourselves gods." Li Qie dismissively said, "All of you are only undispersed sentiments. Today, I am here to borrow a corpse. Block my path and I shall destroy this place." Having said that, he opened his mind, causing his sea of memories to light up. The universal laws from within intertwined to instantly form an ancient order. This order imprinted itself in the space below with a buzzing noise. With this, it seemed to have left a mark unerasable for all eternity. "Humph." The deep voice scowled after seeing this ancient order. However, the figures slowly retreated back to their pillars after the imprint was planted. Jian Wushuang was startled after seeing this. Although these figures had died and were only sentiments, they were absolutely powerful, much more so than virtuous paragons. However, even these powerful sentiments retreated like a receding tide in the face of Li Qie's ancient order. This was quite surprising. "Wow!" Long Jingxian was excited and her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Smelly Qie, this move of yours is too domineering and cool, teach me will you?" Li Qie only smiled in response. This wasn't something that could be taught on a whim. In the past, he stayed behind in this place after the destruction of the divine beast realm because it didn't have too many ties with the beast realm. He left behind a seal that belonged to him, thus he had absolute control of this area. It was a simple task if he wished to destroy the whole place. The group went through many pillars before reaching a different place below the shrine. A series of huge graves suddenly sprung up from the ground. These graves had no tombstones and were gigantic as if they buried giants. "What are these?" Jian Wushuang was startled to see these gigantic graves. Long Jingxian looked at each one and cheerfully exclaimed, "Haha, this is a nice place with incredible items inside." Although their divinity is now gone, they are still good things. As someone with an immortal fate, she had a great advantage in this regard compared to Jian Wushuang. Just a glance was enough for her to gain a clue or two from these graves. This is the ancestral tomb of the divine beast realm. Li Qiye smilingly said. Jian Wushuang jumped from shock and blurted, "Are you saying that the 3 immortal emperors of the beast realm are buried here?" "Please, Jian Wushuang, you still call yourself an imperial descendant? Do you really think immortal emperors would die in this place?" Long Jingxian berated her. Jian Wushuang glared at her for a bit before coldly blurting, "What do you know? Shouldering the heavens will doesn't mean that immortal emperors have everlasting life. This has nothing to do with immortal emperors. In fact, they have no relationship with the divine beast realm." Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. "Do you too know the true origin of the divine beast realm?" Long Jingxian immediately answered, "I know a little about this. Legend states that the divine beast realm called themselves the descendants of divine beasts. They were the tyrants of the ancient age and once reigned over the 9 worlds. Unfortunately, after a great disaster, only one branch remained. Only a fool like you would believe this nonsense." Jian Wushuang snorted and stated, "If the divine beast realm consisted of true divine beasts. Other lineages like the alchemy kingdom would be nothing before them. The beast realm would have already swept through the 9 worlds. Just look back at when the phoenix corpse appeared in the kingdom. That was a real divine beast, just its corpse alone could kill god monarchs like dogs. If those of the beast realm were true divine beasts, then just how powerful would they have been? Bah, I like vague legends like this the most. What are you gonna do about it?" Long Jingxian immediately retorted. Li Qiye put a stop to this. "Okay, you two, knock it off. Strictly speaking, the divine beast realm has nothing to do with divine beasts. However, one has to admit that as a demon race, they do have certain divinities from the divine beasts." "What do you mean?" Long Jingxian asked curiously. Li Qiye explained, "The ancestors of the divine beast realm were very lucky. By chance, they came across a heavenly realm in the sky. Inside, they were able to obtain great items, and more importantly, a great amount of corpses from divine beasts." Corpses from divine beasts? Jian Wushuang was shocked despite coming from an imperial lineage. The corpses of these beasts were incredible, they were the greatest of materials no matter the era. The majority were crippled bones. These bones had lost their divinity and had no use, but they were still very lucky. Time couldn't erode all of these divine corpses. A few of them maintained some divinity. However, the most crucial and precious part is that some of these corpses still had a bit of true blood left. Li Qiye spoke. After the celestial array young king's declaration, many cultivators and sects quickly ran around the ruins in order to try to find the entrance before others. They wished to enter the beast world before the agreement came into effect. At the same time, a big shot made his entrance into the ruins. A golden light swept through the sky. It was extremely domineering and caused explosions throughout the entire area. A huge figure in the shape of a huge golden crow appeared above the ruins, blotting out the sun. Multiple suns rose from its wings and started to float as if they were about to burn the ruins to a crisp. The Golden Crow Prince is also here. Many people took deep breaths after seeing this golden crow flying in the sky. Everyone in the beast realm was aware of his power. He was not only the descendant of the ravine but also the new master of the Golden Crow tribe. Chapter 846, Origin of the Divine Beast Realm, the True Blood of Divine Beasts. Long Jingxian was caught off guard. "I've used 1 drop of true blood before. I heard that my forefather, immortal emperor Yu Shou, only left 1 drop behind." "Fine, I'll try." Li Qiye couldn't do anything with this crazy girl latching onto him, he eventually had to agree. "Yes, this is my good husband. She made a victory pose and then stared gloatingly at Jian Wushuang to get a reaction out of her. Rumble. The eagerly awaited Bayan Beast World finally emerged before the crowd. The entire stone medicine world shook during the appearance. The divine light in the ruins turned even more radiant as if there was a door opening in the sky. After a series of thunderous detonations, the beast world finally appeared. There was a magnificent scene in the sky, with majestic hills and gigantic peaks floating in the air. In the far distance were ancient pavilions tightly packed together alongside many temples and mysterious cities. This scene in the sky seemed like a mirage, yet it was so incredibly tangible. It was as if a huge star in the sky was entering the firmament of the stone medicine world and they were about to converge. The Bayan Beast World. An ancestor became overwhelmed with emotion by this scene in the sky. He murmured, "I haven't seen this scene since the destruction of the divine beast realm. I didn't think I would live to see it again." Everyone in the entire world saw this majestic scene and knew what had happened. The Bayan Beast World had arrived. In just a moment, the entire world was sent into an uproar. Although news about its emergence had come several days prior, many remained skeptical due to its absence since the destruction of the beast realm. It was difficult to convince people otherwise. However, the magnificent scene in the sky witnessed by all the cultivators made them restless. The world suddenly became crazy as people searched for the entrance. The prescient crowd that was already at the ruins were at a great advantage. As others were making their way here, the ones present were busy trying to find the actual entrance. "Hurry, we have to find it before the agreement takes effect. Otherwise, we won't have a chance to enter." A sect master shouted at his 1,000 disciples. Numerous cultivators crazily searched for the entrance. Some even dug deep into the ground while others searched every single crevice in this land. The true blood of divine beasts. Long Jingxian was caught off guard. "I have used one drop of true blood before. I heard that my forefather, immortal Emperor Yu Shou, only left one drop behind. You are very lucky that he left behind something so great for your citadel. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive right now." Li Qiye gently nodded. Someone with an immortal fate shouldn't have been able to live. Luckily, the Beastmaster Citadel had a frightening treasury. They used a drop of true blood, something that was unimaginable to others, in order to save Long Jingxian. Li Qiye said, "The ancestors of the beast realm refined all of these bones with residual divinity and true blood. They even mixed the true blood into their own longevity blood. This was why they announced to the world that they had the bloodline of divine beasts. Their future descendants also inherited this divine bloodline. Without a doubt, these ancestors were amazing as they were able to change their offspring's bloodline." Jian Wushuang asked, "The divine beast realm was built on top of the space that their ancestors found?" Li Qiye nodded gently, "Yes, they established their sect and ancestral ground here. Moreover, they buried the corpses from these divine beasts and worshipped them as their ancestors. Because of this, this location was later called the Ancestral Tomb." Chapter 847, Celestial Array. Young King. These desolate ruins suddenly became very lively. The cultivators present frantically searched for the entrance, not missing a single corner of this land. Boom! On the same day, rays of light flew across the sky. A lucky person finally found the entrance. The moment the door was opened, these rays of light soared into the sky. Someone found the entrance. Many people lunged towards the source after seeing this scene. Everyone wanted to enter the beast world before the buy-in agreement took effect again. The first to find the entrance was actually the Celestial Array young king. Moreover, he had already barricaded the area. There were a few reasons for his success. Besides his advantage in numbers from the sect, he was advised by Yi Qingqing, who gave him an item. Because of this, he found the entrance before anyone else. He immediately set up a supreme fortress formation to block the entrance. In just a moment, the entrance was full of labyrinthine palaces and cities. The Celestial Array School was renowned for its formations, they were considered the number one in this regard. Their formations came from immortal Emperor Zhenji, so their fame was not just for show. An ancestor behind the scenes spoke, if the behemoths do not come out, then Yi Qingqing will easily maintain his seat on the throne of this generation and do as he pleases. This move from him could be considered quite risky. He not only wanted to fortify his position and monopolize the beast world, but he also wanted to test the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan. If these imperial lineages still didn't come out even with the emergence of the beast world, then it meant that they definitely wouldn't do so in this generation. From this, his future path to become an immortal emperor would be much easier. Who could stop him from ascending to the throne without the three great behemoths blocking his path? Who could stop his plan of ruling the stone medicine world? Once the sects of the stone medicine world were willing to join his banner, he would head for the other 8 worlds and challenge the myriad realms. He wanted to become an immortal emperor above the 9 worlds. An ancestor who thought of this quivered inside. Despite the events around the beast world's appearance being an attempt from him to test the waters, his ambition came through as clear as day. The entire scene was now quiet. No one was willing to stand up to the young king or the prince. Despite feeling furious inside, no one wanted to oppose the ravine. The prince looked over the crowd with an oppressive momentum. He noticed a woman and asked, "You must be the giant bamboo royal lord, Her Majesty Ziyan, correct?" After hearing this, many looked over at a woman standing in the far distance. They saw that she was graceful and noble and had a swirling violet aura of a heavenly king. Even though she stood there by herself, no one would dare to ignore her radiating presence. This woman was indeed Madame Ziyan. After resigning from the throne and taking care of everything, she left Giant Bamboo and went to the Beast Realm to meet up with Li Chia. When the school found the entrance, the madam quickly rushed over, thinking that it was her young master who had found it due to the soaring divine light. She didn't expect to see the young king's group here. Chapter 848, Kue Madame Ziyan calmly replied to the Golden Crow Prince's inquiry, "I am indeed Ziyan. However, I am no longer the royal lord of the giant bamboo country, someone more capable than me has succeeded me." The prince didn't care about this matter. He gazed at the madam and lowered his tone, "I heard that you have been with Li Chia. Where is he now?" All eyes were on her at this moment. Everyone knew that she was together with Li Chia, and that Li Chia had killed a Heavenhoof elder. It wasn't strange for the prince to find him for revenge. The madam gently shook her head in response, "Sorry, no comment." Although she didn't know where her young master was, she wouldn't tell anyone even if she did. The prince glared at her with his sharp and oppressive eyes. He asserted, "Madame Ziyan, I have many ways to make people talk." The madam didn't care as she uttered, "If your highness Golden Crow wants to use force, then I'll entertain you." After following Li Chia for such a long time, she was infected by his overbearing attitude. "Madame Ziyan, you should reconsider your decision." The prince's eyes were beyond cold. Although he was the son of a sun god with a radiating aura, his wintry eyes could penetrate cold steel, straight into the heart of others. He uttered, "To give up your life for this cowardly Li Chia is not worth it. If you reveal where he is hiding, our ravine will welcome a friend like you." The crowd was holding their breaths in anticipation. The prince was famous, but the madam was also a great demon king, someone who was not necessarily weaker than those at the peak of the younger generation. Without taking the ravine into consideration, there were many heavenly kings from the previous generation that could fight against the prince. However, before the madam could answer, one could hear someone boldly spitting on the ground. Immediately afterward, arrogant words rang out, "The Golden Crow tribe is nothing special, aren't they just a bunch of chickens? And the same goes for the Heavenhoof ravine, they're only a bunch of wretches that took advantage of the situation. If it wasn't for them picking up the trash of the divine beast realm, there would be no ravine today, so, a descendant of garbage collectors dares to come here and act almighty?" Are there really no talents in the stone medicine world? Watch as I take care of you so that the world will come to find that I am the greatest talent of the younger generation. This voice coming out of nowhere wasn't only arrogant but also extremely egotistical. Many people were left dumbfounded after hearing such shamelessness. They turned around and noticed that two demons were approaching. The one in front was a young man with the head of a chicken while the other was a big turtle, following right behind him. Compared to the haughty chicken, the old turtle was very nervous and scared. Who else could these two be but the four-eyed basilisk and the old turtle? Many cultivators found the basilisk's haughty attitude quite amusing. Only a few older people recognized the four-eyed basilisk and exclaimed, "The basilisk tribe." The Golden Crow Prince came to these ruins in a particularly bad mood. He was looking for Wuxia, but before catching a glimpse of him, this basilisk provoked him in front of so many people. This greatly annoyed him. Thus, his eyes turned fierce and emitted a murderous intent. He glared at the basilisk, "Ignorant fool, I will take care of you today." As the saying goes, beat the dog first then deal with its master later. Bah, you are the dog. No, your entire family are dogs. No, incorrect again. Your family isn't even qualified to act as hound dogs. Look at your reflection in a puddle of piss. You think your chicken race is qualified to be our master's loyal dogs? The basilisk's mouth was downright vicious. Well, the prince stared at the three and snorted, "All three of you come at the same time so I can take care of this at once, lest I waste time chasing each of you individually. Who the hell do you think you are? It is not up to you to take care of those on my side." A carefree voice appeared. Such a nonchalant response immediately caught everyone's attention. They immediately saw three people slowly arriving, one man and two women. The two women were both kingdom-toppling, one of them was even riding a divine beast. Wuxia leisurely arrived with Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian as his company. Supreme beauties like them would be the center of attention no matter where they went. Long Jingxian stood out more since she was riding a divine beast. This divine beast had one leg with an ox body surrounded by pulsing lightning that was seemingly capable of destroying anything. It emitted a terrifying aura that caused people to tremble. "My lord, this is the divine beast Qiu." The basilisk's eyes lit up while drooling. However, once he took a closer look with his four eyes, he murmured, "Wait a minute, a real divine beast isn't like that." The beast that carried Long Jingxian naturally was not a living Qiu, it was only a corpse. Wuxia used his death laws to dig it out. This corpse had already lost its divinity. It wouldn't have any power without the chapter imbuing death energy in it. Long Jingxian kept on pestering Wuxia to imprint his chapter on this corpse and her sea of memories. She was able to use her powerful blood energy to control this corpse. At the same time, she used an emperor law to refine this corpse. From that, it appeared to look like a living Qiu, mighty and terrifying. Although this beast was very powerful, it required Long Jingxian's blood energy for maintenance. However, she didn't seem to care. The fun factor overtook any other considerations. Some spectators quivered and murmured after seeing this, "Is this really the divine beast, Qiu?" The prince was attracted to this as well. However, his eyes weren't on Long Jingxian and her Qiu, they were fixated on Jian Wushuang. The murderous and cold prince couldn't hide his adoration. He greedily stared at her every detail. In his eyes, she who was as proud as a phoenix was the most beautiful. He wouldn't get tired of looking at her even after 1,000,000 glances. In the past, he didn't even mind staying at the alchemy realm for a very long time after seeing her. Chapter 849, Challenge. He had seen countless beauties from the southern region and even all of the beast realm. Countless princesses and saintesses wished to marry him in hopes of becoming the mistress of the ravine. At the same time, Miao Chan, who was loyal to him, was also a great beauty. Although she was not as pretty as Long Jingxian, she was still kingdom-toppling. However, He didn't give his time or even respond to the girls, including his senior sister who had worked hard for him. He would rather like Jian Wushuang, who didn't care for him at all. Despite her lack of reciprocation, his crush stayed strong. He even rushed into the Jian clan just to see Jian Wushuang again, but was captured by an ancestor. Eventually, the ravine had to step in to have him returned. Wushuang, so you are here as well. The prince seemed to have forgotten about everything around him and smiled after seeing her. You and I can enter the beast world together. Perhaps we can even obtain the biggest fortune inside Baiyan City. Jian Wushuang responded to this one-sided love with a glare. She was very annoyed with the prince's stalkerish behavior. Oh. Isn't this the little firebird from the Heavenhoof ravine? I heard that after becoming the main descendant, you immediately went everywhere to look for girls. Long Jingxian smiled after asserting herself. Her playful smile was so peerless that it could cause people to drown in ecstasy. The prince withdrew his sight from Jian Wushuang and pretended to not hear Long Jingxian. He looked over at Li Qie and spoke, so you are Li Qie. The prince didn't try to hide his hostility and jealousy at all. His hatred for Li Qie not only stemmed from the dead disciples from the ravine, he also considered Li Qie to be his rival in love. Jian Wushuang had always been a loner and never gave anyone the time of day. The prince considered this as her defining characteristic, arrogant and aggressive against anyone and everyone. Because of this, he still thought that he had a chance of winning her over. But now, this Li Qie came out of nowhere and Jian Wushuang was following him. How could the prince not be driven mad with jealousy? So what if I am? Li Qie looked at him with one eye and immediately understood the situation. There was no need for further observation. His eyes fell upon the formation of the array school that blocked the entrance of the beast world. I want to challenge you to a life and death duel. The prince turned livid after this show of disrespect. His eyes displayed his fiery anger as well as his murderous intent. While Li Qie was too lazy to look at him again, the prince approached step by step. The extremely refined flames were blazing, causing the ground to be burnt to a crisp. Such tyrannical flames made everyone retreat from the prince. No one wanted to be caught in the crossfire. Li Qie, do you dare to accept my challenge or not? The prince coldly uttered, no external forces, no imperial weapons, just our bare hands. Yes or no? After hearing this, the experts nearby felt that the prince must be extremely confident of his sheer physical strength. However, this was not strange at all because the mightiness of the Golden Crow tribe was well documented in the stone medicine world. Moreover, they could move at alarming speeds as well. Li Qie took his time to look over at the prince before flatly responding, to be frank, without an imperial weapon, someone of your level is simply unworthy to challenge me, so I'm too lazy to accept. You. The prince had always considered himself to be superior to others. This was his pride, and among the younger generation, the only one he respected was Yi Qingqing. He couldn't handle this disdain coming from Li Qie. The prince took a deep breath to calm his rage and then glared at Li Qie while uttering, Li Qie, do not boast here. I know you have some incredible methods, but do you dare to fight with your own strength? Just you and me with our bare hands. Victory will be decided by our real capabilities. If you beat me, your feud with the ravine will be over. If you lose, I will have your head. In fact, the prince looked down on Li Qie. Although Li Qie's battle with the Alchemy Kingdom won him great fame, the prince thought that Li Qie had only been using an evil art to control the undead. This was an incorrect and dishonorable path. In his opinion, Li Qie's own cultivation was not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, the crowd was secretly ecstatic to see the prince wanting to fight Li Qie. He was on Yi Qingqing's side, so if a battle broke out, maybe they could take advantage of the chaos and enter the beast world. Real capabilities? Li Qie leisurely smiled and said, since you are feeling so bullish, I'll say something even more pretentious but true, your level is not worthy for me to use my own abilities. With that, he gently waved his sleeve and ordered, take care of him for me. Okay. Long Jingxian became excited and eagerly shouted, let me go take care of him. No, Wu Shuang will do it. Li Qiye didn't bother looking at the prince as he spoke. The Golden Crow tribe is renowned for its speed, so let this be a test for Jian Wushuang's agility in battle. Although Long Jingxian wasn't happy about this, she only quietly muttered, fine, so stingy. Oh well, there's no glory in beating a chicken anyway. Li Qiye. The enraged prince shouted, don't be a coward and hide behind women. However, Li Qiye ignored him. Jian Wushuang stepped out and took out her 9 words true bow. She glared at the prince and declared, come, show me the speed of your Golden Crow tribe. She had grown tired of the prince early on due to his clingy nature and had wanted to take him out long ago. If it wasn't for the Jian clan not wanting to make enemies out of the ravine, she would have aimed to kill him back when he caused trouble at the Jian clan. The prince turned red at this moment. He was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Li Qiye, on the other hand, stepped into the ancient city created by the Celestial Array School. He glanced over at the young king and said, remove this formation, your Celestial Array School is not qualified to be involved in the Bian Beast world. This made the young king and the elders from the sect glance at each other. They were an imperial lineage, but now a junior like Li Qiye was looking down on them as if they were nothing. How could they not become angry? And you think you are qualified? The young king retorted with a snort. Li Qiye nodded and said, you are right about that. I am the only person qualified to deal with the beast world. The appearance of the entrance depends on my mood. Such a big tone. A Celestial Array elder sneered, I don't think you are capable enough to monopolize the beast world. It belongs to everyone in the world. The young king coldly added, that's right, it belongs to everyone in the world, and it is not up to you to decide who has admission. It is up to the Bian agreement. The Bian agreement? Li Qiye couldn't help but smirk after hearing this. He knew the agreement better than anyone else. My second brother wants to work with the sects in the world to reinstate the agreement. The young king smiled proudly before continuing, after reconsidering the clauses in the agreement, those who are eligible to enter will be up to the agreement. As for your part, Li Qiye, we'll see if the sects will allow you to. No matter the occasion, the young king always considered his sworn brother, Yi Qingcheng, to be his pride. He believed that Yi Qingcheng would definitely become an immortal emperor in the future. What a glorious thing it would be to be sworn brothers with an emperor. Many sect masters here snorted at this response. Their sects had no intentions of doing so. This agreement was only a little plaything in Yi Qingcheng's hands. This agreement, in my eyes, is no different from dog shit. Li Qiye was too lazy to argue and ended the conversation by saying, if you do not remove the formation, then I will annihilate you down to your roots. With you alone. The young king sneered and confidently proclaimed, although your ferocity is well known, don't even dream about breaking my school's formation. Even those who were unhappy with the school had to admit that the young king's arrogant words weren't without cause. The school's formations were number 1 in the contemporary times, and no other sect in the stone medicine world could compare with them in this regard. Moreover, this grand formation ahead was laid out by the young king and other formation masters of the school. Even a paragon would have trouble breaking it with brute strength. Li Qiye glanced over the formation for a moment before smiling, this formation's level is too low, it's not worthy of me personally taking action. Such arrogance left the young king and the experts from the school trembling with rage. The formation they erected was the culmination of their great efforts. Many people here were also astounded, they felt that there were no bounds to Li Qiye's madness. Although they knew that Li Qiye was unbelievably ferocious, no one in this world could exceed the school with regards to formations. Good, Li Qiye, nothing could be better than seeing you so confident. The young king chuckled, if you can break this formation, then you are free to enter the beast world. If you can't, then you will die inside and can only blame your own lack of skills. He had seen countless beauties from the southern region and even all of the beast realm. Countless princesses and saintesses wished to marry him in hopes to become the mistress of the ravine. At the same time, Miao Chan, who was loyal to him, was also a great beauty. Although she was not as pretty as Long Jingxian, she was still kingdom-toppling. However, he neither responded or gave his time to the girls, including his senior sister who had worked hard for him. He would rather like Jian Wushuang, who didn't care for him at all. Despite her lack of reciprocation, his crush stayed strong. He even rushed into the Jian clan just to see Jian Wushuang again, but was captured by an ancestor. Eventually, the ravine had to step in to bring him back. Wushuang, so you are here as well. The prince seemed to have forgotten about everything around him and smiled after seeing her. You and I can enter the beast world together. Perhaps we can even obtain the biggest fortune inside Bayan City. Chapter 850, Golden Serpent with the Golden Crow. Many immediately looked over at Li Qiye after the young king stated his challenge. Everyone knew that Li Qiye's audacity was boundless, so they wanted to see if he would accept this challenge or not. Of course, some hoped that Li Qiye could incite chaos. Only a brute like Li Qiye would be able to destroy Yi Qingqing's plan so that others would have the chance to enter the beast world. It's just an insignificant formation, there's no need for me to do anything. Li Qiye simply didn't care for this type of formation. In his eyes, it was far from the apex. Keep in mind that the most powerful formations in this world came from him and the formation ancestor. In the past, they created the immortal emperor slaughtering formation. It massacred everything and created rivers of blood across the 9 worlds. Such a response left the elders from the school furious. They angrily glared at Li Qiye since this was a blatant humiliation. If their school claimed to be number 2 in formations, no one else would dare claim to be number 1. But now, Li Qiye was clearly looking down on their grand formation with contempt. Li Qiye completely ignored the unfriendly gazes and smiled, I'm not interested in your bullshit. You want to stop me with just this formation? With that, he signaled with his hand and said, Girl, it is time to test your talents. Break this formation. Long Jingxian immediately rushed forward and rolled up her sleeves. This crazed girl liked to fight more than anyone else, so the moment she saw this formation, her battle intent instantly soared. Many people were astonished by her advance. They were both frightened and skeptical. The fear was from whether the kuei she was riding was real or not, while the skepticism stemmed from her origin. Just who was she to be acting so bold alongside Li Qiye? Of course, very few people in this world knew of Long Jingxian. She rarely showed herself, and the citadel also didn't want people to know that they had a descendant with a natural-born immortal fate. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was coldly staring at the prince and uttered, Start. The prince didn't want to fight her, so he wryly smiled, Miss Jian, why should we cross swords? Plus, I don't want to hurt you. Jian Wushuang snorted in response and coldly uttered, Aren't you known for grasping the essence of immortal Emperor Jin Shi's arts? Someone adept at 2 different schools of techniques. Didn't you claim that your tribe's supreme arts can challenge my Jian clan's archery? Very well, I'll give you the chance today to see our archery firsthand. The prince instantly responded, Ah, that was only a misunderstanding. I was only joking back then. Back then when he wanted to see Jian Wushuang and invaded the clan, he made that comment out of hubris. Jian Wushuang ignored his nonsense and flatly said, Less words, let's fight. The prince took a deep breath then answered, If Miss Jian truly wants to see my supreme arts, then I'll try my best today. Jian Wushuang only snorted as a cold glint flashed across her eyes like 2 sharp arrows that carried a blatant ice-cold murderous intent. If it wasn't for the elders stopping her back then during his intrusion, she would have tried to kill him already. EY, can you take care of him in 3 to 5 moves? Long Jingxian stared at Jian Wushuang with a provocative look, Jian Wushuang, do you want to bet? Whoever finishes first is the winner. Why not? Jian Wushuang laughed proudly. Good, it's decided, let us get started then. Long Jingxian cheerfully laughed, then immediately headed for the grand formation of the Celestial Array School. She disappeared inside the many pavilions and temples. Miss Jian, you have to be careful. The prince shouted at this time. He was a genius with a great amount of pride after all. Being looked down upon by the two girls like this enraged him. The angry prince emitted a boundless brilliance. The powerful flames of the sun soared up from his body. A golden crow slowly emerged from this flame as if the sun was its dwelling. At the same time, a golden serpent flew around the powerful flame. It was especially dazzling under the blinding sunlight. The golden serpent together with the golden crow. Someone was startled after seeing this. A demon king from the southern region exclaimed, the prince actually managed to combine the arts from both the Golden Crow tribe and immortal Emperor Jin Shi. After hearing this, those who knew a little about the ravine and the Golden Crow tribe were astounded. Immortal Emperor Jin Shi was the second emperor of the ravine while the tribe was its foundation. The emperor was a major reason for the ravine's survival as he acted as its supporting pillar. Moreover, the tribe also occupied many ancestor seats throughout the history of the ravine, thus its influence was immense. It could even control the fate of the sect itself. Although the Golden Crow tribe had never produced an immortal emperor, its merit law could be considered the best. However, there was a particular phenomenon at the ravine. Immortal Emperor Jin Shi's emperor law and the Crow tribe's law were opposing in nature. This meant that those in the ravine who cultivated the Crow's law would absolutely be unable to cultivate the emperor's law. However, the prince managed to combine both arts. This came as a great shock. A golden crow would devour a golden serpent and vice versa. These two existences were as incompatible as fire and ice. The crow's law prioritized strength to grow while the emperor's law used speed and agility to reign. Thus, the combination of the two would allow the prince to have both superior strength and speed. Moreover, their tribe's powerful body meant that the prince was a weapon in human form. To have both strength and agility on top of the emperor law's reaction means that the prince will be able to crush most enemies without even using a weapon. If he has an imperial weapon as well, then just how strong will he be? Someone murmured as they stared at the golden serpent coiling around his body. Miss Jian, watch out. The prince's confidence erupted after displaying his ultimate weapon. Nonsense. Jian Wushuang snorted as her bow lit up. She shot out the word formation. The moment the arrow appeared, a formation instantly came into existence. A rain of arrows quickly shot towards the prince. The prince let out a cry and leaped into the sky like a gigantic golden crow taking flight. He flapped his wings, creating clanking sounds. The wings were able to cut down the barrage of arrows. This was the power of the Golden Crow tribe. Their bodies were weapons, his wings were two sabers capable of slicing through the sharp rain. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold and sharp. In an instant, she unleashed a soldier arrow. It was extremely fast and whizzed through the sky. Even time itself lost control of its stability as it was sped up by this arrow. It was simply too fast. No one could even see the arrow. Even a peak heavenly king would not be able to evade it. However, the prince cried out and spread his wings to roll in the sky. Then he fearlessly flew straight towards this soldier arrow at an astonishing speed. Under such great speed, everyone thought that the prince wouldn't be able to dodge this arrow, and that the arrow would pierce his body. However, right when the arrow was about to penetrate him, his body twisted like a golden serpent at an unbelievable speed. He was extremely agile and was able to narrowly dodge this arrow. Not only was the evasion successful, but he instantly attacked Jian Wushuang as well. His speed was no less than Jian Wushuang's firing rate. A phoenix hymn filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, images of phoenixes began to dance. She disappeared amidst these birds and instantly showed up in a different location. Nevertheless, the prince's frightening speed immediately allowed him to come killing the moment she emerged at the new location. He reached out with his sharp golden claws capable of tearing all things into pieces, including weapons. Jian Wushuang remained calm in the face of danger and shot out a front arrow. This one arrow created myriad realms to protect her. In addition to this, her phoenix physique activated, signaled by the hymns of divine birds. Bang! 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 A series of shattering sounds could be heard shortly after. The prince's golden claw tore through these layers of protective realms at an incredible rate. However, the moment he made it through the myriad realms, Jian Wushuang was no longer there. He soared through the sky again and lunged towards a different direction. This time, Jian Wushuang was already standing right there while coldly glaring at the prince. The prince, on the other hand, was courageous and rushed forward without any hesitation. Boom! During his advance, a surging flame charged into the sky and instantly set him ablaze. As she was hiding with her physique, Jian Wushuang had shot out an ambush arrow. This was a fiery arrow. The moment anyone set foot inside her domain, it would instantly activate. It's no use, I am a golden crow. The prince was undaunted against such an overbearing blaze. The sun rose behind him and crazily devoured this powerful flame. Jian Wushuang's fiery arrow couldn't hurt him at all. Many people were astounded by the prince's might. Although they knew that he was not as great as Yi Qingcheng, his combination of two conflicting arts made his prowess rise several times over. The agility of immortal Emperor Jin Shi meant that he could avoid the vast majority of techniques. Plus, he had the speed of a golden crow as well, meaning that anyone who faced him would become a punching bag. Zzzzz, an icy gust blew by. The moment the prince had just finished devouring the flames, a chilling mist emerged from his body. This extreme rime was about to freeze him completely. The prince's expression quickly changed as he channeled the refined fire around his body to dispel this layer of ice. As a result, a mist enveloped his entire body. Jian Wushuang's ambush was not a fiery arrow, but a fire-ice arrow with cold hiding within the heat. The prince was confident in his fire-devouring ability and didn't expect to fall into a trap, thus he was sealed by the ice property hidden within the powerful flame. Pluff! 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 While the prince was using his refined flames to remove the ice, Jian Wushuang had already shot out the word "all." This was an invisible arrow with no tangible form, making it difficult to dodge. However, with his dual arts, the prince would still be able to dodge this arrow. Unfortunately for him, his body was currently encased in frost. His reaction time slowed, allowing the arrow to strike its target, causing him to be stained with blood. Chapter 851, Arrow defeating the Golden Crow. Nonetheless, the prince indeed came from the Golden Crow tribe, his flesh was extremely tough. The ball arrow merely wounded his flesh, unable to kill him. Huh, Miss Jian, you wouldn't be able to kill me even if you shot out another 100 of those arrows. The prince loudly laughed in complete confidence. His body was covered in an oscillating golden light as feathers began to appear. At this time, even another ball arrow wouldn't be able to harm him. This scene left everyone shivering. The prince was truly difficult to deal with. He had both speed and flexibility, culminating in a great defense. This was an all-around expert, the most difficult type of opponent. Jian Wushuang's bow lit up once more as an arrow took shape. Amidst all the action, she immediately locked onto the prince. I'll take this arrow head-on. The prince was full of confidence. His speed was greatly hindered due to the frost, but he had the feather armor of the Golden Crow tribe, giving him confidence that he could withstand the next attack. He stood there decisively with no intention of dodging. Pluff! The arrow shot out. The prince wouldn't have been able to dodge even if he wanted to. It resembled maggots attaching to bones. Moreover, it went straight towards his weak spots. These were extremely fatal arrows. Blood spurted out instantly. It was the word fighter, the seeker arrow that penetrated the weakest area, resulting in a devastating attack. Boom! 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 The prince that was struck by this arrow continuously staggered backward with a pale complexion. This arrow penetrated all the way into his body past his feather armor and almost took his life. If he wasn't a golden crow with great endurance, then this arrow would have taken his life. In the blink of an eye, the bow readied itself for another shot as it lit up. At the same time, the prince had removed all the frost, restoring his speed and flexibility. Without the frost seal, he regained his confidence and uttered, "Miss Jian, your next arrow won't be able to hit me." Dumb, but before he could fly again, chains of laws appeared inside his body and instantly sealed it. Clank! The chains continued to lock the nearby space. After being struck by the battle arrow earlier, the chains of laws in this arrow were imprinted on his body. Buzz! The surrounding space fluctuated as the worldly power focused on a single arrow. A fighter arrow shot out, carrying the energy of this world to become unstoppable. Open! The prince crazily shouted as an endless light erupted from his body. A sun appeared before him to defend him. This was his tribe's most tyrannical defense. Boom! This arrow penetrated the sun before him and even pierced his chest. He was immediately bloodied, a terrible gaping hole in his chest. This scene made people gasp in astonishment. One murmured, "The Jian clan's archery is indeed peerless in this world." The prince combined the arts of two different styles. Many were in awe of this achievement. Perhaps no one under virtuous paragon could stop him. But now to their astonishment, Jian Wushuang was taking him down. At the same time, there was no activity on the other side. After Long Jingxian entered the celestial array formation, she seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. A few cultivators in the distance shook their heads and lamented her fate. What a shame for this kingdom-toppling girl, to die so miserably in the formation. Humph, what a foolish girl. She was only a no-name junior, yet she still dared to try to break our formation. The young king arrogantly snorted, "My formation is derived from an imperial formation. Even if it isn't as strong as one, it can still easily trap a virtuous paragon." The young king was cocksure in his formation. His school's formations had no match in this world. Moreover, he was a formation genius whom even Yi Qingqing had invited to arrange formations for him. Jian Wushuang was certain of victory. She looked at the formation and snorted, "Victory is mine this time." Having said that, her bow lit up. At this time, an arrow made out of a mantra aimed to kill the prince. Rumble! But in an instant, the sky split apart. All the buildings blocking the entrance of the beast world and even the cities themselves were annihilated. Inside the explosion, the formation's arrays and runic lines were revealed before everyone. Long Jingxian actually managed to change the transformations of the arrays. Boom! As all the runic lines and arrays exploded, the resulting blast was directed towards the formation masters of the school. Ah! Shrill screams resounded as blood filled the air like blooming flowers. These formation masters that were in charge of the formation were all killed by its detonation. They didn't have time to change the transformations of the array. Ah! Another scream appeared. The prince tore his body in two and disappeared into the horizon, leaving half of his body behind to escape. Jian Wushuang's soldiers and fighters, the four first words, were surely about to take his life. However, her attentions was attracted by the formation's destruction and she shifted her gaze, resulting in a slight delay. The prince managed to use this once-in-lifetime opportunity to escape from his own body trapped by the divine chains. Haha, Jian Wushuang, I won. Long Jingxian rushed out while riding her kuei and gloated. Jian Wushuang scowled in response. Victory was within her grasp, if only she didn't look at the detonation and chose to kill the prince instead. Don't be unhappy about the outcome. Li Qiye gently shook his head, let this be a lesson to you. On the battlefield with imminent peril everywhere, more often than not, a single thought will determine success or failure. Jian Wushuang put away her bow and didn't reply. She thought to herself that she was indeed too careless. Otherwise, the prince wouldn't have been able to escape. She was not the only one silent. Many people here were astounded by her defeating the prince and Long Jingxian destroying the grand formation of the school. From start to finish, Li Qiye didn't even lift a single finger, yet he was able to deal with his enemies. This was indicative of the strength of his camp. Long Jingxian sat on her beast and triumphantly declared, "Bah, I thought that the grand formation from this school would be extraordinary, but I was finished after just 3 attempts. Take out your imperial formation, I want to have another look." The young king's expression became extremely unsightly. He had great confidence in his extraordinary formation, the masterpiece of his school, but it was so easily destroyed by a nobody. This was a great humiliation to him. It wasn't strange at all to see Long Jingxian breaking the formation and even reversing the momentum to kill all of those presiding over the arrays. Her immortal fate granted her unmatched talents. No matter how profound and mystical a formation might be, she would be able to solve it after examining it for a while. It could even be said that there were few formations in this world that could trouble her. So what if you can break the formation? The young king uttered, "The beast world is still meant for the rest of the world. Don't even dream about monopolizing it, Li Qiye. Not only would my second brother be against it, the same goes for my celestial array sect." How shameless! Some experts in the distance secretly whispered amongst themselves after hearing this. Li Qiye glanced at the young king, then the elders from the school. He smirked and said, "If your celestial array school wishes to die, then I'll gladly assist you. Your school and Yi Qingqing aren't shit in my eyes." How preposterous! An elder couldn't help but retort after jumping out, "Li Qiye, our imperial formation can slaughter gods and suppress demons. If you are so capable, then come to our territory and enter the imperial array. Your school is nothing special. Today, I will kill all of you. Bring your imperial formation here if you dare." A voice descended from the sky. It was both overbearing yet clear. It was easy to determine that it was a girl speaking. However, these words carried a sonorous and imposing force no lower than that of any man. A series of rumblings occurred. A gigantic continent emerged and blotted out the sky, causing many people to look up. This continent was extremely majestic and poured down waterfall-like laws. Each of these laws was as mighty as a mountain range, capable of crushing all things. Nothing could halt the path of this continent. Imperial Edge Maonan. Someone screamed after seeing this domineering continent. Maonan was the genius who rose to prominence after Yi Qingqing. She appeared after Yi Qingqing had established his fame in the world. However, in just a few short years, she was able to threaten the world and gathered many incomparable experts under her banner. In this short period of time, her prestige caught up to Yi Qingqing's. Although he was still considered the number one among the younger generation, some believed that Maonan could claim this title. As the strongest talents in the current generation, the two of them had already started their battle. The two sides always had conflicts. The only thing missing was a direct fight between the two geniuses. Chapter 852, Imperial Edge Maonan's presence rendered the entire scene silent, with many experts quivering inside. A tree has a shade and a person has a name. Today, Maonan's prestige was definitely as great as Yi Qingqing's. Despite originating from the Jianlong clan, she did not rely on the clan one bit to gain her fame. Outside of being its golden daughter, there was no shadow of the clan in any of her other aspects. She chose to pave her own path without using her clan that had 3 emperors. Moreover, her prestige even threatened Yi Qingqing. Just how incredible was this? The young king and elders from the school were furious after hearing this voice that came from the imperial edge. They were still an imperial lineage, yet she dared to declare her intention of destroying them. This was truly looking down on them. The young king coldly uttered, "Maonan, don't think that you can do as you please just because you are famous. You are still lacking compared to my second brother. Yi Qingqing is nothing. Don't think that just because he holds the title of number one that he is actually number one. This young noble doesn't put him in my eyes. Maonan's domineering character was in stern contrast to what others heard of the Imperial Edge. If your Celestial Array school wants to get involved because of Yi Qingqing, then very well, this young noble will kill you all to force him out. Kill them all. The moment she issued this command, one great character after another jumped down from the flying continent. The blood energy of these experts was directed straight at the ruins like an unstoppable tide. It was as if they were about to flip the entire land over. The first to jump down was the four-eyed basilisk's big sister, Venerable Basilisk. A sect master from the previous generation exclaimed after seeing her, Venerable Basilisk. She was famous along with the Dragon Tiger Monarch from the Beastmaster Citadel. Everyone knew who she was. The second to jump down was a gigantic ant that had a scintillating golden glow, making it seem to be cast from gold. Its eyes were crimson red like rubies. Golden Ant Tyrant. A demon king was shocked to see this ant. This was a character who had long been famed for his viciousness. He ruled over a country with millions of ants and had been a demon king back then. The third was a black flood dragon. This flood dragon had the head of a dragon and was covered in black scaled armor that had a slight metallic sheen, making it seem as if it was about to evolve into a true dragon. Galaxy Flood Dragon. Even a great power's ancestor hiding behind the curtains was alarmed after seeing this creature. In just a moment, amazing characters descended one after another. They were all famous. There were great demon kings and stone kings as well as incredible lords. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing this. The group consisted of incomparable and arrogant characters. However, all of them were willing to work under Maonan. This was indicative of her power. Such a squad could compare to the 36 ancestors on Yi Qingqing's side. Even if it is a bit weaker, it won't be by much. Someone murmured. Yi Qingqing's dogs, right? I have never liked any of you, die. The golden ant tyrant screamed and rushed over towards the school like a spinning golden disc. Venerable Basilisk and the Galaxy Flood Dragon, along with the other characters, rushed forward like a pack of wolves preying on lost sheep. Die. The young king and the other experts had no escape. Their formation had been shattered by Long Jingxian, so they could only meet the enemies head-on. The collision of the two sides resulted in miserable screams as blood spurted to the sky. The splashes of blood almost seemed to create an image of beautiful, blossoming flowers. Heads flew everywhere as corpses fell to the ground. The school was no match for Venerable Basilisk's group. They entered freely and began their slaughter. The Venerable's eyes lit up in the middle of the battlefield. As her eyes swept by, experts from the school were petrified. The golden ant tyrant was as fast as lightning. His frontal mandibles resembled golden scissors. One could hear the sounds of cutting as the school's experts were sliced into pieces. The flood dragon was even more tyrannical. Its huge claw came slamming down and turned its enemies into mincemeat. Blood splashed left and right as shrill screams could be heard from everywhere. The school simply wasn't a match and suffered grievous losses. This was just a one-sided slaughter. Activate the formation. The disastrous loss made the school's elders cry out. They offered all of their longevity blood to power a single formation array. ZNNNG. After this array accepted enough longevity blood, a supreme formation opened. A mighty imperial aura like an endless net of the heavens was thrown towards the Venerable's army. Is that an imperial formation? Someone palpitated after sensing this imperial aura. However, before this supreme formation could suppress the area completely, a pillar descended from the imperial edge above. There were boundless mysterious runes carved onto its stone body as it immediately inserted itself into the formation. Nothing could impede its engulfment as the pillar absorbed all the arrays and runes inside the formation as well as the longevity blood powering it. After being completely devoured by the pillar, the powerful formation shattered in an instant. No, the elders screamed in despair after seeing this, since the formation was their trump card. They thought that they could rely on it to stop the enemies, but it was destroyed instead. If you all brought the formation of Immortal Emperor Zhenji, then it might be able to slow my pace. However, trying to stop me with this little drawing alone. How naive. Mei Aonan's overbearing voice came from the continent above. It didn't matter that she was female, she would dominate her opposition all the same. Ah! Screams echoed left and right. Even the elders of the school were killed by the army. They were completely helpless without their formation. They were an imperial lineage with a formation left behind by an emperor, but in the end, the emperor did not create it himself. His disciples were the ones who established the sect, so it didn't have the strength of true imperial lineages. Because of this, they wouldn't easily take out an imperial formation as it would be needed for their sect's protection. No, in the end, even the young king died under the claws of the galaxy flood dragon. His eyes were wide open at the moment of death. He was unwilling to die in this manner, his great ambition remained a pipe dream. He was supposed to be bestowed the title of God King once Yi Qingqing became the immortal emperor. Alas, his body was thrown to the side by the flood dragon like a piece of trash. In just a short period of time, the group swept through the rest of the school like a storm. All the experts were massacred, no one managed to escape. The stench of blood permeated the air as streams of blood gently flowed on the ground, staining the mud red. Although all the cultivators present had seen death before, such a massacre still left them shivering inside. This was a cold and ruthless move. Mei Aonan reaching the height of her fame in just a few short years was not without reason. This is a declaration of war. Someone muttered after seeing this scene. In the stone medicine world, everyone knew that Yi Qingqing was going to become an immortal emperor. However, Mei Aonan also shared the same aspiration. A mountain had no room for two tigers. Moreover, there was only one heaven's will. The clash between the two of them was inevitable. Plus, it wasn't just a personal competition between the two, since they both had great powers behind them. Yi Qingqing had the Stony Edge Kingdom as well as thousands of followers. Many great powers had thrown their full support behind him too, including imperial lineages such as the Ravine. From this, it was easy to see that he had enough power to shake the world. With regards to followers, Mei Aonan was most likely not his match. Yi Qingqing befriended experts from all over the world. Many descendants and even saint childs from imperial lineages were willing to assist him. On the other hand, Mei Aonan was a very arrogant person and had few friends despite having many great characters backing her, such as Venerable Basilisk, the Galaxy Flood Dragon, and the Golden Ant Tyrant. The truth was that her camp was not as strong as Yi Qingqing's. It could be said that Yi Qingqing's call would be answered by the rest of the world. However, do not forget that Mei Aonan came from the Jianlong clan. If the clan was willing to show themselves to help her, then even an existence like the Ravine would tremble. Mei Aonan's presence rendered the entire scene silent, with many experts quivering inside. A tree has a shade and a person has a name. Today, Mei Aonan's prestige was definitely as great as Yi Qingqing's. Despite originating from the Jianlong clan, her fame did not rely on the clan one bit. Outside of being its golden daughter, there was no shadow of the clan in all her other aspects. She chose to pave her own path without using her clan that had 3 emperors. Moreover, her prestige was even threatening Yi Qingqing. Just how incredible was this? The young king and elders from the school were furious after hearing this voice that came from the imperial edge. They were still an imperial lineage, yet she dared to declare her intent on destroying them. This was truly looking down on them. Chapter 853, Mei Aonan. After having such thoughts, some leaders here felt a chill run down their spines. They could already imagine the war that would eventually ravage the world. At that time, countless great powers and imperial lineages would be dragged into this great war. Some of them made a note to stay away from the war for the heaven's will. Otherwise, the war would ravage them without leaving a single trace behind. A bit interesting. Li Qie chuckled and rubbed his chin while watching the stone pillar fly back to the imperial edge. Someone cried out at this time, "The entrance." This cry attracted the majority of the people's attention. They all turned around and saw that a door was floating above the tattered buildings of the ruins. It continuously emitted divine light. Past this door were pavilions and towering platforms, the scenes of the beast world. One expert's patience reached its limit, so he immediately rushed towards this old portal. He had to seize this chance. Bam! The moment he entered the portal, he was immediately assaulted by the divine light inside and turned into a mist of blood. This made all the experts right behind him stop their advance out of fear. One of them stammered, What is going on? The entrance was clearly opened, so why did it turn an expert into blood? The two worlds have yet to connect to each other completely. Rushing in right now is the same as jumping into a meat grinder. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Many had to halt their steps after hearing this. They were unwilling to leave this place, so they waited by the door. Once it was no longer dangerous, they would try to make their way in again. At this time, Venerable Basilisk came by and told Li Qie, "Young noble Li, our young noble wants to see you." "Bah, what is that little girl Miaonan acting cool for?" Long Jingxian said with disdain right away, acting all badass after learning a few tricks. "Li Qie, let me go and beat her. Let's see if she will still try to be cool after that." Having said that, the lively girl readied herself for a fight. A few of the experts here were speechless after hearing this. Even Venerable Basilisk had some black lines running across her forehead. Her current fame was not just baseless flattery. If she were to compete with Yi Qingqing for the title of number 1, it would be very difficult to predict the victor. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve in the face of her royal aura as if he was swatting a fly. He leisurely spoke, "Girl, there's no need to act as if you are dealing with your subordinates and enemies. Threats and royal auras are no different than dog shit in my eyes. You." Miaonan was no weaker than any man, but her face turned red as she glared at Li Qie. Even the number 1 genius, Yi Qingqing, wouldn't dare to utter such vulgarity before her. Li Qie coldly glared at her, "Girl, if you want to ask something of me, then show a better attitude." He then leaned back on his chair and lazily spoke, "I know that you are very arrogant and can back it up, but it means nothing in my eyes. I didn't come here today for you or your fame. While I still have some time right now, say what you wish to say." Miaonan stared at Li Qie for a while with a serious expression before speaking. "It seems that Daoist Li is completely confident in being able to reach the top of the world. I am even more confident than you." Li Qie smiled. Miaonan took a deep breath. In the end, she laid off with her oppressive attitude. This was not an easy task for someone like her who was so used to being imperious. She solemnly asked in good faith, "I invite Daoist Li to join the Imperial Edge, would you be interested?" Li Qie looked at the Miaonan who lowered her shield and asked, "For what reason?" Miaonan sincerely explained, "I trust that you need an existence like our Imperial Edge. Your Tao of alchemy is peerless, and you can definitely garner considerable support. However, have you thought about the great backing you will need if you want to become an alchemy emperor? We have both the manpower and resources. I am not bragging right now, but if you ever need any alchemy materials, we can find it for you right away. In the future when I become an immortal emperor, I believe there will be no need for me to list the benefits. At that time, you can call for rain and storms as you please. You can even carry out any grand aspirations you may have." She was not only confident but also quite sincere at this point. Chapter 854, Golem. In her opinion, no one else in this generation could become an immortal emperor. This didn't only stem from her pride, it also came from her ambition. She swore to never give up before ascending to the throne. Without a doubt, she valued Li Qia's peerless Tao of alchemy. In her eyes, whether Li Qia was strong or capable wasn't important. In fact, she had always been very confident and proud. Her standards were very high, so no youth could enter her sight. Even people like the Golden Crow Prince were nothing to her. She was ready to defeat even Yi Qingqing for the heaven's will. Thus, the only thing she wanted from Li Qia was his alchemy. This was why she wanted to meet him. Li Qia couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Is something amusing? Miaonan looked straight at him and spoke with great confidence. Our alliance would bring great benefits to both sides. You can become an alchemy emperor without worry, my imperial edge will protect you. Once I become emperor, I will give you more than enough resources to refine immortal pills. Perhaps you will even become the greatest alchemy emperor of all time. Girl, before considering whether you can become an emperor or not, I have to point out that I have no interest in becoming an alchemy emperor. Li Qia smiled at her spunk. Plus, with me here, I'm afraid you won't have the chance of becoming an emperor in this generation. Miaonan's eyes turned serious as she stared at him. So you want to compete for the heaven's will against me? Li Qia looked at her and shook his head to say, you are mistaken. It is not that I shall compete with you for the heaven's will, it's that it's already mine. You can only step aside. It seems that you have complete confidence in your cultivation. Her will to fight surged as if she was about to challenge him. Very well, I will lay witness to your supreme arts to see if you are qualified to compete against me. This domineering attitude was just as great as any man's. She dared to challenge anyone and believed that she would claim victory no matter who they might be. Li Qia smiled when he saw her fighting spirit and said, you really are extraordinary. Although you come from the Jianlong clan, you actually do not cultivate any laws from it and formed your own. Although you have a wise teacher, such accomplishments are still worthy of praise. If you were born in a different generation, then perhaps you could become someone equal to a mortal emperor you long of your clan. Alas, it is a shame that you were born into the generation where I exist. Li Qia gently shook his head. In my era, all dragons shall coil and all tigers shall sit before me. Hinder my path and I shall walk over your corpse. Since you are so confident, fight me to prove your strength. Miaonan didn't hesitate any longer since Li Qia was acting so arrogantly. Li Qia lazily glanced at her and said, girl, I came to the imperial edge not to fight you or to boast. I only want to meet your master, the golem who taught you. Tell him to come out and meet me. Who are you? Her eyes turned fierce. At this moment, there was a hint of murderous intent radiating from her gaze. It's useless even if you want me dead. Li Qia snorted, it looks like the old geezers from your clan still haven't told you who I am. In that case, I won't hold it against you. Tell that golem to come and see me, or else I'll destroy your imperial edge and throw him back to the beast world. Who dares to speak about throwing me back to the beast world? A feeble voice emerged, signaling the arrival of a large figure. This figure was extremely huge, making it seem like a giant. To be more exact, this was a large golem, but this big golem did not come from the stone golem race. It was more accurate to call him a carved stone statue. If any elders from the 9 Saint Demon Gate back in the Mortal Emperor world saw this huge golem, they would be shocked because it looked very similar to their 4 divine protectors. If there was something different, then it would be that this golem had a divine crest on its head, making it seem to be a level higher than the 4 at the 9 Saint Demon Gate. After coming in, the huge golem's gaze landed on Li Qia as he weakly asked, was it you? Yes, I said it. Li Qia remained seated there in a carefree manner. He blinked once and added, quite an impressive little pebble, to be able to bewitch Tun Ri. If that brat Tun Ri didn't have a good heart, I would have thrown you back into the swamp. With you here, my disciple has no hopes of becoming an immortal emperor, but you shouldn't try to win the Bayan beast world from her too. Do you really think that she can do it? Li Qia smiled and shook his head. The golem replied, "Your Excellency, there should be no problems. My disciple has the purest and most primal bloodline of the golem race, of immortal Emperor Yulong. She can definitely succeed. Your Excellency should know the origin of the Emperor. I trust that she can definitely inherit the beast world." "Oh stone, this is called exhausting all options in the face of despair." Li Qie shook his head. If it was so easy, then the divine beast realm would have controlled and woken up the beast world long ago. It wouldn't be your turn to try right now. Even if your disciple could reach atavism, she still wouldn't be able to succeed. This has nothing to do with the golem race and more to do with the fundamental qualities of your beast world. Not necessarily. The golem hesitated for a bit before replying, "My disciple can definitely return to the origin, and with that, she can absolutely reawaken it again." "How do you think she compares to immortal Emperor Baishir?" Li Qie dismissively said, "You should know the origin of this emperor very well. Let alone the golem race, even he still couldn't do it. You have been tricked by the divine beast realm in the past, yet you are still choosing to believe this nonsense." The golem laughed awkwardly after this scandal was brought up again. "That year, because I obtained the approval of immortal Emperor Baishir, I tried a different method. Otherwise, I wouldn't have worked with the beast realm. This was my mistake, and I have been expelled from the beast world as punishment. However, everything I did was for the sake of the beast world. In times of a medical emergency, one would attempt to look everywhere for a doctor." Li Qie shook his head. "Did being imprisoned in the swamp not wake you up? If you took one wrong step back then, what do you think the consequences would have been? How many people followed you in the past, and what has become of them?" The golem was dejected after the past was brought up. He softly sighed in response, "I know, I shouldn't have listened to the beast realm's persuasion, but at that time, I still wanted to try. I have decided to take the beast world." Li Qie insipidly said, "I came this time to talk about this matter." "Your Excellency, you are." The golem was unwilling and stated, "Even you would not be able to wake the beast world. I'm afraid you won't be able to treat it as your own possession. Plus, my disciple can try as well. I was a sinner in the past, but you saved me from the swamp. I went back to Bayan City later on and willingly accepted my punishment. After that, I was able to convince the city that if I found a suitable candidate, they would let me try." Chapter 855, Secret of the Past. At this point, the golem begrudgingly stated, "Your Excellency, for the last several million years until now, I have accepted the punishment from the city and spent countless moons to recover. Then, I expended countless efforts to find a suitable candidate. If you don't let me try and just take the beast world for your own, this is far too unfair towards me. You really have some confidence." Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. "Your Excellency, at least let my disciple try just one time." The golem hurriedly begged, "If my disciple is successful, then this will be a great help to you in the future. She can assist you in sweeping through the 9 worlds. That is not important to me." Li Qie looked at the golem and said, "However, not too many people can still recognize me in this day and age. I will also be considerate for your love of the beast world. If I don't give you a chance, then that would be too much. Very well, I am someone who does things fairly, so I'll give you a chance. Your disciple may try once. I truly appreciate your Excellency's generosity." The golem was ecstatic and quickly bowed after hearing this. "However, the opportunity will be equal. My people will also go to Bayan City. Don't expect me to take it easy on her." Li Qie said dismissively. The golem was startled and asked, "Your Excellency means that you also have a candidate?" "You are correct. I know, you believe that you know the beast world very well, but don't forget where all of you came from." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "In fact, I understand the beast world even more than all of you. Your knowledge is only partially complete, so to be frank, the beast world belongs to me." The golem was surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Can it really be done?" What do you think? Li Qie answered lightly, am I someone who does things without certainty? The golem became impatient and quickly asked, if your excellency is successful, do you plan on going to that place? It seems like you are also hoping that I will be successful. Li Qie stated while staring at the golem. He was met with a wry smile from the golem, I'm truly not using my disciple as a means to accomplish my goal. I watched her grow up and treated her as my daughter. Since your excellency has given us a chance, I will have nothing to say if we fail. Nevertheless, my disciple is still my pride, she is an extraordinary child. The golem gently sighed at this point. Not bad, a stone can have a heart at times. Li Qie chuckled, leaving Bayan City was not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, you are not as cold as a rock and instead a bit similar to a living being. Your excellency is joking. If it wasn't for you showing mercy back then, I wouldn't have lived until this day, I would have already become a dead stone, both hard and stinky, back in the swamp. It is a blessing from you that I can be here right now. The golem said with sincerity. Li Qie waved his hand and said, no need to thank me. Back when you were trapped in the swamp, you still tried to bewitch Tun Ri. My personal decision was to pin you deeper into the swamp. Alas, Tun Ri was young and had a good heart, he spoke on your behalf, so I threw you out of it. At that time, I found immortal Emperor Tun Ri to be a talent worth cultivating, so I wanted to teach him. I didn't know that your excellency was protecting his Tao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to try to steal your disciple even if I was 100 times more courageous. The golem coughed with an air of embarrassment. Well, it is all in the past, there's no need to be embarrassed. Today, I have come to remind you not to get in my way and hinder my plans. As for the rest, I do not care. Li Qie waved his sleeve and stood up to leave. Wait, just in case your excellency is truly successful, do you intend on going to that place? The golem hastily inquired once more. Li Qie leered at him, it seems that you still haven't given up. Those rocks back in Bayan City will never be as stubborn as you. The golem emotionally replied, I just want to understand since we couldn't have appeared out of thin air. I want to know what kind of existence created us. We are not part of the golem or demon race, we're only carved statues. I just want to know our origin. If there were an answer in this world, it has to be at that location. Li Qie emotionlessly asked, you should know a little about that place, do you think that you can do it? The golem pondered for a while before lifting his head and replying in a carefree manner, my knowledge is truly limited about that place. However, I know that your excellency knows about it. In this world, only you can reach that place. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri told me that it seemed like you were the only one successful in this regard. Huh, so you met that brat Tun Ri later on. Li Qie couldn't help but chuckle. The golem coughed in response, I was working as a servant after the beast world was opened once more. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri remembered our friendship, so he came to see me once at that time. I know. Li Qie smiled, that brat Tun Ri, despite having such a domineering sobriquet, couldn't change his kindness deep down. We'll talk again once I reach there, I can't tell you the details right now. Thank you, Your Excellency. The golem bowed in excitement right away after hearing this. Li Qie gently nodded and left. As he was leaving, Maonan observed him as if she wanted to see through him. After Li Qie left, only Maonan and the golem were in the palace. The golem sat in his chair, dazed for a very long time. Master, what did Li Qie talk to you about? Maonan was intrigued to see the golem acting this way. Her master was even more powerful than god kings. He had always been calm and rarely had such moments. After calming down, the golem looked at Maonan and softly said, Child, you will have to exert yourself during our trip to the beast world. Nothing would be better than you being successful, but if you fail, I will seal you underground away from the world. Seal. Why do I have to be sealed? Master, even if we are unsuccessful at the beast world, I still have many things I want to do in this life, like seizing the heaven's will and becoming an immortal emperor. This is my aspiration and goal, isn't this your expectation as well? The golem gently nodded and begrudgingly spoke, Child, it is not that I have no confidence in you. In your master's eyes, you are even more brilliant than Yi Qingqing. He was gestated by countless wise sages to have this level of talent. You are only lacking time compared to him. The path for the heavens will is long, so even against someone as supreme as him, you will still have a chance to beat him. That is a matter of course. The heavens will is mine alone. Mei Aonan declared with utmost confidence. Naturally, she was qualified to put on such airs. She debuted later than Yi Qingqing, but her fame had already caught up to his. She was very certain of being able to beat a genius like Yi Qingqing. However, there are some things that no plans can prepare for. The golem gently sighed, in this generation, anyone who wants to compete for the heavens will must give way. Not even a more exceptional genius can change this fact. Give way for whom? Mei Aonan was unconvinced, Master, I am not afraid of an even more exceptional genius. My heart is steel and I swear to seize the heavens' will. Child, I do not doubt your resolve and I also believe that you have the ability. The golem smiled wryly, but in this generation, you must give way. It is not that I want to force you, I just don't want you to die in vain. You have to dodge this generation by sealing yourself. It still wouldn't be too late to come out in the next generation and prove your Tao. Otherwise, when the heavens will appears and you participate in the war, I'm afraid your death is a foregone conclusion. Even with my personal protection, you would not be able to come out in one piece. Master, why are you so dejected? Mei Aonan had to say, Master's strength is enough to look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Plus, once I become an emperor candidate, there won't be a need to be afraid of god kings or any other geniuses as I shall sweep through the 9 worlds. God kings and emperor candidates, these things are meaningless. The golem said, once he joins the battle for the heavens will, both of these existences will only be mere insects. He. Mei Aonan inquired, Master is talking about Li Qie? Yes, him. The golem looked up towards the sky and said, in the present times, who else but he can make me step aside? Master, why praise the enemy and lower our morale? Mei Aonan didn't think it was a big deal, even though Li Qie has a fierce notoriety, in terms of talents, Tao heart, and strength, I still believe that I can beat him. Child, you don't understand. The golem gently shook his head, you will never be able to defeat him. Since the times of the ancient Ming, no one in this world can defeat. He stopped here as he was reluctant to reveal more. Is Master talking about the ancient Ming race from the legends? Mei Aonan asked with surprise. She was very curious about what kind of conversation Li Qie had with her master to cause him to become so depressed. Child, you should know about your own Jianlong clan. The golem explained, I trust that the elders in your clan have talked about why they choose to live in a reclusive manner. The ancestors rarely talked about this matter. They only said that in the past, our Jianlong clan lost and was sealed by a taboo existence. From then on, we no longer wanted to come into being. Mei Aonan responded with some confusion. Yes, this is the taboo existence that your Jianlong clan was talking about. The golem spoke slowly. After hearing this, her eyes lit up with a surging battle intent as she stated, Master, are you saying Li Qie has the legendary taboo existence as his backing? At this point, the golem begrudgingly stated, Your Excellency, for the last several million years till now, I have accepted the punishment from the city and spent countless moons to recover. Then, I expended countless efforts to find a suitable candidate. If you don't let me try and just take the beast world for your own, this is far too unfair towards me. You really have some confidence. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. Your Excellency, at least let my disciple try just one time. The golem hurriedly begged, if my disciple is successful, then this will be a great help to you in the future. She can assist you in sweeping through the 9 worlds. That is not important to me. Li Qie looked at the golem and said, however, not too many people can still recognize me in this day and age. I will also be considerate for your love of the beast world. If I don't give you a chance, then that would be too much. Very well, I am someone who does things fairly, so I'll give you a chance. Your disciple may try once. I truly appreciate your Excellency's generosity. The golem was ecstatic and quickly bowed after hearing this. However. Chapter 856, The Mythical Immortal Emperor Slaying War, you can put it that way. The golem noticed his disciple becoming more excited and couldn't help but smile. He didn't want to say more because if he revealed that Li Qie himself was the taboo existence, who knew if his fearless disciple would go to fight him or not. Then all the more reason for me to fight Li Qie. Her aura surged as if she had turned into a goddess. She powerfully exclaimed, I also want to see what is so special about the successor chosen by this so-called legendary taboo existence. Child, take a deep breath and calm your mind. War is only one part of cultivation, there's no need to be so excited. A proper expert's mind is as calm as water, even in times of war. The golem slowly lectured her after seeing the battle-ready Miaonan. Eventually, she took a deep breath before staring straight at the golem to speak in a solemn and firm manner, Master, I want to fight Li Qie. The golem wryly smiled. How could he not know his own disciple's personality? He gently shook his head, Child, no rush. Your weakness is your impatience and arrogance. If you don't fix them, they will be your undoing one day. Here, the golem seriously stared at her and said, I know your personality, if you don't fight Li Qie, then the rest of your life will be laden with regret. However, there's no need to rush. Wait until you beat Yi Qingqing, then I will discuss a spar with him between the two of you, there's no need for a life and death match. Master, are you afraid that I will not be able to beat him? I can beat Yi Qingqing, so I can definitely defeat Li Qie as well. Miaonan was unconvinced. You are mistaken. The golem responded, Yi Qingqing is nothing compared to Li Qie. If Li Qie really wants him dead, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Miaonan was a newborn calf with no fear of a tiger. She couldn't help but speak, Master, you are already so powerful, but you are still so wary of this dark hand in the legends. Is this person really so scary? Scary? The golem gently shook his head after chuckling, scary alone cannot describe him. How strong do you think your Jianlong clan is? How strong do you think the alchemy kingdom is? But look at them now. Even these behemoths do not dare to come out. Outsiders might not know, but you should be aware that your clan is afraid of this dark hand. Only those who experienced the war with the divine beast realm that year would understand what hell on earth truly is. In that battle, corpses filled the heaven and earth. The stone medicine world lost its light, and even those from the other 8 worlds also trembled, they didn't dare to enter our world. The golem carefully preached. He knew that his disciple was just a little calf. He watched her grow up and hoped for her who didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth to not eventually die at the hands of Li Qie. The golem's words made her quiet. She naturally knew why her clan didn't want to come out, but in her mind, this was a shameful matter. Because of this, she left the clan and came out on her own accord. You might feel that your clan is very powerful, and you might also think that immortal emperors are invincible. The golem gently sighed, but compared to the taboo existence, even immortal emperors may not be able to, but immortal emperors really are invincible. Miaonan couldn't help but interject. In fact, this was common knowledge to all cultivators. At the very least, emperors were invincible in their respective generations. I know that they are unrivaled. The golem nodded, however, the taboo existence is terrifying beyond your imagination. Really? Frankly, Miaonan was skeptical and didn't believe that this so-called dark hand could be so frightening. The golem continued, "We won't talk about how his shadow was behind so many emperors, we'll just talk about a massacre. You should know about the ancient Ming race, correct? They ruled the 9 worlds for a very long time and heralded a dark and horrible period for the world." Miaonan nodded. Future generations claimed that the ancient Ming was the strongest race in this world, they were far above any other race. Even the charming spirits, who are considered the favored children of the heavens, were weaker than them. Did you know? That dark and horrible period was ended by the dark hand behind the curtains. The last battle finally brought dawn to the 9 worlds. The golem paused here for a bit before solemnly continuing. Legends state that in this last battle, the Dark Hand massacred the 9 worlds and uprooted any location where the ancient Ming planted their seeds. From then on, this race ceased to exist in the 9 worlds and faded to mere history. After hearing this, she could imagine that bloody period full of carnage in her mind. Do you know the last immortal emperor of the ancient Ming era? The golem asked slowly. She nodded in response, Immortal Emperor Long Ming, an emperor rumored to have the bloodline of true dragons. Legends also stated that he had a very powerful war dragon as his mount. In principle, emperors are invincible during their generation, they are practically unkillable. However, in that last battle, you might not know this and I'm afraid very few people in this world do, but Immortal Emperor Long Ming died in that battle. His death was very miserable indeed. The golem became absent-minded after saying this. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes and had only heard about it, just thinking about the death of an immortal emperor would leave anyone quivering. Someone can actually kill an immortal emperor? Miaonan gasped, she felt that this was something unimaginable. In principle, it should be impossible, but alas, there is always an exception. For example, that Dark Hand has a method to slay an immortal emperor. Plus, immortal Emperor Takong, was his heavens will not dragged out by the Black Dragon King in the end? The golem smiled wryly and continued, emperors should be invincible. Killing one is 100 times more difficult than grooming one, but for the Dark Hand behind the curtains, logic is meant to be broken, do you understand? After a good while, Miaonan took a deep breath and looked at her master before speaking with decisiveness. Master, I still want to fight against Li Chia, regardless of the outcome. I want to see just how special the Dark Hand's disciple is. Very brave. The golem smiled and nodded his head, if you want to fight, then I can go talk with him about a spar. Of course, I still advise you to think it over. I have experienced arduous times and life and death situations, I was buried then unearthed only to be unearthed then buried again. I won't be able to live for much longer, but I should be fine for this generation. The golem solemnly said, if you want to avoid this generation, then after your burial, I will go back to my dwelling and continue to prolong my life. I'll wait until you come out again to compete for the heaven's will and send you towards that final destination. Master, the victor has yet to be decided. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Miaonan shook her head. She was not someone willing to seal herself in order to escape, she would rather fight to the very end. It is nothing to be ashamed of, who is to blame for you being born at the wrong time? The golem consoled her, in the past, there was an extraordinary genius back in the mortal emperor world from the mysterious bamboo mountain. He was even more brilliant than you. Alas, he met the taboo existence and ultimately chose to avoid that generation by sealing himself. Master, I will not consider avoiding this generation for now. Miaonan spoke firmly. Despite the current situation, she remained full of confidence. What else could the golem say? He understood that his student was not someone that would change her mind once she made a decision. At the Heavenhoof Ravine, the Golden Crow Prince was sitting on top of a majestic towering peak. He was in a daze while looking at the sky. At this time, he didn't have his usual dignified and prideful appearance and instead seemed a bit lost. He was defeated and fled in the battle against Jian Wushuang. For him, the physical wound was curable, but his pride was damaged beyond repair and scattered all over the place. He was naturally proud since he had both talents and skills. Moreover, he was a hard worker as well. All of these factors turned him into one of the most famous geniuses in the stone medicine world. Even though he was not comparable to Yi Qingqing, he believed that he was definitely no weaker than anyone else. Despite liking Jian Wushuang, he was still confident that she was much weaker than him. During the battle, he thought that he could use his power to suppress her then conquer her heart afterward. An arrogant phoenix like Jian Wushuang would eventually be convinced by his martial ability and develop a crush on him. From there, he would be able to bring her back home. In his view, as long as he was willing to take the time and spend the effort, he would be able to win her over. It was only a matter of time since he was so capable. However, he didn't expect to suffer complete defeat in their duel before being forced to flee. From start to finish, she didn't even use an emperor law from the Jian clan. This was a heavy blow to his self-esteem, causing him to no longer have the face to meet people. Chapter 857, The Word Love Causes the Most Pain. The night was especially beautiful at the top of this peak. While the prince continued to sit there in a daze, a pretty figure drifted closer. It was the gentle Miao Chan, who was as noble and elegant as always. She was definitely a virtuous and wise beauty. After arriving, she gently looked at the prince before slowly sitting down next to him. The prince only watched the sky, not looking at Miao Chan even once. He couldn't recollect his thoughts for a while. Junior brother, winning and losing are both common occurrences for a cultivator, there is no need to worry about it. Miao Chan gently sighed after seeing her dejected junior brother. Even the most brilliant and invincible emperor had lost when they were young. For example, immortal Emperor Ta Kong had lost countless times in his life. Mu Shaodi and the Stone Dragon God had both defeated him before. But in the end, these defeats were meaningless. When you stand at the peak as an emperor to look back at the years of defeat and think about them, won't you think that they were just a part of honing yourself? The most brilliant aptitude requires experience and refinement. One can only become successful after experiencing failure. Only with a heart as tough as stone, to never be afraid of defeat and continue to face battles, only someone with this kind of unrelenting attitude would be able to have the last laugh and become an extraordinary immortal emperor. Miao Chan consoled him like a big sister. She had always been gentle and considerate like this. It could be said that she had paid a lot for the prince's sake. However, the prince had never liked her and even tried to avoid her. The prince continued to look up at the sky as if he didn't hear her. Miao Chan looked at him and felt sad inside, but she continued her comforting. Although you lost this time, you still have the ability to fight back. Your talents are unquestionable, and you only lost because you were not well prepared. Take Patriarch Jin Shi's true fate weapon next time and use it with your two arts. Your power will then rise several levels. At that point, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Jian Wushuang. No matter the occasion, she would develop a plan to protect and support him. If brother wants to fight again, I will ask the elders for permission to summon Patriarch Jin Shi's true weapon to help you, Miao Chan told the prince. Enough. The dazed prince angrily shouted at this time, I am not a child, I don't need you to make decisions for me. His shouting startled Miao Chan for a moment. She didn't have a response. I don't need your help or your pity. The prince was very emotional as he raised his voice, the things I want have always been obtained by my own abilities. This position of being the main descendant as well as the imperial weapon. I don't need your help or your concession to have everything I've gained today. Don't think that just because you gave me the descendant position that I will owe you for the rest of my life. Even if you didn't do so that year, I would have gambled it all away. I had the ability to become the Ravine's descendant. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became until he turned completely livid and shouted non-stop. He had always felt uncomfortable about this matter. Despite being the Ravine's descendant and the #1 genius, he knew very well that if Miao Chan didn't concede, it would have been hard to say who would be the best. A talent like Miao Chan left the #1 genius in the ravine like him out of breath. And now, losing to Jian Wushuang was completely unacceptable, an affront to his haughty pride. Brother, that's not what I meant. Back during the descendant competition, your cultivation and strength were greater than mine, and the ancestors also valued you. Miao Chan quickly tried to appease him. The prince screamed once more before ignoring Miao Chan. He basically didn't listen to a single word she said as he disappeared into the horizon. Miao Chan had a dejected look as she watched his back slowly disappearing. The bitterness in her heart was difficult to describe. Why bother? After a while, another figure appeared on the peak. He came over and gently sat next to her. Daughter, this golden crow brat is not worth your effort. This person was the ravine's master and also Miao Chan's father. Miao Chan only bitterly smiled and sat there quietly without saying anything. The ravine master spoke, my daughter, regarding skill, ability, talents, and cultivation, you are many times better than that brat. Even fighting Yi Qingqing wouldn't be a problem. Humph, if you didn't concede, that brat would just be another regular disciple unable to reach the apex. This brat does not care for your love either. You spending so much effort is not worth it at all. The master grew angrier the more he spoke, daughter, it is not too late to change your mind. As long as you have the will to reach the top and the ambition to compete for the heaven's will, we can still push the brat down in the future. There are still many ancestors who greatly support you in the sect. Father, I don't have the will to reach the top. I only want a good ending. Miao Chan said softly. Miao Chan smiled bitterly, how can I talk about cultivation before surpassing this? The master could only sigh at this point. He only had one beloved daughter that should have displayed her greatness to become supreme in the world, but she was ruined by this golden crow brat. Daughter, you can just dump the brat and we'll go to a new place instead of staying here. As long as you don't meet him, you will eventually forget. As long as you can forget about him, I don't need to be the ravine master. We can travel to different places instead and be at ease. The master spoke with a heart full of love. Father, the ravine cannot do without you. Miao Chan gently shook her head. The ravine will still be there without me. Plus, I only have one daughter, and I don't want to see you being unhappy. The master spoke in a serious manner, as long as you can be happy, everything will be worth it. Miao Chan silently looked up at the sky. In this moment, she couldn't help but become confused. On a solitary peak, Yi Qingqing sat there leisurely. The atmosphere swayed to his will under the influence of his divine light as if there were prostrating wise sages and saints surrounding him. No matter the time or place, Yi Qingqing always had the presence of a domineering ruler. The Golden Crow Prince was seated opposite him. However, he no longer had the usual arrogant and imposing aura. He only drank one cup of wine after another as if it was mere water. He seemed so ragged and dejected that no one could connect him to the mighty descendant of the ravine, an unparalleled genius. Brother Golden Crow, there's no need to be downtrodden. There are many women in this world, there's no need to focus on just one. Yi Qingqing slowly started the conversation after seeing the prince drowning in wine. With your supreme style, as long as you are willing, countless princesses and saintesses would come into your embrace, why bother with an unrequited love with the Jian daughter? The prince did not respond and continued to drink. He wanted to become drunk, but with his cultivation, it might not happen even if he drank a river of wine. Since we are brothers, frank yet sincere words will be spoken. I hope you don't mind. Yi Qingqing slowly spoke, in my opinion, the Jian daughter is not worth caring about. She is an arrogant and fearless girl. It is virtually impossible to tame her. I know. The prince bluntly responded with just these two words before continuing to fill his stomach with fine wine. If that's the case, then why the need to be so down like this? Yi Qingqing smiled, as for the defeat, I think that you shouldn't even worry about it. My brother, when I meet a more powerful genius in the future, perhaps I will suffer a defeat as well. Chapter 858, Yi Qingqing's scheme, his words fell on deaf ears. The prince continued to pour wine into his mouth as if being drunk was the solution to all unhappiness. His heart had been holding back great annoyances. Yi Qingqing looked at the prince's attempt to become drunk and smiled. "Brother, to be honest about your situation, you already have more than enough to make anyone in the world envious. Miss Miao Chan is definitely equal to the Jian daughter in terms of beauty, talents, and intelligence. She might even be superior. And she is deeply in love with you, don't bring her up." The prince acted like a cat with its tail stepped on. He stood up immediately and screamed, "Don't talk about her and we can still drink in the same place." Okay, don't be mad. I won't mention her anymore, alright?" Yi Qingqing pulled the prince's hand back and smiled. The prince grunted and sat down, then he continued to drink gulp after gulp. Yi Qingqing looked at him and smiled. "If you can't forget the Jian daughter, well, there is still an opportunity for you to win her over." "What opportunity?" The prince immediately let go of his wine jar and stared at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing pondered for a moment before speaking. It isn't that I don't want to tell you, but if I run my mouth and Miss Miao Chan finds out, then it won't be very good for me. I don't need her to get involved with my business." The prince shouted. He was already trying his best to suppress his anger. Otherwise, he would have erupted completely in a furor. The prince coldly said after seeing Yi Qingqing's hesitation, "Brother Yi, are we still brothers? If we are, then just say it." "Okay, well, don't be angry and don't tell Miss Miao Chan that this is my idea. This way, she won't think that I am advising you to chase after the Jian daughter. If she finds out, she'll think that I am trying to separate you two. At that time, I won't be able to wash away the suspicion even if I jump into a river." Yi Qingqing hurriedly replied. The prince coldly spoke, "Who says that we are a pair? There's nothing between us." Yi Qingqing smiled and slowly explained, "The truth is that it is not impossible for you to win Jian Wushuang over. She is an arrogant and proud person. In order to win her over, it is as simple as being more powerful than her. Why is it that she is together with Li Qie? This is because of his notoriety and how he challenged the alchemy kingdom. This is exactly to her liking. Li Qie." The prince gritted his teeth after hearing this name. Just the thought of Li Qie being together with Jian Wushuang left him mad with jealousy. Winning her heart is very simple. First, defeat Li Qie, second, kill Li Qie. This is to break the illusion of his invincibility in her heart and also to end her crush. Yi Qingqing explained. The prince became silent upon hearing this. "Ah, brother Golden Crow, there's no need to underestimate yourself and overestimate the enemy," Yi Qingqing encouraged. "In fact, you have fused arts from two different houses and are well versed in both. Even I might not be able to hold you back. Your loss this time was simply due to being too confident. If you try again with sufficient preparations, no one will be able to stop you." The prince was indeed musing this thought. The defeat he suffered at the hands of Jian Wushuang indeed left his confidence in shambles, filling his heart with doubts. "Brother, just think about it. Your loss was definitely due to a lack of preparations. You didn't even bring an imperial weapon, so you fought the Jian daughter with your bare hands. Of course you were at a disadvantage." Yi Qingqing comforted and cheered him on. "That is true." The prince's eyes lit up under the influence of the alcohol and Yi Qingqing's support. Yi Qingqing continued, "You have finished cultivating the supreme arts of immortal Emperor Jin." She then fused it with your own clan's techniques. In my opinion, if you take along immortal Emperor Jin Shi's true weapon and use it with your emperor arts, then who can stop your might? I definitely won't be your match when that weapon is in your hands." Yi Qingqing sincerely pointed the way. The buzzed eyes of the prince became brighter and brighter. At this point, his body once again emitted the rays of a sun. In fact, Yi Qingqing's method was no different from Miao Chan's, but the prince didn't want to listen to Miao Chan at all. If brother can persuade the ancestors from your sect and take out the emperor's true weapon, then along with sufficient preparations, it would be child's play to kill him. Yi Qingqing advised. At the moment of his death, the Jian daughter will be sad and vulnerable. Then if you show yourself in a positive light and conquer her, wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? For a proud girl like her, the more powerful and dominating you are, the more she will like you. Once the prince started to listen carefully, Yi Qingqing successfully bewitched him. The prince snorted and hatefully said, "Humph, that geezer Miao will not let me summon the imperial true treasure." Recently, the ravine master had been annoyed with him. In his opinion, the master was making things difficult for him was on purpose. The master was afraid that he would become the future ravine master and steal the power from him. He also believed that the ravine master would not be willing to abdicate. This isn't a problem at all. Yi Qingqing smiled. As long as you have a good conversation with Miss Miao Chan, her influence at the ravine will surely get the elders and ancestors to listen to her suggestion. I don't need her help. The prince coldly spoke, plus, she is not the only influential person in the ravine. The one in power is not a girl like her but our Golden Crow tribe. That's right. Yi Qingqing quickly smiled. Who doesn't know that the Golden Crow tribe is the strongest demon race in the beast realm and that it is the true pillar of the ravine? Such words were very pleasant to the prince, so he quietly nodded. Yi Qingqing smilingly said, "If brother still thinks that this isn't enough, then I can also lend you a hand." "What other ideas do you have?" the prince quickly inquired. He considered Yi Qingqing a mentor as well as a brother that he could trust with his life. Due to this, he had absolute confidence in Yi Qingqing's words. Yi Qingqing answered, "The origin of the Golden Crow tribe comes from the refined fire of the sun. Coincidentally, I have a secret law that can stimulate this fire. If you use it, it will double your hidden potential or maybe even increase it tenfold. By that point, even if Li Qiye was much stronger, he would still only be walking towards his death." This doesn't feel right. How can a secret law from the Stone Edge Kingdom be passed to an outsider? The prince shook his head. Yi Qingqing smiled, "Brother is misunderstanding me. I found this secret law by chance, so it does not belong to my kingdom. You and I are brothers, so why are you being so reserved? As long as it helps you kill Li Qiye, I will be in full support of you. One secret law is nothing. Brother Yi is showing so much love. I have no words to express my gratitude. Just let me know what I can do in the future if you ever require my assistance." The prince said gratefully. "Brother Golden Crow, such words are too polite. I'm not an outsider." Yi Qingqing laughed and patted the prince's shoulder. After accepting the secret law, the prince quickly bade his farewell. Before leaving, he added, "Although that geezer Miao won't give me the emperor's true treasure, my tribe has its own supreme treasure. Wait until I bring it out, I will definitely kill Li Qiye myself. At the time when you are about to act, I will personally come to cheer you on." Yi Qingqing smiled and said with a very sincere attitude. This was a huge showing of brotherly love. After watching the prince walk into the distance, Yi Qingqing withdrew his eyes and smirked. After a while, the cloud-soaring venerable came in and asked, "Young noble, do you think the Golden Crow Prince will be successful?" "Successful?" Yi Qingqing shook his head, "Impossible, he is only going to his death. If Li Qiye can be killed so easily, the Alchemy Kingdom wouldn't have let him act as he pleased." "Then didn't young noble just lose a secret law?" the venerable asked. Yi Qingqing confidently answered, "Just one secret law is nothing. If the prince dies, then Li Qiye will be in trouble, the Golden Crow tribe would definitely not let it go. With its influence at the ravine will definitely start a war against Li Qiye. The sky will shake when that time comes. Once the prince is dead as well." Yi Qingqing's eyes turned serious as he sneered, "Miao Chan will be inconsolable from grief and might even try to find Li Qiye to risk it all. I actually want to see just how powerful the real number one genius of that ravine truly is." If she dies, then it is one less thing for me to worry about. It would be foolish not to do something that can result in having one less rival. Great thinking, young noble. This action is killing two birds with one arrow. Even if Li Qie has more means, he wouldn't be able to escape from your palm. The venerable couldn't help but praise. His words fell on deaf ears. The prince continued to pour wine into his mouth as if being drunk was the solution to all unhappiness. His heart had been holding back great annoyances. Yi Qingqing looked at the prince's attempt to become drunk and smiled. Brother, to be honest about your situation, you already have more than enough to make anyone in the world envious. Miss Miao Chan is definitely equal to the Jian daughter in terms of beauty, talents, and intelligence. She might even be superior. And she is deeply in love with you, don't bring her up. The prince acted like a cat with its tail stepped on. He stood up immediately and screamed, don't talk about her and we can still drink in the same place. Okay, don't be mad. I won't mention her anymore, alright? Yi Qingqing pulled the prince's hand back and smiled. The prince grunted and sat down, then he continued to drink gulp after gulp. Yi Qingqing looked at him and smiled. If you can't forget the Jian daughter, well, there is still an opportunity for you to win her over. What opportunity? Chapter 859, Opening of the Beast World. At this point, Yi Qingqing looked over at the far horizon and spoke with a tinge of emotion. What a shame. Such a supreme girl like Miao Chan, what an amazing woman, perfect in both intelligence and might, virtuous and gentle on top of that. It is every man's dream to marry a girl like that. Alas, this golden crow is just trash in the end. What a waste of an innate gift. Yi Qingqing snorted. If Golden Crow and Miao Chan marries and works together, then I would be quite wary of them. Their combination would definitely be incredible. Unfortunately, Golden Crow does not value this at all. Miao Chan is indeed extraordinary. Despite not having any fame, she is definitely no lesser than the others. The Venerable said. All of this will be a thing of the past. After the prince dies, even if Miao Chan doesn't go to Li Qie for revenge, she will most likely be heartbroken and live in seclusion from then on. She won't be any threat to me at that time. It seemed like Yi Qingqing had calculated all of this beforehand. After a while, Yi Qingqing stopped gazing and ordered the Venerable, go tell my first brother that I am ready to challenge Maonan to avenge third brother's death. Young noble is trying to. The Venerable was caught off guard. He understood what kind of man his master was after all. Yi Qingqing explained, of course I'm not letting you go just to tell him this. You should embellish the details so that when I challenge her, my first brother will command the 18 young celestials to sweep through the imperial edge. It is time for them to become famous. He continued, as for how to accomplish this, there should be no need for me to tell you. Don't worry, young noble. At that time, the 9-head lion emperor and the 18 young celestials will definitely attack the imperial edge. Leave this to me. The Venerable responded. Very good. I trust you. I will lead Maonan away during that moment. Yi Qingqing nodded. After she leaves, the imperial edge will be a snake without its head. Our troops will easily sweep through it without any resistance. The Venerable added with certainty. Venerable, you think too lightly of our enemies. Yi Qingqing shook his head. If we can sweep through the imperial edge just like that, do you think I would have let Maonan do as she pleased until now? If she was so easily dealt with, she would be unworthy of becoming my rival. Young noble is saying. The Venerable hesitated for a moment before speaking his mind. Could it be that young noble wants the 18 young celestials to go to their deaths? He immediately paused at this point. This is called sacrifice. Yi Qingqing insipidly said, there must be gains and losses in order to achieve something great. The time to end this will be after the Beastworld's conclusion. And the same goes for the Jianlong clan and all the other imperial lineages. At that time, I will sit on my throne, unshakable by anyone. On that day, no matter who they might be or the sects that they come from, they will have to retreat before me. No one can block my path towards becoming an immortal emperor. His eyes turned ferocious after declaring his ambition. I understand. The Venerable's eyes lit up, so to say, if the 18 young celestials die to the imperial edge, then those 18 great powers and imperial lineages would not let this go. We can blame this on the Jianlong clan. At that time, young noble can raise your banner and call for these powers to fight against the Jianlong clan. Venerable, your strategic vision does align with my own. However, you are still missing something. Yi Qingqing smiled. This is only one of the goals, the real aim is to test the bottom line of the Jianlong clan. Once we find out its threshold, the same can be applied to the Alchemy Kingdom and the Beastmaster Citadel. If the Jianlong clan does not come out, then where will the difficulty be? As for the Heaven Hoof Ravine, I can easily lead them by the nose. Having said that, his eyes narrowed, if the Jianlong clan comes out. Ha, I heard that there is a legendary taboo existence that will bring about a sect-destroying disaster should this be the case. I actually want to see just how bloody that scene of carnage will be. Very wise, young noble. The Venerable was in complete admiration. I wonder when young noble will destroy Li Qie. Don't worry, Li Qie and Mei Aonan or anyone else for that matter. Ha, they will not have a chance to leave the beast world alive. Yi Qingqing snorted, without my permission, no one can. The beast world is my hunting ground. A frightening murderous glare flashed across his eyes after stating this. Rest assured, young noble, I will go see the nine-head lion emperor right now. The young celestials will definitely appear at that time. The Venerable patted his chest and guaranteed his success. Go. Yi Qingqing nodded his head. He was very confident in the Venerable's abilities. Boom! The entire heavenly ruins shook. The beast world finally appeared before the eagerly waiting crowd. All the experts guarding the perimeter immediately stood up in excitement. Its arrival signaled an endless light from within the portal. Countless bright particles shot into the sky and illuminated everything. Even the sun up high was eclipsed. Eventually, the divine light dispersed and the portal stabilized, no longer shooting out any participles. One could faintly see the shape of the Bayan beast world through the portal. It is here, let's go. Suddenly, everyone turned crazy and scrambled forward like a flood towards the door. All the experts in the ruins were ecstatic and rushed forward. No one was willing to fall behind. After all, who would want to miss a great opportunity like the Bayan beast world? Some sects even wanted to obtain a supreme divine stone. Each time this place appeared, some people would manage to dig up some amazing items. For example, legendary immortal medicines, secret laws from an archaic era, or even immemorial weapons that belonged to gods. The most sensational time was when the Alchemy Kingdom obtained a divine stone. Legends told that in that moment, the beast world underwent a great and shocking change. There were no detailed records about that specific alteration, but many people in the future knew that this divine stone fell down during that moment. Later on, this stone became enlightened in the Tao and shouldered the heavens will to become an invincible emperor. This was the second emperor of the Alchemy Kingdom, Immortal Emperor Baishir. There were triumphant returnees and people who died miserably inside every time the beast world appeared. Some sects were even decimated completely, but no matter what, nothing could stop people from jumping into this area. Everyone wanted to be the lucky ones that obtained the greatest fortune inside. After the portal was stabilized, Li Qie smiled and told the group, "We'll also enter. Good stuff is waiting for us inside." "Are we not waiting for Fairy Ming?" Madame Ziyan asked. She knew that her young master had plans to go with Ming Yeshua together to the beast world. "We'll go in first. I'll take you guys to a few places. As for Yeshua, I'll take her to Bayan City after making arrangements for everyone else." Li Qie shook his head in response. "Huh, smelly Qie, I also want to go to Bayan City. Long Jingxian was much bolder than the others. She immediately latched onto him and grinned. No, you will go together with Wuxia. Li Qie glanced at the pestering girl and shook his head. What do you mean by that? Her big round eyes glared at him as she held her hips and said, on what basis does Ming Yeshue get to go to the city and not me? Is she prettier than me? Is she more charming than me? Li Qie pinched her nose and said, Little Pepper, stop acting up on me. I am bringing Yeshue to the city not for any treasures. The city itself is her fortune, understand? Forget it, I don't believe you. Legends state that Bayan City has the biggest fortune, immortal items from Bayan. She glared at Li Qie for a bit, don't try to fool someone young like me. Li Qie continued to pinch her nose, no bargaining, I won't take you to Bayan City. Humph, what's so special about it, I don't want to go anyway. Long Jingxian proudly leered at him before speaking, Smelly Qie, even if I don't go to the city, I still don't want to go with this Jian girl. Jian Wuxuang coldly glared at her too and said with disdain, who wants to go together with you? I should be the unhappy one. Bah, you think I want to? Long Jingxian retorted with haste, I would rather go with some random street dog or cat before going with you. Whenever these two started their tantrum, the rest of the group snuck away to avoid trouble. Okay, you two, stop arguing. Li Qie interrupted them, I said the two of you would go together, no more this or that. Only Li Qie could stop these two. They had no choice but to close their mouths after seeing his glare. Long Jingxian immediately pulled his arm and sat next to him. She bowed her head like a little wife who had been wronged and softly spoke, I'll listen to husband. This sudden change was still new to Madame Ziyan, leaving her completely speechless. This change of heart was way too fast. Meanwhile, Jian Wuxuang only snorted and looked at her contemptuously as Long Jingxian continued to act intimately with Li Qie while provocatively stealing glances at Jian Wuxuang. Eventually, Jian Wuxuang just decided to stop looking at her altogether. Chapter 860, The Magical Bayan Beast World. The Imperial Draco Bull continued to slowly pull the carriage towards the portal. The madam held the reins while Li Qie lazily lied down inside accompanied by Jian Wuxuang. The four-eyed basilisk and the old turtle followed right behind them. As for Long Jingxian, this hot little pepper couldn't sit still. She rode her kuei and shouted with excitement, Kill! Bayan Beast World, this young lady is coming, all of the treasures here will belong to me. With that, she rushed to the front with her mount. Many cultivators quickly retreated at the sight of the carriage. No one dared to bar their path. Li Qie the Fierce, who didn't know and understand the meaning of this title. Massacring countless victims, one phrase to annihilate multiple sects, who would dare to provoke a monster like this? They could only stand from afar and watch. Just earlier, they were scrambling to enter like a flood. However, when Li Qie's carriage slowly inched forward, everyone stepped back to make a path so that Li Qie could enter first. They didn't wish to see this monster become angry and cause blood to spurt every 3 steps. It would be too much of a waste to die at his hands before obtaining any treasures. Some were also both jealous and envious at this scene. To have a great demon king like the madam personally holding the reins as well as having Jian Wuxuang as a companion. One was a demon king, the ruler of a country. The other was the Jian clan's golden daughter, someone renowned through the world who was as arrogant as a phoenix. Today, Li Qie had both of them as his friends. Such treatment was without equal. Even Yi Qingqing didn't enjoy such treatment. Many young male cultivators yearned for this. If they could have this in their lives, then it would be fine even if they couldn't become immortal emperor. The world changed the moment one set foot inside the portal. It was a different world, a very ancient world. A breeze filled with archaic vicissitudes immediately assaulted the newcomers. Next was a wild and ferocious air. One would be startled the moment they entered. This was a primal world with ferocious beasts. It seemed that this place had existed for a very long time. It was a paradise for monsters. While gazing towards the far distance from the entrance, one could see rolling hills with rivers running right between them. A desolate scene appeared before everyone. One could faintly hear the roars of tigers and dragons. After looking even further inside, they would find cities and pavilions ravaged by the merciless flow of time. It seemed that there were signs of humans in the distance. After entering the beast world, Li Qie looked around and stated, "Well, the stopping point is right here this time." Bayan Beast World. One of the 6 great immortal ancestral Earths. After arriving, even some hidden ancestors from the great powers stood up and exclaimed with excitement. The Beast World was one of the 6 ancestral Earths from the legends. It was even more dangerous compared to the 12 forbidden burial grounds. No one knew its origin. There was one theory that continued to be passed down that stated that this type of ancestral Earth was a heavenly grotto left behind from the era of the Immortals. Thus, they were named Immortal Ancestral Earths. If the treasures are here, we can't afford to miss out. Some cultivators immediately composed themselves and rushed towards this quiet village. Other experts didn't want to miss this rare chance either, so they followed right after them. All of these greedy experts wanted the treasures inside. Bang! A gigantic fist came out of nowhere. The first wave of cultivators rushing into the village didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into a pulp. Bang, bang, bang. The earth shook. A gigantic stone monkey climbed out from the ground inside the village and immediately unleashed a flurry of fists to kill all of these invaders. Die! Of course, the incoming wave of cultivators couldn't back off. They shouted and lunged at the monkey. In just a split second, rays from treasures soared to the sky as many laws went forth. In the end, their combination attack was able to kill this stone monkey and they successfully stormed into the village. My treasures, here I come. One cultivator immediately rushed towards a house inside the village. Boom! He pounded on the door but he couldn't open it. It was as if this door was able to stop all outsiders from intruding. Open! However, one of them didn't give up and activated his merit law to unleash a barrage of attacks onto this door. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful his treasures might be, they couldn't touch the door. An elder from his sect shouted, "Idiot, feel and understand the transformations of the laws within these buildings." The elder placed his hand on the door as waves of universal laws entered the door like flowing water. After a while, the door was unlocked and opened with a clacking sound. This elder jumped inside without any hesitation. Others tried to follow, but they were blocked right at the doorway. Other people quickly copied the elder's actions. They also poured their universal laws into the door. Sure enough, not long after, many of them were successful. Many more clicking sounds were heard with doors opening as they rushed inside. There were also those who failed to open any doors after all kinds of attempts. These people only grunted and left to try at a different house. Screams came out not long after some cultivators entered these buildings. No one knew what they encountered inside. No one came out from these doors with screams after a long time, so everyone was certain that these intruders had died inside. The Imperial Draco Bull continued to slowly drag the carriage towards the portal. The madam held the reins while Li Qie lazily lied down inside with Jian Wushuang as his company. The four-eyed basilisk and the old turtle followed right behind them. As for Long Jingxian, this hot little pepper couldn't sit still. She rode her kuei and shouted with excitement, "Kill! Bayan Beast World, this young lady is coming, all of the treasures here will belong to me." With that, she rushed to the front with her mount. Many cultivators nearly quickly retreated at the carriage's sight. No one dared to stop their path. Li Qie the Fierce, who didn't know and understand the meaning of this title. Massacring countless victims, one phrase to annihilate multiple sects, who would dare to provoke a monster like this? They could only stand from afar and watch. Just earlier, they were scrambling to get inside like a flood. However, when Li Qiye's carriage slowly inched forward, everyone stepped back to make a path so that Li Qiye could enter first. They didn't wish to see this monster become angry and cause blood to spurt every 3 steps. It would be too much of a waste to die to his hands before obtaining any treasures. Chapter 861, Fortunes and Creations. As many cultivators rushed into the village, the great powers with some real abilities had no interest in this type of little village and continued forward. Not long after, someone found an old city further on the path. This city was huge with the gate shut tight, not allowing anyone to enter. The most frightening part was that it was protected by a gigantic and ferocious heavenly serpent. There is a city up ahead. This discovery quickly spread everywhere. The experts came in droves. A few of them found a new village, but they decided to abandon it completely to run towards the city. Their sect master decisively made the decision to forego this new village and brought his sect's disciples to the city before declaring, "From the writings, the more buildings there are, the more extraordinary the fortune inside will be, if one can successfully enter, that is. Everyone, keep your focus. If we manage to succeed, we will be able to revitalize our sect. It is up to our generation to achieve greatness." Rumors regarding the greater fortunes inside the city attracted more sects and cultivators. In just a short period of time, the city was completely surrounded. However, the serpent guarding this place was truly powerful. It spread out a lightning field that rendered this land untraversable. In the end, a few great powers decided to work together. Some ancestors personally took action and paid a huge price to kill this serpent in order to enter the city. As the majority of people were busy finding new villages and cities, Li Qiye looked towards a certain direction. After deciding on the coordinates, he told them, "We'll go this way." The carriage brought the group across rivers and hills away from the other cultivators towards a different direction. Along the way, they met many ferocious beasts. However, there was no need for Li Qiye to take action. Long Jingxian cried out and rode her kuei into battle. After a series of explosions, she made short work of these beasts and trampled them back into mud. This little pepper was simply too fierce. Her overbearing attitude caused the four-eyed basilisk and others to click their tongues in amazement. "Jian Wushuang, do you dare to see which of us can kill more beasts?" She aggressively challenged her rival. Jian Wushuang snorted and didn't say anything back. She simply flew into the sky and raised both of her hands to summon her bow. An arrow formation was ready to unleash its torment on the field. It locked onto one beast after another to begin a massacre. How could Long Jingxian willingly lose to Jian Wushuang? She also let out a battle cry, "Kill!" She rode her kuei with reckless abandon towards the front with a crazed and powerful momentum. "Never mess with them, never mess with them." The four-eyed basilisk and turtle ran away. It was better to watch these two generals from a distance because there was a danger to their lives if they were involved. Li Qiye wryly smiled while shaking his head after watching the two girls killing everywhere. Once enraged, the two of them could destroy even the firmament. Li Qiye's carriage continued on before stopping in front of a little valley. Inside this valley were a few cottages as if someone had built them by chance for a short stay. Li Qiye took a quick glance at these cottages, then told the basilisk and turtle, "Basilisk, you and the old turtle will stay here." The turtle naturally had no objections, he would listen to all of Li Qiye's orders. Meanwhile, the basilisk put on a writhing expression. He unwillingly came over and spoke slowly, "Boss, I thought we were going to a city or something. What kind of fortune can be found here in this tiny valley?" His appearance made it very clear that he was unwilling. Li Qiye glanced at him in response, "Who says we were going to a city? This place belongs to you and the old turtle now. Look over this place well. Don't come to see me if you don't get any results." The basilisk spoke with a pained expression, but I heard that cities have even more incredible fortunes. Li Qie coldly glared at him. Who says that bigger fortunes are inside the cities? These are rumors. There are more buildings inside these cities, so opportunities will naturally be more abundant. And as for the fortune after becoming the city master, it is indeed great, but not just anyone can grab this fortune. How many secrets of the Bayan beast world can a bunch of commoners know? Li Qie stared at the basilisk and stated, "You think I am playing you by taking you to this place? Ha, this lowly one gets it." The basilisk turned happy after hearing this. His expression changed faster than the wind itself as he began his slew of flattery. "Boss is supreme, boss decision must be wise and intelligent, stop sucking up and scram." Li Qie ordered, "Also, take care of the old turtle. Do not bully him or else I'll kick you to the edge of the world." Of course, of course." The basilisk became obedient all of a sudden. He mused a bit before asking Li Qie with a smile, "Boss, this place, are there ferocious beasts guarding this place?" "Ha ha ha, boss, you should show off your might and kill these beasts with your wondrous abilities." "Scram! What's the point of carrying those treasures with you then?" Li Qie said, "If you want to be lazy, then give the old turtle your treasures." "Hee, I'm just kidding." The basilisk laughed awkwardly. "Let us go." Li Qie ignored the basilisk and threw him off with the old turtle before leaving. "Shit, what the hell is this thing, why is it so difficult?" Not long after Li Qie's group left, the frightened scream of the basilisk came from behind. While everyone was risking their lives to enter the beast world, the imperial edge continued to float in the sky. It wasn't in a rush to enter. Click, clack, click, at this time, the sound of a horse carriage galloping crushed the sky. It echoed across the world while carrying a strange and imposing rhythm like a hammer beating against the hearts of the listeners. The carriage eventually appeared before everyone while emitting a blinding golden light. Each ray of this golden light resembled a sword piercing the sky. This carriage was made from solar divine steel, an extremely rare and precious type of metal. There were carvings of true dragons and phoenixes on top of it. They were very animated as if they were able to come to life at any moment. A green flood dragon was pulling the carriage. It was 1,000,000 years old and the air it breathed out contained a draconic aura that resembled rains and storms. This aura swept through thousands of miles, blowing away all the clouds in its path. The driver was a heavenly king, but this was not the scary part. The carriage emitted the auras of sages and saints as if they were protecting it. Under the power of these great ones, anyone who tried to hinder the carriage's path would instantly be annihilated. There was a young man sitting in the carriage. Handsome was not the right word to describe him as he remained seated in a carefree manner. However, this carefree attitude carried the aura of a ruler. It seemed that everything around this young man became insignificant. No geniuses or masters could enter his sight. There was an immemorial power around his body as if no matter where he went, he would always be the ruler capable of issuing commands. A young man like this would be the center of attention no matter where he went. The cultivators that wanted to enter the beast world immediately stopped after seeing this young man. Someone immediately cried out, "Yi Qingqing." Yi Qingqing, this name was able to shake the scene. The words caused a storm to rise. Such a name carried endless charisma. Countless people would be moved by this name, no matter if they were young or old. Yi Qingqing, the current #1 genius of this generation. Just how great was this title? It was a title yearned for by all. He had never lost since he came to seek the Tao, no matter if it was against other imperial descendants or experts from the previous generations. In recent years, even more young challengers came to fight him. The most famous among them was the Golden Crow Prince, the Nine-Head Lion Emperor, and young noble Peiyu. More than half of the 18 geniuses that later formed the Young Celestials had challenged him as well. Even someone as strong as the prince and as overbearing as the Lion Emperor was not equal to Yi Qingqing. Moreover, these geniuses were won over by Yi Qingqing's supreme charisma. They were even willing to join under his banner to work for him. A few experts from the previous generation also tried to suppress Yi Qingqing, such as the Eight-Arm Ancestor and the Anti-Current Monarch. However, they all failed and eventually joined his camp as well. The older experts stood up after seeing his arrival. As for the younger generation, they were in awe and admiration of this man who held the prestigious title of being number one. This was their dream and aspiration. Yi Qingqing was the idol of the young cultivators, someone they struggled to reach one day. The current number one is finally here. Someone murmured after seeing Yi Qingqing's carriage. The carriage continued to move while Yi Qingqing leisurely stayed seated inside. It seemed as if he would always be confident no matter the time or place. Eventually, it stopped and Yi Qingqing stood up. The world seemed to revolve around his actions. It was as if he could affect the entire heavenly ruins. With the lift of a finger, he could reverse the stars in the sky. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.